into the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
What's up, Brawlers? Welcome back to East Asia, the home of the World Finals champions. I'm ready, set at my side. We got Kenny and Teddy, and this is going to be one of the most exciting monthly finals that we've seen yet as the year is closing out in this region. Kenny, it's great to have you back here in East Asia, man.
Yeah, I've been a month off since I've got to do East Asia. I'm super excited to be back. I mean, the series is tied 2-2. I'm really curious to see if we can decide the tiebreak here this month.
That's true. It depends on which Zeta wins this monthly final, because I feel like at this point, it's sort of an inevitability. That's going to be the one constant for you, Teddy. First time being here in East Asia, but at least you have that kind of familiarity to go off of, if anything, right?
Oh, definitely so. I mean, what an exciting region to get back into this year. And yeah, as you said, you know, it's been pretty much Zeta Division all year long. Question is, which one is it be? And is it still going to be Zeta at the end of today, as quite a couple of teams are trying their hardest to catch up, and today is the month to do so.
Well, there are a few certainties in life: death, taxes, Zeta in the finals, and the format being the same every single month. Power match format, top 8 single elimination bracket, best of 3 in the quarters, and we transition to a best of 5 for the semifinals and finals. Get a little better spread of the maps and the modes available in this game to accurately gauge the skill level of each of these teams. Fun stuff, and we'll see who is able to take advantage of it. Of course, though, we have a bracket coming up as well, and with things being randomized, thankfully we don't see Zeta 0 and Zeta 1 facing so early on. They're going to be on opposite sides of the bracket this time, Kenny.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart could handle Zeta Division 0 and Zeta Division 1 only getting a best 2 of 3 early on in the year. That was something we had to experience. And this time around, a little luck of the draw. A few interesting matchups here today. And, you know, I don't think we can forget about Rising Sun Esports taking on some of the newcomers here. And also AtaruChanClub going to be a Blood Diamonds roster who recently got dropped. So they've got a lot to prove and have really picked up the pace a little bit the second half of the year. I think there's a lot of excitement going on in these quarterfinals.
Absolutely. They didn't only just take their first game last month, they took their first set and their first match victory last month. So only really going up for this team. Maybe shedding the name is sort of molting their skin and transforming into a beautiful butterfly. But of course, they're still going to have to get through some Titans in that very first round. And I think this leads us pretty well to who exactly do we think is going to win today? Because East Asia historically has been a pretty clear-cut region. If you want to submit some predictions of your own, you can do so at event.brawlstars.com. Get some in-game rewards, get some pins, flex them on your randoms, and I don't think we have any differences to flex here now, Teddy. We seem to have all of the same predictions, so guide us through the hive mind mentality of why these teams are going to win.
Yeah, on paper, you know, most of those quarterfinal matches are pretty clear cut. So I think all of us decided to really go for the favorites in this one. Zeta Division 0 over Sunny Tin, AtaruChanClub over Triangle, Rising Sun Esports over Rig South, and then Zeta Division 1 over Verite, Lien. And here's the thing, you know, it's really just the teams with the more experience, because some of their opponents, it's their first monthly finals for a couple of those players, a couple of those teams. So I think that is going to take a little bit of adjustment to make up for. And yeah, facing teams like Zeta this early on is just so challenging.
Well, in spite of all the consistency that we have in this region, some inconsistencies do pop up. Some new teams looking to make a name for themselves, too, that could disrupt the current leaderboard. Currently, first and second only separated by a hair's width. 3 points separate Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0. But, Kenny, none of these spots are actually locked in just yet. It's really anyone's game.
That's absolutely true. I mean, and this is the time to really strike back. If you're Rising Sun Esports or AtaruChanClub, you got to step it up this month. And going against Zeta Division 1 or Zeta Division 0, if they move past their first round, a hard task for anybody. And again, you know, that 3-point differential between the top two teams, I think again reflects how competitive these two teams has been. Even though Zeta Division 1 won the MSI, the only team in BSC that's been able to best them is Zeta Division 0. I think it goes to reflect the caliber of strength in this region. And I think, you know, anything can really happen. Rising Sun Esports have also pushed Zeta Division 1 in the past months. They've got a couple successful ones, so that's definitely a team that I think we have to give a lot of respect to and watch out for throughout the region's month.
Well, of course, Zeta Zero, as you said, did take the win in the last month, but the game has changed. We got some maps coming in, we got some maps leaving, some familiar faces for better or for worse. Teddy, some of these names on the list are a little scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's the return of Minecart Man is back here, Brawl. Some other, you know, maps that are not necessarily the most popular ever, Canal Grande in the mix as well. But the big difference is that usually when we have those map pool changes, it's one map per mode that gets removed. This time around, some modes like Mountain Heist, completely untouched, while Brawl got done dirty. 3 out of 3 maps out of the mix. It's going to be Backyard Bowl, Center Stage, Beach Bowl instead. For Gem Grab, we have Deep Diner and Minecart Madness added to the list. Knockout has Out in the Open, and Hot Zone has Open Zone showing up. So quite a couple of different maps, more than usual, especially when it comes to Brawl and Gem Grab.
Well, Teddy, I gotta give you the Hard Rock Mine treatment. As much as we love you, we gotta say goodbye because we're getting ready for our first quarterfinal matchup of the day. Zeta Zero versus none other than Sunny 10. And this is going to be an exciting matchup too, because Sunny 10, we've seen them before. Now they had to face versus Zeta 1 that time. Now they get to face, not really sure if it's the older or the younger sister, right? We don't really know if these guys are a level playing field just yet. Maybe they're twins. But it's not going to be any easier with Zeta Division 0 standing confidently on this side of the arena.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to get much easier for them either. I think Twin might be the best way to put it, to be honest with you. Tensai, Kuru, and Achapi, all phenomenal players. They've had a lot of success, not only in the BSC, but in other third-party events, just like Snapdragon Pro Series. And that was without Tensai. They were managing their entire roster and success without that player, which has been very pivotal for them. I think Tensai is definitely one to watch today. And I'm very excited to see what they can do stepping back in this month and see who kind of can take the crown and maybe, divvy up this tiebreaker a little bit.
Tensai is totally a key player on this roster, and I absolutely will second that. This is a player that we got to keep our eyes on here, and maybe as a star player, he'll be kind of a pivotal target for the opposition. Sunny 10, we got to see how they're going to try and make a targeted approach, a targeted takedown versus Zeta Zero. It's Sanikama, Totoro, and Siotin. If you're not familiar, these guys did play in one of our previous monthly finals this year, and they're back, and they're as ready as ever. Kenny.
For sure, and I mean, last month they did have to play Zeta Division 1 in the quarterfinals. We're only able to take one game off them in the process. This is going to be one of those matchups where, you know, you're facing a team of similar caliber. You really have to step up your game and either outdrafting them, finding a strategy maybe they haven't seen, and finding success all the way throughout it. So I think it's very reasonable that all three of us end up picking Zeta Division 0 in this matchup. No disrespect to Sunny 10, of course. It is very difficult to be a top 8 team in your region on any given month, but I also think given what we've seen from Zeta Division 0, they've earned that respect from me. They've been top 2 throughout the year and won a couple off the board. So I think overall, that's kind of where my head's at for this matchup.
We'll see if Zeta Division 0 gets out or dafted, because that's really the name of the game for these guys. We got to see if anyone can possibly get any leg up on these guys, because what we've seen in the Zeta v Zeta matches is that their mechanics are rock solid. We've seen some slip ups. I think in the past we saw some gene pulls here and there, but really we're just looking for absolutely anything to pick apart Zeta Zero here, because for the most part, they look like a pretty perfectly playing Brawl Stars team. We'll kick things off with Out in the Open, though, and as our opening game, this will be a nice introduction, perhaps a rude awakening as well, for our latest new addition to the game. Knockout is never going to be the same, and Sunny 10 is already going to snatch up a key pick for Zeta Division 0. They're already taking away that max that Tensai is known so well for.
Yeah, this is a big comfort brawler for the region, and a very interesting take here on the ban stage. They're going to actually be banning Grom here, and in every other region, I don't really think I've seen this brawler at all. The occasional tick or sprout maybe in practices, but in actual play, haven't seen it a ton. This is one of those times, I think, where they're trying to go with a composition that's either comfortable for them or taking away strengths from their opponents. Again, Max a very solid overall brawler, but even this, I haven't really seen in a lot of other regions. We didn't see it last weekend, to my knowledge. Lola, Piper, pretty normal choices, I would say, and Sunny 10 going to be running the BB. This is an old strategy that's actually been used in other modes. I think Safe Zone historically put a healer alongside this, and they kind of just made these aggressive plays. They might be trying to utilize something similar for Out in the Open. Overall, though, I think intuitively we're going to expect some sharp shooters here, and Sunny 10 going for the exact opposite so far.
Well, after MSI, this is kind of the East Asia mentality. When someone sees Zeta do something, whether it's 0 or 1, people are going to copy it as long as it succeeds. And BB is absolutely one of those picks, and it's been played to great fruition around the globe. And we'll see actually Sunny 10 go for yet another tanky brawler. This is a little bit peculiar. Gale still on the table. This is pretty much a no-brainer for Zeta Division 0 to go for this brawler because he counters out 2 enemies from Sunny 10. The question is, will he get overwhelmed? When you have 2 giant walls of health running at you, yeah, you can get your super, you can use that super, you can chain another super, but after that, you're out of ammo, and you could get overwhelmed. I'm curious to see how this max-centric tank comp works out for Sunny 10, but Zeta Division 0 are so good at locking down control at no matter what range they find themselves at, it's going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, and somebody like Piper could really struggle in this comp. Launchpad being utilized right off the rip, but being shredded by a Choppy. Kuru hiding in the bushes as well. BB trying to approach, and Max now looking for a pinch here onto a Choppy. A lot of damage being put out by Zeta Division 0. However, they really haven't been able to take mid control here. Now finally landing some shots. Super going down for a double Tensai with a pickup. And now that's going to be a 3v2 situation for Zeta Division 0.
Well, Siotin can certainly get some value on Tensai. Tensai could be running auto aimer just as a sort of safety net. Siotin is going to be getting a kill with that bubble. Big pinch onto him is going to buy a little time for Sarikama to try and get some value. If anything, he can get a super here, but for the most part, it is looking like a bit of a W for Zeta Division 0. A nice tap here for Tensai to end things off. Achapi already has his super available as well. But likewise goes for Totoro. Gonna go ahead and use that jump pad, try and get in close range to guarantee a stun with this super. Not gonna use it just yet. Was hoping that Achapi would use his super first. Easy super farmed up for Achapi. A free kill for him too. And maybe even another as Sanikama gets pinched too. This is a GG.
Yeah, I feel like if they're going to go with a composition like this, it's really determined kind of in that draft and ban stage. When I see somebody like Rom come out as a ban, you know, that's honestly a brawler I would think this composition would excel against. And honestly, not a very common one for this map either. It is really curious to me to see what ends up happening here. And especially leaving Gale on the board, I feel like is almost a mistake here. I mean, it's going to do so well into so many of these brawlers. Gadget being popped instantly. Kuru and Tensai get the takedown immediately, though. And once again, Zeta Division 0 in a 3v2 scenario. Sunny 10 have really got to step it up here.
They're going to have to find some way to deal with Achapi because there's no doubt in my mind that they knew that last pick was going to be a Gale. Yes, Gale is pretty straightforward to counter. You just got to outrange him, but a great way to get value on your last pick is to pick a countering brawler like Gale that no one can respond to. And this is exactly what we see repeating itself with Zeta Division 0 getting the first round. Almost a double stun by Totoro. Great reactions from Achapi. Totoro will be able to stay alive. Siotin also having to back up too. They simply can't stay on aggro too long because they don't have any healing for support, but they might have some speed for support. Siotin rushes in. No Gale in sight. A kill onto Kuru, and Tensai might be the next to fall. He's able to clutch a super for himself, and that's really all he was able to get there. He still has a wall break or an escape mechanism if he so wishes, but it is tied up here for game number 2.
And Sanikama made an insane play there on the top right, staying alive with about 80 HP and really clutching a kill there for his teammates. Now things all of a sudden tied 1-1 in rounds. And this is going to give Sunny 10 a chance to take a game here. Much slower start for them, not necessarily pressing the pace as much as they're used to. I'm sure they're waiting to utilize a max super or try and get Buzz landed on one of these players. The good news is that Kale can stun them out of it, and he's actually going to make a connection here. Pushed back immediately, though. Totoro going to be forced away, and unfortunately not going to be able to utilize that. Tensai also with a pickup here against BB, and it's going to be very tough for Sanikama, popping a phase shift, not quite out of range though, and now a dash across for Totoro, and nothing he can do. A very clean set for Zeta Division 0 to start off our day.
A clean set, but also not that great of a set for Sunny 10 because we didn't get to see them shine too much. And it is a bit of a mystery. Can we attribute that too much to the pick phase or maybe even the execution? Because Sunny 10, they've been here before. They got the skills to pay the bills. They got the skills to reach this stage in the first place. And picking something like 2 tanks when you know Gale is on the table, cannot be a mistake that you make. And for that reason, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was intentional, and I thought they were going to be able to bait out the Gale. It simply did not work. But Safe Zone could be one of those maps where maybe the tanks come to fruition once again, but we got to roll back the footage to figure out what exactly was going on here. Achapi seemed to have no shortage of gadgets or supers to stun out the enemies when they got close enough.
Yeah, and I think something you mentioned before we started this matchup too is you really got to kind of utilize the elements of surprise. If you're going against a team as talented as ZETA Division 0, you know, I respect they tried something new, something that I definitely haven't seen. I imagine ZETA Division 0 probably hasn't seen this run too much. Again, a couple of these brawlers I've never seen played on this map even, and not that they're bad brawlers. I just think given the ban stage and the pick stage, you know, you got to be a little more careful. You at least want to give yourselves a fighting chance. Maybe they thought they could overwhelm with HP, but I thought overall a very interesting approach, and you can kind of see it in the kills. You know, 4 kills on this side of Sunny10 in total, which is less than Tinsai had by himself. And I think that kind of reflects how much of a matchup that was for ZETA Division 0. They really took advantage of the Gale play.
Well, we can clearly see where the step in the right direction was for Sunny10, with 57% of their damage being dealt by Sanikama, who quickly snatched up that max as soon as he could. Now, it didn't seem to be that much of an issue for ZETA Division 0. They're not one-trick ponies. They don't really need the max to succeed. But really, Sunny10, I think, needed something a little bit different than the tanks to succeed when you're playing versus Gale. Maybe it works in scrims. It doesn't work versus ZETA Division 0. And even when you bring the element of surprise, you are going to be hard-pressed to catch ZETA 0 off guard and then make them blunder. Yeah, you can surprise them, but they're probably still going to stick to their guns. It's another tendency that we see in this region, not usually playing experimental stuff unless you find yourself in the position of Sunny10. For Safe Zone, I wonder what else could be brought to the table. A max ban could be in store, and it looks like ZETA 0 are already going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, they don't want to give that up, and it is a sneaky strategy, and I think this region is really known for using the max overall. Like you mentioned, since MSI, it really has shown up a lot more in other regions as well, and both teams could certainly utilize this brawler. A first overall pick of Lola and Bell, 2 brawlers with very high pick rates on this map. Never quite in that ban stage, and therefore going to show up a lot for the pick rates. I love pairing this with a Colonel Ruffs. I think Colonel Ruffs is somebody that I think deserves a lot of credit. Great utility for your teammates. The sandbags go a long way to protect against different sharpshooters. I think overall a very safe start and a very overall good one for ZETA Division 0 going against the high DPS Alola.
And they had the 6 pick too, which they've gotten twice in a row. So ZETA Division 0, if they ended off here, will have gotten the counter pick both games, which could be a disadvantage for Sunny10. Now they'll go for the Byron, a dead indicator that they're going to go for something like Daryl or Ash or something funky, something that they're going to try and brute force in the enemy side. Now, big consideration, there's still Gale on the table. Now, with Daryl off the table as well as it has been banned out by ZETA 0, Sunny10 are going to have to get a little inventive. They might go for the BB again. Griff? Okay. I guess they just don't want to face a tank, but they also don't want the enemy to play Byron. It's a little mysterious, but maybe that's the whole idea.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of Byron in this situation, especially when you don't pair it with something that synergizes well. I think Colette and Daryl would be 2 really good ones, but obviously banned on the left-hand side. Griff, a really interesting choice here. I think trying to get themselves some wall break here, which is pretty typical. A lot of the times, the avenue for that, though, is going to be somebody like Brock, and neither side can end up picking that here. Tinsai going to be going with this Squeak pick, which can really excel here, especially with different choke points. I love his gadget. You can throw it down, and for 10 seconds, if the enemy even dares touches it, they're going to get slowed down a ton. It's going to line up very good shots for somebody like Bell, who's a sharpshooter. Overall, really interesting. But again, I think I'm more in love with the ZETA Division 0 draft than I am Sunny10. You know, they're trying something new. If there's a region that's going to run Byron, it's going to be this one. I mean, it's somebody that's been comfortable for them for a long time. But overall, I still think ZETA Division 0 might have won this draft.
Well, in spite of the kind of weird draft, inventive draft, might I add, by Sunny10, still looks like ZETA Division 0 are, yeah, I agree, kind of going to win the draft. Kuru, in spite of this wall being broken open on the left side, is going to have way better control than Griff since he has AoE on those shots and they stick around for a while. He's also able to help get that mid-fight victory by slowing down Siotin. Siotin can't pick on Tensai anymore by dashing in and out of his range because, well, he can't get in his range. He has to force himself back and allow damage onto the safe. And Tensai is going to do just that. Some damage trickling in. Doesn't want to waste too many shots because he still has to defend from brawlers on the enemy side. Sanikama going to get slowed down. Kuru also pitching in for some help on that safe. Already 20% knocked off, and ZETA Division 0 show no signs of letting up. Maybe if Totoro opens up the right side a little bit more, it could be possible. One wall remains, and that is going to be the one wall that Achapi uses to fruition for this entire game. In fact, maybe I'll do him a favor. Break open that wall too, but it's only going to allow him to exercise that range even more.
Yeah, and the one benefit that Sunnyton actually has is the amount of damage they can do in a heist safe, and as quick as they can too, is somebody like Lola and Griff. Kuru really the only one with the super that can get the things done quickly, but now they're already down 62% and now climbing. ZETA Division 0 have not moved. It's been a straight up spawn trap for a while here, and they just need to pick up some kind of kill here. Tensai, though, refusing to miss. Bounce shots being taken advantage of as all of Sunnyton are kind of crowded along their heist safe, and things just not looking good right now. They're really gonna have to step it up here with the final 45 seconds.
Well, it's kind of looking like ZETA Division 0 are not going to try and take down the safe because they are really inching forward here in terms of control, and they also don't have a whole lot of DPS. Good kill onto Achapi. Likewise, we'll see on the opposite side of the arena, Sanikama gets taken down. Crew has this super. If he's able to get a good push in, he can chain all those together on the high safe. He will get a slow onto Sanikama, maybe open things up. Really, ZETA Division 0, they just got to play control here. 20 seconds left. It's looking impossible for Sunnyton to make this up and push forward, and that it will be a third win in a row for ZETA Division 0, and they are steamrolling through these guys.
Yeah, 100% to 0, and they simply weren't winning the matchups. You know, we already were questioning the draft a little bit. Again, definitely some fine brawlers. I have no problem with them in the meta, but I think just interesting choices. And again, you really have to perform in the draft stage if you're going to take on a team like ZETA Division 0. I really feel like they haven't necessarily given themselves any advantages here other than the high DPS of Lola. They're going against a very defensive composition, and I wouldn't think of Sunnyton as really an aggressive one either. I don't think of Griff as some offensive brawler here. They do pick up a takedown into Sanikama, and now it's just going to be Sioten and Tortoro trying to play some defense here. Tensai with the super available makes the connection. Kuru with the follow-up shot for a takedown, and once again, it's going to be ZETA Division 0 with a lead to start off by just a little bit, but more importantly, a ton of map control.
Definitely new strategies being tried here by Sunnyton. They're running Byron on the lane instead of up at mid, which could prove to be useful. There's going to be the slow on the left side. It's going to force Sanikana to play this lane on the left side versus Kuru, which is not going to be too amazing for him. He can take quite a bit of damage. Almost gets a kill on Kuru, survives with 199 health. Very calculated matchups, but near miss for Kuru too, as Sioten actually pushes through on the right side. He can play around this tree, the supply drop on the right side, maybe win long range versus Tensai. Kuru's a little out of range to pop down that residue and try and play long range versus him. He can also get good range versus Tensai, but the clock is ticking down, and ZETA Division 0 are phenomenal at playing control. They're exactly where they're comfortable. In fact, they might be comfortable everywhere on the map, except if Lola can get on their safe, which is what Sunnyton needs to do.
Yeah, and 2 nest eggs still available as well for defense. The Squeak Gadget going to force them towards the mid, and now Lola going to be moving that direction. Kuru on the left-hand side still continuing to stay up here and cause a lot of problems. Tensai picking up his mid lane once again, now attempting for a little 1v2 scenario. Teammate to help out, though, and Kuru picks up the kill. Tortoro going to be all alone here as Byron tries to get back in action. Kuru stepping forward, super going down, and that's going to be maximum damage of 9,000 onto the high safe, and things getting out of hand very quickly here. Less than 30 seconds to go.
ZETA Division 0 doing a good job of cycling in and out of the range of Sunnyton, meanwhile doing a whole lot of damage. Achapi is looking particularly threatening. Sioten needs to connect these shots. Down come the final sandbags as Achapi is stretching them out to the very end of the game. Could be a supply drop coming in as well to disrupt Totoro. We got to see a whole lot of damage in a short period of time. Sanikama won't get healed in time. Sioten also going to get defended here. 10% finds its way on a ZETA 0 safe. And that's gonna be it. ZETA Division 0 get a clean 4-0 sweep versus Sunnyton in the quarterfinals. Some things don't change, Kenny. You face a twin sister of the team that beat you last time. Even if you got a single game off of that previous matchup, you're still in for a pretty rough time. And we saw some good signs of life. We saw some inventiveness, but that is simply not enough to take these guys down.
Yeah, I definitely respect them getting out of their comfort zone maybe a little bit, or going for comfort brawlers. I think a lot of the times when we look at the draft stage, you know, it's really easy for someone like me to look at this and be like, why did they go Griff? Why are they going Byron? I feel like there's other better brawlers, but you got to understand what's in their utility kit too. Byron might be a brawler that they excel at. Maybe there's just things we don't know about this team since we haven't seen them every month. These maybe the brawlers that got him here in the first place. So sometimes you got to go what's comfortable too. I think it's a little more gray than it is black and white at times. But again, I feel like that draft stage is a very important one. They did their best, but again, the mechanics of ZETA Division 0 still looking as strong as ever. And once again, the kills being a huge reflector of that.
We got outerdafted is the words echoing in the minds of Sunny Tin right now, as they tried something inventive and were not able to pull it off, but they did get some kills here and there, and they did get some decent damage versus such a dominating team. This team won the monthly finals last month, and versus ZETA 1 as well. ZETA Division 0, though, across the board, looking phenomenal just as always. They didn't take any risks in playing anything super aggressive versus Sunny Tin, even though they had the counter pick at their disposal. Intensai always going to be one of the most valuable players on this roster, though we didn't see any max action from him today. That's for a good reason. This guy is cracked when it comes to mechanics.
That's absolutely true. And I mean, KD isn't everything in this game, especially in objective-based modes like Heist, where you're trying to apply a lot of damage and win that percentage fight. But 8-2 is pretty insane. I mean, really 4.0 in terms of ratio is kind of a crazy thing for anybody, especially at a professional level. Always impressive and good to see him back in action after, I believe, being sick a few weeks ago.
That's unfortunate for him, but it's great to see him back up and running. Wonder if some max energy was part of that equation. But jokes aside, this is real serious for ZETA 0. They're headed on to the semifinals, which is a lot more than we could say for them in previous months, as they got stopped dead in their tracks by ZETA 1. Not going to be the reality this month, but if anything, we gotta find a worthy opponent for them. AtaruChanClub in Triangle is coming up next for our second quarter final. AtaruChanClub, definitely a team that you might not be familiar with in terms of names, but in terms of the names of the players, not the name of the team. That's a new one. The names of the players should resonate in your mind if you know absolutely anything about this region, Kenny.
Yeah, this is formerly known as the Blood Diamond roster. They were recently dropped, I believe, by their organization, but they are sitting in 4th place in the region. And, you know, the likelihood of them making World Finals is starting to look a little more bleak in terms of time, right? This is grind time for all of these teams. This is where things really start to count. Everybody is starting to try and attempt to lock in their spots. And this is definitely a roster that is capable of it, but they've got to win a couple monthly finals, make some grand finals appearances, pull some upsets off. And I certainly think they are capable of doing that in our quarterfinals.
Well, AtaruChanClub, they're not the only stars of this matchup. Triangle are also going to be stepping up to the plate. This is their first ever monthly final, ever. In 2022 and 2021, period, ever. These guys are some fresh faces to the region. Maybe this is time to start taking some notes. It's Kokoro, Yukimi, and Marvelous all taking the stage and trying to make a name for themselves too. Get familiar with those portraits. Maybe we'll see some of those brawlers show up, Rico, Daryl, and BB. And I would certainly keep your eyes on Daryl and BB. Some pretty popular picks as of late. BB maybe midway through the draft, and Daryl pretty much always going to be a final pick available. I think that this could be a interesting match. Last month, the AtaruChanClub took their first match win ever, and sometimes it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Hopefully, for the sake of Ataru, that's not a step back for today.
Yeah, I expect some good things out of them in Triangle. Always great to see some new players coming out. It's awesome that in this point of the year, there is still a lot of depth in the region to the point where some new players that haven't made it in 2021, first time in 2022, that's super awesome. And congrats to them. Making that top 8 from any region is tough. But of course, your first opponent is going to be the 4th seed in this region. Somebody that's probably highly motivated right now too, given the recent roster change, at least with the organization. And I think these guys are really talented. I think this was somebody that was kind of a dark horse coming into the year that early on had a few losses in the first few months, and now they're finally starting to hit their stride a little bit. I've definitely been more impressed with what I've seen from them. I'm personally going to go AtaruChanClub here just because of the experience, and I think they've got a lot of potential.
Same here, and I think also at the helm they have one of the most important figures in the history of competitive Brawl Stars. If you had a Brawl Stars Hall of Fame, and I gave you a little bit of time to write things down, I'm definitely convinced that Hagego would be one of the names on that list. That's a coach for this team. Now, it hasn't brought them to victory in the past few months, but it did probably provide some assistance last month, and we'll see if that roster change plays a major role too. Bans coming out, and the first pick from Triangle is going to be Penny. Definitely a solid first pick considering that Janet and Bonnie are banned. Also, the value of the turret, and look, we got the pick rates up here. Let's break out the statistics and the science. This is simply a good brawler on this map.
Yeah, I think the Penny can be used a lot of times for applying a lot of pressure. One of the reasons is brawler pick rates is going to be very high, and this is one of the few times too that we see a mirror matchup in the bans. It is very infrequent that we see exact bans for both sides. Carl, Janet, Bonnie, some insane choices on this map, and totally understandable why brawlers, even like Penny, as strong as she is, can slip through the cracks. You see Brock in your screen too. Somebody I would be a little more surprised to maybe see in this region compared to some of the others, but Max, Squeak, no surprises here.
I actually wouldn't be mega shocked to see him. Now that we see Gene, okay, I'm a little bit more apprehensive as to whether we'll see this brawler or not. I think that Bell is still going to be a pretty solid pick here because AtaruChanClub could go for something tanky, and Bell can do a good job of slowing that down. Unlikely to see a preemptive Gale pick here. I'm also not going to disagree with Colonel Ruffs, the dog, making an entrance here to make Gene just that much more powerful. There are a whole lot of options for Triangle to try out here, and there's going to be the Colonel Ruffs. This is one of the best combos that you can get in the game. Gene and Colonel Ruffs, if you decide to run field promotion and Gene is running magic puffs, as he probably should, then you just buff each other for the entire game. How can AtaruChanClub possibly respond to this?
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one to watch, and I think pairing Gene as well with Max could have also been really solid. I like how Triangle are taking this brawler away from them. And again, Gene's a very dynamic brawler, especially in today's game where, you know, there are a little bit of a mix of new gears and things like that. The vision can do well. I love this choice of Sprout, to be honest with you. There's nothing that hard counters it. They're going to need something to try and take down the enemy turret if Penny can set it up, and Squeak and Sprout can be some excellent candidates for that, even though Max doesn't necessarily synergize overtly with either Squeak or Sprout. I think this can work out really well. Again, this is a brawler that this region is very comfortable with. They practice it pretty daily. I think overall, pretty solid compositions for both sides. I don't have too many complaints, but I do think that Sprout pick is going to be a pretty solid way to play in sandbags if Colonel Ruffs runs that and give Gene and Penny a little bit of trouble.
I agree, and I also disagree, because there are two sides to every debate, right? You have Gene playing into a thrower. He's going to be able to pull him through walls. Now, with a max speed, that could be a great accessory to having an actual aggro Sprout player. So this really comes down to execution, whether it will win or not, but there's certainly room for it to be countered and room for it to be played marvelously as well, as we turn our attention to Penny here, trying to get a close range matchup versus Dempsey, hard-walled literally out of getting back to spawn, and a free kill for AtaruChanClub as they continue to rain down fire upon their opponents, waiting for that shield to expire too so they can get that much more damage. Milcario continues raining down the damage. It is crazy, and even the gadget from Colonel Ruffs, as he knows that those sandbags are going to get countered out, cannot get Dimsy out of here.
Yeah, I do think choosing the Rocket Rain gadget is going to be a smart choice. Mimi just toying with his food a little bit, taking shots at Milcario even, and Mimi now dashing forward, going to be utilizing a very different gadget here. Kind of interesting choice.
Yeah.
Marvelous once again trying to step up to the plate against Dempsey, and still a spawn trap for Triangle. They have to find their way out of this, but having Sprout and Squeak get multiple choke points, really difficult to get out of that spot. So far, so good for ACC.
Well, the Magic Puffs are keeping Marvelous alive right now. That's one of the downsides of Sprout, is that it does not have good DPS. It can get great connections on those shots thanks to the AoE, but if you have a Gene next to you healing you up, you're not going to be able to take it down. You can't pump out that much damage per second, though we will see a Penky get slowed down, taken down by Dempsey with that Seed Bomb too. Minmi going forward, also using that gadget so that he can afford to take a lot of damage. He does feed some supers here, but I'm loving the DPS max. I gotta say, and 0 stars have gone the way of Triangle. They have a few seconds left to push in, but it doesn't look possible.
Marvelous stepping forward, looking for anything he can get, but Dempsey's going to be sitting comfortably in the back of Spawn. 13-0 and ACC with a great first game there. Again, I think that Sprout pick ended up being very valuable, and they played their strategy very well. We saw the aggression from Max, and you pair that with the gadgets of Squeak and the walls and supers of Sprout. They have multiple ways to cut them off with no real access to wall break other than maybe a gene pool, or if they elect to go with the Colonel Ruff star power if they wanted to. You know, there's not really a way for them to break open this map, and I think that's really where the ACC comp is going to excel.
And I can't wait to see Max's second gadget being run in other regions, because this is sometimes the birthplace of some of the strategies that really rock the world, the Brawl Stars world as we know it. And Minmi pretty much is able to get a free super by using his gadget, running in, shooting some shots, having a good old time, treasuring up his super, returning back to where he started. He's going to do it again, try and get his super back. He does take a little damage. Oh my gosh, he gets knocked back so far, but he remains alive. It was only 3 shots, and well, he'll be able to step up to the Brawl once again, trying to get a pinch on the left side with Marvelous. Milkrio does retreat a little bit. 1 shot onto Marvelous. Big gadget on the right side to knock Dimsy and Minmi back. This time, it's not as dominant by AtaruChanClub. They're retreating a lot earlier than they did in the first game, and now Apenki has a super, and he has the Colonel Ruff's power up. Free kill onto Milkrio, and probably more on the way.
Yeah, great pull there and showing a little life from the side of Triangle. Now 7-2, about 45 seconds to go, and Minmi's going to be 1 to target. 4 stars on him, which would be a huge pickup. Dempsey back, Lien out on this left-hand side against Marvelous. Doing a great job. Does have a wall available if needed. Can go ahead and place that down and getting a lot of value out of it too. Has room to step forward. Marvelous needs to dodge perfectly here. Unfortunately, can't escape the Dempsey shot. Lucreo picking up 1 as well. And now it's going to be 11-6. Minmi does fall, giving themselves a little hope here in the final moments.
20 seconds remain. Marvelous is slowed down. Apenki can't really push through mid quickly, but he has to get a pull to get any kind of value. Yuki can combo up with him and get some of that DPS. Everyone is powered up. Marvelous can't escape the grasp of Dempsey and Milkrio, pinching each of them from such long range thanks to that AoE on their attacks. Dempsey, even if he goes down, it doesn't even matter. 17-10 is going to be the final tally, and AtaruChanClub will take this first set. That Sprout proved to be very, very useful. Despite being outranged at a lot of points during that match, the max speed, not only was it gained a little bit faster than we typically expect, thanks to running that second gadget and using it really well, but also it pretty much gave these shorter range brawlers an extended range, if you will.
Yeah, I overall really like how they implemented that strategy too. I think the fact that Sprout was banned, or picked last, really helped them out too. I think they were really able to utilize these walls as we're seeing on the screen. They paired that with the gadget from Milkrio, and there's just really nowhere they could step, and already being spawn trapped. I mean, what are they supposed to do? Sprout can take advantage of getting shots over the walls. Minmi was very aggressive and utilizing a very different strategy with Max, which I love to see. A very refreshing thing, and good to see that you can utilize either gadget kind of successfully and kind of implement that game at home. So I'm going to have to keep that in mind for myself as well, but huge pickups back and forth. Really impressed from what we saw with ACC, but Triangle with a very solid draft too. I don't really think in terms of strategy it was too bad at all. I think that's a very common set of brawlers that you could expect to see here.
Same for me. I think that, firstly, this was a very solid draft from both sides. No complaints from my end. And also, I'm going to sound like a broken record when I say I can't wait to see the Max second gadget being run the world round, because it succeeded here. Now, will it lead AtaruChanClub to victory in this match? There's still at least one more set. In this set, though, we got to hand it to Dempsey for pumping out a ton of damage. On the side of Triangle, cannot take away from 45% of the team's damage being done by Colonel Ruffs. We have good players on both sides of the arena, and honestly, I probably shouldn't be surprised, but I am definitely impressed with the performance from Triangle, because we gotta once more hammer this in. This is our first time ever being in a monthly final.
Yeah, and the biggest stage and some high expectations against a very good team. I think overall they've shown that they've got some solid game knowledge. They definitely had some shining moments. Big gene pool. Really excited to see what they can do here. And Dueling Beetle is going to be an interesting one to step up here as well. Last weekend we saw Lola be a big part of this map and a lot of the CETA drafts, and it's really been growing in other regions. We saw it a little bit earlier today, so kind of curious. I feel like when, you know, our home region of NA has gotten some crazy compositions here, and I'm curious to see if East Asia kind of picks up on those things too.
Yeah, speaking of our home region, no one's here. No one's here to stop us. We can talk about how amazing Lou is here. Okay, well, kind of capping there. I think that Lu can work. It's just not one that you pick really instantly, maybe if there aren't better options, but there are certainly good options to pick here. We'll see a lot of them banned out, actually. Carl hasn't seemed to escape the ban phase for any of our games so far. Janet nor Bonnie have been getting through that phase either. I like the Squeak ban from AtaruChanClub, and I think also the Bell pick from Triangle is going to be very, very safe. Though, let's address a very important brawler, Stu. He's not here in the pick rates, or the ban rates, or the win rates, but he's one that we've seen popularized as of late between now and the last month, and I'm certainly expecting to see him here. He can even provide good value versus Bo.
I am so happy you mentioned Stu. That's actually one of my talking points for the month in general for Hot Zone. We've seen Stu everywhere as of late, especially in North America. And for good reason. This is definitely a region that historically has utilized Stu. And a lot of the maps right here, they're going to be utilizing that speed zone gadget. One of the reasons that people love Stu. They're going to be pairing this with a Max, though, something they're clearly very comfortable with. We're going to get to see Menmi on the Max once again. The Byron pick, I don't think a bad one once again. I'm just not as crazy about the state in the game he's in right now. But this is a region that, again, has utilized him a lot in the past. They played him a ton. It could be a comfort pick. And again, not a bad brawler, just not the brawler that I think he used to be before recent balance changes.
Well, let's see if that emerges here. A couple picks in a row for Triangle. They got to be mindful of the early Byron pick from AtaruChanClub, which opens the doors for all kinds of things. In fact, AtaruChanClub could be trying to bait Triangle into picking up a Gale here, which is going to get pretty outraged, but overall is a good brawler here. And I know that you'll probably agree with that too, Kenny, not just because of the statistics, but because he's a personal favorite of yours. And I'm going to kind of, and I know I'm putting the words in your mouth here, but I already know what you're going to say, and I agree with it. I just wonder, is it going to be a counter pick, or will Triangle go ahead and pick it up?
I'm actually not sure if Gale gets picked here. They're going to go with the Stu, and I really like pairing this with the Lola. I don't really see a reason to pick Gale in this matchup, outranged by probably both Lola and Bell by a little bit. Could, you know, be a little pesky into Stu, but Stu can dash back and forth, a lot of mobility. I do like him as a brawler in this map in general, but I would be a little surprised. Bo's somebody I'm kind of on watch for as well that does really well here. They like to go with Penny, another brawler that does very solid here. They can utilize that turret with no real wall break on the side of Triangle or easy access. If Dempsey can get this up, I think they can apply a lot of pressure between the Max speed to get some offense generated and Dempsey with that turret placement.
Well, we're going to have to roll back some footage, watch some scrims, bring in Professor F. I'm not really sure what it's going to be, but we got to figure out what Milk Rio is doing on the Byron here, because first of all, it's going to be really tough to hit Menmi with him dodging all over the place, and you really can't hit what ain't there. But Dempsey might be a little bit more hittable with some of that damage. If anything, he's going to be a solid contender versus Bell at long range, and no complaints with Byron's super either. He can take down that speed zone from over a wall if he lands it just right, but so far he's going to get diffed on the lane by Marvelous. Big shots onto him. Will stay on pretty low health for a little bit. Dempsey also trying to connect some shots onto a Penke, which is going to be tough on a fast brawler that's also using speed zone 1-2 combo from Dempsey, and AtaruChanClub gets to walk all over this point. They turn their attention to the right side. Dempsey picking up yet another kill and a takedown onto that speed zone. Very aggressive turret placement from AtaruChanClub, but it's going to distract attention and might even take down the speed zone too. And here comes the final shot for Menmi to take it down. Triangle has backed up from their pretty dominant position at the beginning of the game, but they might slowly win it back.
Yeah, I think overall really well played, and they know there's no wall break variable too. Marvelous going down there, but was really toe-to-toe with Macreo to start that off, and once the lane was won by Dempsey, he walked it over in a 2v1 scenario, simply too much for Bell. And again, since they're running that speed zone and gadget, there's no way they can open up these walls and try and break themselves free of this spawn trap. 75% now to 5%. Macreo picking up another kill onto Marvelous, and things getting very out of hand here for Triangle.
Milk Rio does have the super at his disposal, but he's being cautious about how he's going to use it. Good takedown onto Marvelous. The combo. A Penke also dashes forward, but Dempsey is just too hot to handle. And the AtaruChanClub will take this game victory. And with that, they're headed to match point. We're seeing some sweeps so far, Kenny. I didn't know if we were going to see it from these guys, but you know what? I'm here for it. Some fast quarterfinals so that we can get on our way to some of the really impactful matchups later on in the day. But it's not over yet, and Triangle are very aware of this. They got to play it smart. They got to hold on to that mid control that they had in the beginning of the last game, except now they got to do it for the entire game.
Yeah, they definitely got a lot to get done here. And once again, a Pinky struggling in this mid control as Dempsey's going to be healing up the teammate. Marvelous falling low as well, and they're trying to take care of the Brawlers. And already the spawn trap has begun. No takedowns quite yet, but now Marvelous going to be the first victim here. A Pinky in trouble as well, low HP, and now the Penny turret being placed down for a lot of aggression. McRayo picking up another kill and a 40% lead to 0. This is looking troubling.
Dimsy on the right side, nice takedown. A Pinky has to once more try and get aggressive. Minmi has this gadget active, and he recovers all that health. But now with the freeze frame down, Yuki can cause some trouble on the back lines. In fact, these enemies are so far away that Yuki might not even be able to see them, though he is still getting them pushed back a decent amount. MilkRio and Dimsy retreated into the respective hidey holes, and with this bush at mid, Dimsy's able to get a whole lot of speed and line up these shots with a Pinky that much better. Triangle still have not been able to step on this point too much, only 5% so far, and we're nearing the point of no return. AtaruChanClub don't seem to be budging, and Triangle don't seem to be able to get control of this point.
Yeah, again, with no wall break, there's really nothing they can do here. 97%, the final little chunk getting taken by AtaruChanClub, and well played to them, excellently done. They played that strategy very well. I like their draft, and again, the Byron pick ended up working out. I do think we give a lot of respect to Marlos there off the beginning, was really contesting those lanes. It's just when the mid or the left-hand side got lost, 2v1 scenarios, a lot for a Bell to handle as a lower DPS brawler and a sharpshooter, I would say. But impressive Triangle, again, a lot of respect to them, and it's always so awesome to see new teams show up, especially this late in the year. It's just a good example, I think, to set, and goes to show that this is very competitive and so tough to make that top 8.
Not only is it a competitive region, but the competitive spirit is absolutely here, and it's here to stay. It has always been in East Asia. That's the kind of mentality that gets you to the World Finals and gets you a W in the World Finals, in MSI, and maybe even more to come if the consistency remains. But if you're one of the big dogs in the region, AtaruChanClub quickly trying to climb that ladder to become one of them, then you might lose your job to Triangle if you don't play it intelligently, if you don't invent some new stuff every now and then. And this time we see an aggro Penny just locking it down. Close range, long range, doesn't even matter. The good thing about Stu is he heal up with gas heal when you're on offense. Well, what if I didn't need to play Stu to heal up while I'm on offense? And that's where the Byron comes in. Though, let's look at these stats. Dempsey is just absolutely bringing down the house. Now, Triangle, a respectable effort, but this set was 100% AtaruChanClub.
Agreed. I think cumulatively between the two games, they may have had about 10%. And, you know, a tough thing there. I hope they're not too discouraged, though. Again, they're showing their stuff, and tough task to face off against ACC in your first round. This is the 4 seed in the region. Never easy for anybody, and Triangle put up a good effort. I think they showed that they had a good amount of game knowledge as well. I liked the drafts that they were implementing. Dempsey going to be our MVP, though. Makes a lot of sense to me. 10-1. My gosh.
And don't let the stats just do the talking. We saw the gameplay, we saw the max, we saw the gadget. We know it's going to show up in other regions. Maybe not this weekend, but next month. We got a bit of time for things to change up, maybe some balance changes on the way to shake things up too, but it completely makes sense as to why we see Dempsey taking an MVP there, and congratulations to the fan club for taking their victory. That's going to mean that they face versus Zeta Zero in the semifinals, and that is going to be extraordinarily difficult, Kenny, though we still got to find some more contenders for the semifinals. We got 2 more quarterfinals left, but before we make it there, got to take a short break. We'll be back with you guys in a few.
Hi, I'm Stu, and welcome to Stu's Spectacular School of Driving! Whether you're a beginner or an expert looking to brush up on their skills, we're just the place you want. Need to learn in a hurry? No problem! Take our crash course, you dummy! Stu's Spectacular School of Driving! We'll get you driving!
Welcome back, Brawlers, to the East Asia Monthly Finals. We just got through our quarterfinals, but we got a couple more on the way. Our first two quarterfinals, for that matter, and we got to get prepared for another semifinal. For that, we need some competitors. And Teddy, this is exactly what we got cooking in the kitchen. Take a look at our bracket and walk us through some of the stuff that's happened and what's to come.
Yeah, well, so far it's been pretty one-sided quarterfinals, right? And on paper, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't know if that's about to change because Rising Sun Esports, third seed in the region right now, facing RIG South, a team that doesn't quite have the same level of experience. It's their first monthly final except for one of their players, and the final quarterfinal, it doesn't get much better. ZETA Division 1, arguably one of the most dominant teams in the world at the moment. They're going to be facing off Verite Lien, which, you know, they've showed up to one monthly final. They have a player, this is their first monthly final, so it's going to be tough. A lot of inexperienced players facing some of the most experienced players in the region.
And this is a theme that we've seen already today. Some newcomers, you know, some of the new guys showing up to the region to take on some of the titans of the region. But hey, that is what keeps this region competitive. Now, as far as predictions, I think probably the predictions are going to lean in one way. But if you want to share your vote and you also want to get some cool in-game rewards, make sure you head on over to event.brawlstars.com. Put in your predictions. It's not too late to do it for this match or the next match or the next match and so on, and get some points in game and unlock that pin at the end of the road. We reset after MSI and we got some new rewards for you. Without further ado though, Rising Sun Esports, not a team that we're unfamiliar with. In fact, they're number 3 on the leaderboard at the moment, and they're looking as dominant as ever by the looks of things, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely so. This is a very important month for them because, you know, third is not quite good enough to make it all the way. So they want to make sure that this is the month where they hit hard and get really far in that leaderboard. If not, win the whole bracket today. That would be obviously the ideal situation if they want to catch up with the Zetas. But yeah, they are a very strong team. Some experienced players there as well in the Wahuchi, Aaron, and Ryohei, as well as Arrow on the bench for now. But they are a very solid team for sure, and I feel like, you know, this is a matchup that is definitely in their hands.
I completely agree. Rising Sun Esports, they've put forth some good efforts versus the Zeta 1s and the Zeta 0s of this region. In fact, there are only 2 of them. But still, they put forth a formidable effort, and they're not going to be easy to take down. Same story as we saw in the first couple of quarterfinals. RIG South, they got to find some kind of pain point, some sort of small advantage that they can get over Rising Sun Esports just to get that edge. These guys are super established, and this is David and Goliath. You got to find the weak point. Hopefully Molneko, Dudas, and Meow are able to do so on their respective favorite brawlers, and also acknowledging the current meta. We saw some inventive stuff earlier. We saw some inventive stuff that worked, stuff that didn't. And, well, for RIG South's sake and for the sake of competitive fun, I hope we see something a little wacky that works. It's double swoosh to start us off. Nothing new here, but that's got to be the control in what could be a pretty surprising matchup.
It's definitely a map as well where you can try to catch off guard your opponents, right? You can go for something that can be very dominant in those pushes, and if you get the right comp for it, you can pull off some upsets, I think, because it's a hard map to predict just because of how much bush there is across the board and how easy it is to get close to the enemy gem carrier if your lanes are not very careful. So I feel like RIG need to try to exploit that. We got our bans lined up already. It's going to be Janet a Crow as well. Interesting, actually. I mean, you know, I feel like we haven't been seeing the most Eve recently, but it is going to be banned out by Rising Sun. On the side of RIG South, we'll see the Colette, the Carl, and the Janet double ban.
Well, when you have 3 bans, you can afford to ban stuff that you just don't like, and we've seen this in the past when blind bans were a thing. If we talk EU here, AQM, they always banned Jessie for some reason, like she wasn't that great, and maybe Eve is simply one of those brawlers for Rising Sun Esports. They're going to go with the Stu for their first pickup. Bo is still on the table. Jean is still on the table too, and they know that this is going to counter Jean. They're going with the Tara as well. Both of these brawlers have spawnables that can block out the pull for from Gene, so they can probably remain confident with that. They also have a counter pick that they can work around too. If they decide to go something like Rosa up the left lane, it does mean that they're going to have to play the right. Another thing that could be good here is Amber to burn open some of the bushes, but we still got to give respect to some of the most picked brawlers and some of the most victorious brawlers here for 4th and 5th pickup from RIG South.
Yeah, it was potentially still a lane open on the side of RIG South. As it is a little interesting because so far they've gone for brawlers that really could play mid or play lane. Bonnie and Penny as well, both kind of fit in both. So I'm interested to see if they actually commit to a more clear-cut mid, go for the Gene here. Or if they want to maybe even go for the bow lane, or as you mentioned, an Amber can do a really good job. But yeah, it is going to be the Amber indeed. So I would assume for now probably the Penny mid, which is an interesting one. Not the brawler I see the most on double switch mid. I think that obviously Gene is top tier. To counter it, you do see some Mr. P once in a while, but otherwise, yeah, stuff like Stu and Max does a really good job as well, just because of how closed off the mid is compared to most other maps. Just, a dash away and you're fully back to safety.
Well, another consideration here is that Wahochi is probably going to have to play this left lane because right lane is going to be burned open practically instantly by Dudas. And here comes a Squeak, the good old safe pick. I wouldn't be surprised either if this were like a Spike or something, because this is not only a good brawler in the meta right now, but it's also a very safe and consistent brawler too. And Aaron is going to probably make up for the range difference between himself and all these other brawlers on the enemy team by having good control, having that gadget down, and slowing things down. I think Ryohi probably isn't going to face too many struggles at mid either. Now, RIG South, they don't have any wall break, which is going to get good value for Ryohi. And that's another thing that we have to consider, is that Speed Zone's going to be pretty protected if he decides to drop down that turret. And he can simply dash around at mid, dash in and out, collecting gems whenever he so pleases. Here's a speed zone. Here's the residue on the left side for Ryohi, who's going to be playing the left lane. Wahochi on the right, not going to be able to do too much with those shades versus Molneko, but he doesn't seem to be too phased, even though he's getting pinched really hard.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more of a setup time on the side of RIG as well, as the Ember will take a while to, get those supers, burn down all those bushes. Already removed quite a couple early on. Ryohi, very low HP, ends up going down to Meow, and it's a big pickup because right now it's RIG with control of the mid. Aaron trying to go for some aggressive plays down the mid, but not really able to get too big of an opening. It is a 1 gem lead for now, but next one already spawned on the side of RIG.
Aaron has a super, so he can start pushing in if he wants. Meow is going to be remaining pretty safe here. No residue on that shot from Ryohi, but we'll see it push in from Meow. A takedown into Wahochi just moments earlier, so it wasn't the most value off of a super in from Meow. He's very vulnerable right now, but something that we've actually seen a lot recently is Bonnie being played as a more close-range brawler than others because she can pump out tons of damage in close range, and if she can surprise an enemy, she is deadly, but Meow just knows that this is not going to work. He needs the range in order to make this work, and his gadget is only going to be valuable if he's in that cannon form. A takedown already onto Wahochi is going to help out Dudas. A good kill on the left side. Meow also slowed down yet again by another super from Ryohi, and Aaron pretty much gets to zoom around at mid, avoid whatever damage he can, and remain high and dry. We see Wahochi has one more gadget left too. He's going to have to spend it wisely as Rising Sun Esports inch closer to that final gen they need.
Yeah, Meow super is gonna be only used as a last measure if really he's scared of going down, because once you go and switch forms, it is very challenging to get back to. It takes quite a while, and you really just don't have the range to contest the mid anymore. But they are able to tie things up gem-wise, 10 on each side. Let's see who initiates the next countdown. It's going to be Aaron. He takes quite a bit of control. If he can pick up another gem, which should be spawning relatively soon, that could be the winning one, as now it is 12 to 10, and they need a pickup on either the Stu or the Squeak. But with 3 seconds left, that should not be coming true. The jump in, oh my goodness, that's going to be the kill.
Well, we'll see if Dudas is able to get out of here. He's carrying 10 gems. Nope, Wahochi's able to pick them all up. Rising Sun Esports has this countdown. That was very opportune. Ooh, look at the spins, too. Molneko's not happy about that one. Probably thinking internally, we should have had that. Meow did what he could and interrupted just at the right moment. Wahochi might get interrupted. No, Dudas isn't able to get the takedown. That would have been a countdown interruption for sure, actually. A little replay here. Look how close this was. Meow carrying 15 gems. Dudas tried to make it happen. They came so close to resetting that countdown there towards the end. This is weird because we've seen two completely separate sides from Rising Sun Esports over the course of that last game even. Firstly, we saw Aaron playing so carefully that some gems that were definitely his went to the side of RIG South. And then we see them staying wide open for RIG South to get a countdown interruption at the end just because they know that they can probably take them all back. We'll see if Rising Sun Esports picks one or the other. Aggressive, defensive, risky. They gotta stick with something. And so far, RIG South is picking up something successful at least.
Yeah, phenomenal start here, but the super is pumped by Meow, and as I mentioned earlier, it's going to take a minute for him to go back to his original state, the Bonnie one, I guess, as a bit more challenging on this map. And yeah, as soon as he can, he's swapping back over to the cannon. That super is really going to be used as last resort, either to get out of a sticky situation or to, you know, interrupt the countdown as we saw earlier. But there's a lot of risk to it, because if you end up going down, it's all the gems out of your pocket. A big lead gem-wise, so Meow very aggressive. Ryohei gonna try to interrupt things a bit on the right side and take some of that mid control back, but RIG still leading by quite a bit.
And despite Bonnie being extremely vulnerable right now, Molneko in this aggressive position is going to be the main thing defending him from being taken down. Meow also hanging on to these 8 gems, just needs to pick up one more. Aaron dashes in very, very aggressively. Big damage on Meow. He's forced to escape. Almost goes right into one of Squeak's shots to be taken down himself, but the verdict is there. RIG South have lost control of mid, and it's going to be almost impossible for them to get it back at this point. Rising Sun Esports only need 2 gems to start a countdown. One more onto that because they need to keep that countdown as they retreat. Aaron's going to stay extremely aggro while these gems spawn. Definitely a smart play. Molneko approaches on the right side. Nope, this is Aaron's gem right here, and Aaron gets a takedown. Bunch of gems waiting for him at mid to start this countdown, and Rising Sun look to run it back.
I like this a lot. You know, why play it down in the mid and your side of the map if you can have that much extra control, where when you need to fall back, you just pick up those gems on the way, create so much space, and just a countdown that RIG cannot interrupt. Rising Sun Esports, it was a close opening set. I'm not gonna lie to you, I expected this to probably be even more one-sided for Rising Sun Esports. RIG giving them a run for their money, but it is gonna be Rising Sun to take it in the end, and that's set number 1 secured.
Well, let's talk game number 1. This was Rising Sun kind of allowing things to get close, and I think out of a little bit of being pretty relaxed, knowing that they had the win in their pocket no matter what, even if they got countdown interrupted on defense. A little negligence in that regard, but they got the win in the end, so, I mean, no complaints here. It's really up to Rising Sun Esports whether they want to win or not, because they were holding the reins during this last match, and come game number 2, RIG South actually pulled back a lot more control. The Stu mid just proved to be so powerful on this map. And we also saw great use of the gadgets by Stu and Tara. They were extended over the course of the entire game and only used at the most opportune moments. Take a look at the stats too, and we can see actually RIG South did a great job at getting kills. 14 for Meow. I want to believe it's a mistake because that just seems crazy.
Yeah, it certainly does. That's a lot of kills, not entirely sure. I mean, he was playing the Bonnie, but here's the thing with the Bonnie, even though he was doing a really good job overall, once they kind of got out of that control in the mid, or when they had to go for the interruption, it's just so challenging, you know, because you need to commit so heavily or under commit, and I feel like finding the right balance is really what the challenge was here for RIG, and they couldn't just quite pinpoint it just yet. It was a close set, I have to say. This could very much have gone the other way around or be a 2-1. So I think that Golden Gulch coming up next for some knockout action could definitely be, you know, where RIG managed to push things to a final set. But yeah, some of those plays, you know, they needed a little bit less mistakes. But overall, I am impressed by the level they're bringing in, at least in that gem grab set.
Well, I'll tell you someone, as you can see on my cam, I'm at Goldarm Gulch right now. I'm just in a part of the map that you can't really see, but I've been spectating matches for a while now, and I can tell you that this map is not super consistent. This is one of the knockout maps that survived the last set of balance changes. Rip to the homie Flaring Phoenix, but bad respect to Open Zone. Still, or rather out in the open. Still, though, we'll see what the bans are. If they make this matchup a little more straightforward, we'll see Carl not escaping, or rather not being banned out, and this might be one of the situations where we didn't pick Carl is the reality. But the first pick is going to be Ryohi on the Bonnie, and that is a brawler that kind of fills a similar role to Carl. Can play aggro, can get great damage in close range, does well at long range too, but doesn't have as much flexibility as Carl when it comes to picking up some certain certain builds that he can go for with different gadgets and different star powers. But Rig South are already setting themselves up to counter out a Carl with picking up this Colette pick, or maybe they just pick it for number 3 and leave Rising Sun Esports without a proper counter.
I think that would be a very smart move, because not only is Colette pretty good against Carl, it's also a pretty good matchup against the Bonnie, because, you know, tons of HP at a range. Who deals better than a Colette with those sort of situations? They're actually going to be going for the Penny, which does, as you mentioned, leave open that Carl potentially still to be picked up by Rising Sun Esports. I like Penny. I like Colette. They're just kind of odd early picks for me on this map. I mean, I would say Colette more so than Penny, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that actually works out, as it is a brawler we're seeing more and more with that gotcha gadget. Just has incredible survivability, which in the later stages of the rounds can be very valuable. But yeah, we're gonna see a Troll show up on the side of Rising Sun as Sprout makes his appearance.
This draft is fascinating because Carl is at play in this draft. He's not been picked yet. He is not in the ban screen, but he's influenced every single one of these picks. And really the game right now is a game of chicken. Who's going to pick Carl and who is going to have pretty much everything to defend versus him? Rig South at the moment have the final pick. There's going to be the Piper, and I think this leaves him quite vulnerable to Carl, but we'll see if it does get picked by Rig South. With the last pick, there are not ample countering opportunities. Now, Aaron does have the ability to go with auto aimer if he so wishes, which is going to be decent, while Hochi doesn't really have much to deal with Carl, and Ryohi can win in close range if he supers upwards, but that leaves him open to everyone else. The big thing to consider is that Rig South have eliminated one of the biggest counters for Carl that's also viable versus other brawlers. 6th pick coming in just a second. Please be Carl. And it is. Dudas is going to go with it. And this is going to be quite a fascinating matchup. Who outbrained the other in the draft? On the surface, it looks like Rig South. Get this. But Rising Sun Esports might have an ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent draft here for RIG, but there is still, enough stuff, I would say, on Rising Sun side that they could deal with that Carl with this come from RIG. So I feel like this is fairly balanced, and seeing how close that previous set was, I would really not call this one too early, as we have more of a commitment on the left for Rising Sun, RIG going on the right. Sometimes you see some gambles as well where, you know, teams will switch sides, but this is the more traditional setup in general.
Well, Dudas is outranged in the bottom lane. He's going to get tapped by Ryohi once. Now, Wahochi approaches once more. Dudas does have the pretty much exact same range as Wahochi, and it's going to be leveraged to great success. Really fast takedown there onto Penny. Oh my gosh. And an even faster one onto Molneko. Dudas is all alone. Here comes the wall break too. Wahochi with the takedown, and Rising Sun Esports get this first round. And look, we saw Carl doing well, but he's only a third of the equation. He just gets that bottom lane, and things have been played so well by Ryohi and Aaron, kind of alternating their attacks here at that mid diagonal.
Dude, not a single Piper shot missed so far. It feels like it's gonna whip a couple now, but I just needed to, you know, point it out for that to happen. Right now, positioning is just so much better on the side of Rising Sun. Those sprout walls as well, removing some of those bushes and keeping the visibility advantage to their side. There's no auto aimer there, so Dudu was just free to do kind of whatever, and is gonna help his team secure a double kill. Only Wahochi left alive, and this is gonna be a run for RIG.
I won't lie, most of my attention has been on Carl throughout this entire match, and with my eyes off Ryohei, I don't really know what gadget he's running, but we certainly didn't see an auto-aimer there, and that could be a big mistake, because if that's the case, there's really no counterplay to Carl here besides denying a super maybe, and even then, he still has Flying Hook, he has a ton of damage that he can pump out in close range, and a ton of health that he can leverage to great success too, but so far, Molneko is getting pummeled by Aaron at long range. Even more with that AoE shot, Dudis is going to have to switch lanes here. Meow on the right side looks to lurk in these bushes and potentially get a super. But Rig South have done a good job of taking things back with the Carl pick. We'll see if they're able to do it here. Ryohei with that homemade recipe. Yep, he's not running auto aimer. He's super vulnerable right now. Dudis, if he charges up to full health, might be able to make something happen, but Wahochi needs to be taken down and distracted first.
Yeah, no auto-aimer is really a big deal in my opinion. It means that they need to really stick together and make sure that, you know, they have the DPS to burst through that. Carl, a big pickup from Aaron. Meow is very low HP himself, goes down to the gas, I believe, and the final kill from Ryohei, and that is going to be match point coming up here for Rising Sun. Looking good here, let's be honest, but again, quite close games, and that has been a reoccurring pattern here, that RIG, they're not far behind, they're just not able to, you know, translate those rounds, those gems early in gem grab into an actual game being picked up.
And in some ways, it looked like Rig South did have kind of a winning plan. They had Carl, gadget active, ready to go in for a super, but he simply didn't use it towards the end of the last game. This time, Ryohei is, oh my gosh, has he not missed a shot? This is when he'll really be able to show us that he's like telepathically talented if he's able to hit Meow in the bushes. Okay, some educated guesses here. Those are going to be the first misses that he's had this game, but that has been the way that we've seen these games start off so far, Teddy. It's remarkable. Meow can't escape the guy's grasp either. Ryohei barely even needs to move. This looks effortless for Rising Sun as they're just one round away from taking themselves to the semis.
I mean, what do you do if you're RIG? You know, I mean, I'm thinking maybe it could be worth it to just kind of use a Carl gadget early on to gain some more space and make sure that Ryohei is just not free to roam around the mid as much as he is right now, because without auto aimer up close, he is going to be in quite a bit of danger. But RIG, they've just had no opportunities for that yet. Every time they get shut down before they even get close, and Ryohei strikes again, finds Molneko with a great use of a super to just open up some space, and then the follow-up homemade recipe that finds the connection. Ooh. Aaron gets the next one, and it's going to be a 1 versus 3 here with a match point and a final round to be picked up here for Rising Sun to move onwards to the semifinals. Meow is the only thing separating them from the semis.
Some spins, some pins coming out. Let me tell you one thing though, Rising Sun hasn't done their homework. They don't have that new pin, which you can get, especially if you predicted Rising Sun Esports to win this one. Congratulations to Rising Sun. They're 3rd place on the leaderboard throughout the region, and they're looking to further cement that and even elevate that to newer heights, as they have earned their spot in the semis, taking down a new foe, but still a respectable effort in the process. 2-0s across the board, but as we saw, some real stuff being shown from Rig in the process, and I don't think it's all over for these guys. I look forward to seeing them in newer monthly finals in later months, but for now, they don't really get to show what they're made of, and I think it's pretty clear that the pressure was immense, and also the mechanics from Rising Sun Esports are a bit too much to top at the moment.
Yeah, it looked really, really good from Rising Sun. I have to say, RNG impressed me, you know, especially considering that they don't have the most experience. Most of their players, actually, this is their first monthly final. I believe Meow has had some appearances in the past. So it is quite a big deal for me that they are able to, you know, perform so well despite the 4-0 in games. They got, you know, around in the first knockout game. They got a good amount of gems in total in Gem Grab. Almost a bit of a clutch was that interrupt earlier, but just couldn't quite match the raw energy here from Rising Sun. I mean, 7 kills from Ryohei says a lot. He's been incredible on that Piper, and his teammates, you know, they were doing a really good job as well. And overall, I think this has been the case for most teams that have won their quarterfinals so far. It was kind of just an overall team diff, and Rising Sun Esports doesn't seem to be an exception here.
No doubt. And the people on the event platform has spoken as well. Ryohei is your MVP for this round, and I don't even need to spell it out for anyone. If you have eyes, then you saw it. If you had ears, then you heard us freaking out over it, because this guy can't miss. I wonder if he's ever tried to miss and has failed miserably, because maybe that's what was happening, but we just couldn't see behind the scenes, couldn't see what was happening on that screen. Jokes aside, very well done by Rising Sun, and they only compound their success from the previous months. Still, the struggle for these guys is whether they can take down some of the bigger teams in the region, the ones currently occupying the top 2 spots. We're talking Zeta 0 and Zeta 1. They're separated by 3 points. They're competing with each other, but really, Rising Sun is trying to carve out a spot for itself, and to do that, it's got to make it to the grand finals and get the first grand final win for themselves. That said, got to find a worthy opponent. Zeta Division 1's looking kind of scary. They're going to face off versus Verite Lien in order to take them down. But here are the Zeta Division 1 guys. If you're not familiar, you better acquaint yourself, because these guys are some of the top brawlers in the world.
Yeah, I mean, incredible roster. The MSI champions as well won the 2 first monthly finals of the year, lost the next 2 to their sister team, Zeta Division 0. So really, only Zeta beats Zeta so far in East Asia. And they are first right now in the seeding as well. It's only by a mere 3 points. So, you know, there might be some different outcomes at the end of the day, an even more important day for Zeta 0, to perform and just, you know, get those points locked in. Nothing worse could happen than getting knocked out in the quarterfinals here, which does seem quite unlikely considering how incredible they are.
And it's going to be pretty hard to fall from grace in their current position. That said, they have a terrifying opponent in form of Rising Sun, who's looking to take their spot, but that is not even where it starts. Verite Lien are also going to take a stab at the guys. Melticus, Blaze, Shu. We've seen Melticus before. Some of the other guys get familiar too, because once more, this has been the story all day long. And while a lot of these journeys might end the quarterfinals for this month, they can continue in the following months. These guys trying to carve out a name for themselves. You're in the same region as world champions, these crazy, cracked out, mechanical, insane at drafting players, and you're still willing to step up to the plate, have that competitive spirit to try your hand at the monthly finals. And Verite Lien have earned their spot here. Question is, can they take at least 1 game off of Zeta 1? Because that in itself has proven to be one of the most difficult tasks, is just to get that ball rolling, just to get that bit of momentum and that bit of confidence that this is a matchup that you can win.
Yeah, this is a team that has made it to 1 monthly final this year. They actually made it all the way to semifinals, where guess who they met? It was Zeta Division 1. It didn't really go too well. I think they got completely swept. I don't think, at least from my recollection, that they won a single game. And that is not the most surprising, very in line with your guys' predictions at home as well. 92% of Zeta Division 1. It rarely gets more one-sided than that in the predictions, and I completely understand why. You know, as we said, you know, we have some world champions, we have some MSI champions, we have a bit of everything on their side, and they are an incredible team all around. A big challenge here for Verite Lien. but we have our bans already. It's going to be the Janet, the Crow, the Bunny on the side of Zeta. VL going to be doubling down on the Bunny, but also adding Squeak and Penny to the list. A first pick Carl on the side of Verite Lien, and then the Colette Ruffs combination on the side of Zeta Division 1.
I like the bans from ZETA Division 1. The thing is that Carl is not among those, but I think this is probably part of their strategy because they insta-lock the Colette and they go for the Colonel Ruffs right after. It was very, very fast. You see how long it took Verite Lien to decide on the bow. Pretty solid brawler all around, but just compare that to how quickly ZETA Division 1 knew that they were going to get the Colette, they were going to get the Ruffs, because they knew that they were going to be facing a Carl. And kudos to Verite Lien for not faltering under the pressure and picking the brawler that they know is going to be the best, but they might be playing right into ZETA Division 1's trap, and also maybe just an experiment. This is the quarterfinals. ZETA Division 1 is simply on a different level. They can afford to experiment a little bit and also conceal their hand going forward. We see them get one of the most powerful combos in the game, Colonel Ruffs and Jean. We saw it earlier. We saw just how well it can work. On the side of Verite Lien, also good brawlers. Max is going to be very valuable, and so is Bo to break open some of the walls, but also ZETA Division 1, I think, are going to be pretty apt to break open some of these walls too. They don't want to give too much viability to, for instance, Carl or Bo on using that speed gear to get around and get better control.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty decent comp on both sides. We have to see if one clearly shows some more strength as we get into this set here. Already a bit of an HP advantage for Zeta, starting to invest a lot of resources on that left-hand side, getting dangerously close to the goal area, and that means for Kenji as well, he can line up some free shots, get closer to that pool, and well-placed pool, well-timed pool can go a long way and maybe even secure an early goal as the positioning is looking just about right. Walls opened up, Moyagoku going for the shot. The team white is there and Kenji gets it deep in the net as Zeta Division 1. It takes them 45 seconds to find goal 1.
No funny business by ZETA Division 1. I saw ample RZM-style trick shots available there, and Kenji didn't go for even one of them, which just goes to show that these guys are ice in the veins at the moment. They're looking to get in and get out. They're businessmen. They're just trying it to get the job done efficiently. And so far, they're going to take down Shu. Melticus could be up next. Blaze is going to get knocked back right before he uses his super, actually, which is kind of a blunder. Seitanpo is going to get the kill, but he gets taken down. Moyagoku goes for the play, and it doesn't even look like he needed his teammates to make that work. Crazy stuff. Moyagoku gets a really fast goal there, and that's the end of the game, man. This is simply ZETA Division 1 at work, and it's going to be tough to get them out of this sort of trance that they're probably in, as they have taken this victory so fast and sent us into game number 2.
Yeah, it's impressive, you know, and, you know, this is also one of the important factors that makes this team so great. It's like, obviously, this is a situation, you know, when you have that Ruffs 1v1 interaction that you should be winning most of the time, because if you play it right, it's almost unstoppable, but you gotta play it right. And, you know, ZETA Division 1 is one of those teams that is gonna be so incredibly consistent when it comes to those interactions. The tempo buffed up, a great super round to Blaze as well, and potentially a goal here coming up, as it is a 3 versus 1, and Bo not exactly the highest DPS here, nothing to work with. ZETA Division 1 was another early goal, about as much time as it took in the first one. Let's see if Verite Lien can hold on to this set and fight on for a little longer, or if Zeta are just going to shut them down. So far, we do see quite a couple of eliminations going both sides. Kenji's so low HP, but he's still standing.
Kenji a little bit off there on some of the plays here, but that's really all we have to pick apart for this team, is just the minor inconveniences that don't seem to have that large of an impact on the turnout of the match. But if ZETA Division 1 ends up facing ZETA Division 0, they can't really afford to make any of these mistakes. It's got to be a perfect game from ZETA 1, because guaranteed ZETA 0 is going to play it perfectly from their side of things. We see Shu all sped up though on the right side, pass forward with the Melty Kiss, open goal here for Shu. 2 slot into the corner, and Verite Lien are able to get a goal, and now they're all tied up with Zeta 1. 45 seconds on the clock till we head to overtime. Zeta 1 doesn't have any supers just yet, but KenG will start to push forward on the left side. No supers for Verite Lien either. It's an even game, but Verite Lien has actually backed up quite a lot.
Yeah, we do have that rough super again, opening on the left-hand side, but no timing just yet. To tempo though, pops a gadget, gets this very smooth double kill actually, and that's gonna be team wipe, follow-up goal, Zeta Division 1 taking set number 1. A better attempt in this game from Verite Lien, but just not quite good enough, and that's just not gonna make the cut when you're facing, you know, Zeta Division 1.
Hey, maybe if this set had been a best of 5, which is not something that we have here in BSC, but if it had been, maybe we could have seen Verite Lien wisen up and actually get 2 goals off of Zeta Division 1, because we saw improvement from one game to the next. The game went a little slower. Verite Lien also got a goal. Things were looking good. Problem is that Zeta Division 1, they just do this well. They don't give you enough time to adapt to the situation, and even if you were able to play versus what strategy they're using right now, surely they got a backup plan just in case. They do their job, they do it well. It's set number 1 headed their way, and set number 2 coming along very, very quickly. But of course, the stats from both sides, I think, tell pretty much the full story. This is Zeta 1 domination.
Definitely so. I mean, you know, Verite Lien, they played a lot more defensively, and I think they did an alright job at that, considering they played so defensively and only got 4 kills in total. Finding a goal is admirable, but it was a bit of a clutch, you know, and doing that consistently enough in a best of 3 setting is incredibly challenging. And Zeta Division 1 just much better overall, able to get many more kills, get those respawn cycles as well, where they mess up with the respawn timers of their opponents, try to keep that man advantage, eventually a team wipe, and Zeta Division 1 can just secure those goals. They did so pretty much just I think 3 out of the 4 goals they got, besides that, you know, Ruff's 1v1 slight clutch. But we are going to be moving over to Hot Zone, so a very different story there. Hopefully, at least for Verite Lien, as this draft is going to be very, very important if they want to stay competitive in this one.
No doubt. And as an NA guy here, and you're an EU guy, maybe you'll keep me in check here, but
what are you
Lou
gonna
is
say?
a consideration, maybe. Okay, let's gloss right over that and get into the bans. Yeah, but still, I mean, it's a possible pick. There are better ones out there, guys. Lola is going to be one of them. I'm also looking out for some Bell, but we also got to be thinking about Leon. We got to be considering Stu here, too. I think Gene could be a pretty powerful pick if he's used as an accessory to like a couple other healers. Maybe Byron Pam arises here too, and I wouldn't put it past Zeta Division 1 to somehow draft that, because in set 1, it really, if you gave Zeta 1 the comp that Verite Lien was running and said, hey, pick a good response to this, let's say it's a blind pick, then they'd probably draft exactly what they picked with second, third, sixth pick. And that is simply one of the talents that they possess. And they're also going to be going for the Leon this time. It could be a mistake if Verite Lien is preparing some kind of Carl counter comp, but this brawler is so strong, and you put it in the hands of KenG, it's going to be tough to top.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll see the Ruffs again, one of the most emblematic brawlers on the side of Zeta Division, once again brought into the mix. I like it a fair bit, very consistent, very good. Also nice to have with your Carl, because I mean, obviously you can buff him up, all that good stuff, but also you're not going to be facing the Carl, so that is usually a nice thing. I think this Carl pick can be a bit of a double-edged sword, because obviously Carl is very strong, and it is good against Lola as well. It does leave some openings for maybe some counters on the side of Verite Lien, as they still had 2 picks. They're gonna go for a Lien, so not the most direct counter. I would say Fang, a bit more of a counter measure here. Gonna try to match that aggression, if not even top it, on the side of Verite Lien.
Well, this is the ingenuity that we needed to see from Verite Lien. Now, ZETA Division 1, it's not going to be tough for them to find a response to this, but it's a little less likely that they'll be going for the Jean this time, and they'll go for the Colette. They've stuck with 2 of the 3 brawlers that they played in set number 1, and that could be not to reveal their hand, but also these are simply good brawlers. I think ZETA Division 1 expected Jean to be played on the enemy side and maybe considered a stew or something to get some good aggression and also be able to block out the Jean pull. In fact, ZETA Division 1, they all have capabilities to deal with Jean. Kenji gets countered out a little bit, which is why Verite Lien might have been expected to lean into that, but they will lean into the Leon this time, and hopefully that gets them some good capabilities on the back lines. The real struggle is going to be getting there in the first place. Down comes the lollipop drop. Could be good for Melty Kiss at mid. Setampo is somehow going to land some shots onto him too, despite Melty Kiss outranging him. And it just comes down to the good mechanics, the great movement that is so characteristic of this team.
All right, well, so far, a very big HP diff, giving out a lot of control, a great connection from that super from Setampo. He actually finds a single.
No way!
Okay. Yeah, you just don't do it. Like, you can get 1, you know? 2, maybe, but all 3, that is ridiculous stuff from him. And Shu is going to try to take care of him. Will do just that, actually. Shu is a double kill, and that's exactly what they needed. Nearly gets to triple as well, but those sandbags, and they didn't even really tank for anything. You just killed him before the super connected, I guess.
This is insane. I can't believe we're watching this. ZETA Division 1 are looking so monstrous right now in one of the least expected ways. Over the last month, we've seen a Carl Popoff. That's all we've seen. Now Colette arises as a more viable pick, and we're seeing Colette do things that Colette doesn't usually do. She's played mostly as a counter to Carl, and now she's getting kills left, right, and center. Setampo will rack up a death of his own, kind of balance out the KDR there. Otherwise, you're dividing by 0. No one wants that. But still, any attempts from Verite Lien to push in are getting completely shut down or simply ignored. ZETA Division 1 are not leaving this point under any conditions, even with a freeze frame active. They will be picking up a last percentage point probably pretty soon here, unless Verite Lien have something totally unexpected to offer.
I just love how Kenji like dashed out of the zone, you know, like he could have finished the game right there, but he just went out of his way to leave the zone. I think this is a replay on that triple kill from earlier. First one there, Melty Kiss going down. Beautiful connection there. Actually gets a tag of Shu as well, which gets him closer to getting his next super. Obviously, it's just a tempo, so he lands that one too. And that's just a smooth triple kill. That's your first interaction of the game. And you get triple killed by Setampo on Colette mid. Yeah, it's that tough.
Hey, I mean, if we run the Brawlers again this year, that could be play of the year. I mean, that is an easy contender. We saw some 1% difference defenses here and there, but it's definitely an honorable mention. One of the runners up at minimum. But ZETA Division 1 might not get away with it this time. Verite Lien know to be extremely cautious of the just speed demon that is Setampo. A kill on Setampo, a kill on a Kenji as well. Shu and Melty Kiss are going to survive this interaction with 39% already captured off of the point. Verite Lien have a good amount to capture to catch up as well, but they will have control of mid for the time being. Kenji going to get a takedown. Shu also taking him down. ZETA Division 1 still have the lead, and once they get this third member up to the Brawl, they might be able to make a coordinated push.
Sandbags popped in zone as an extra defensive measure, but a bit more difficulty here for ZETA Division to remain in that mid. That is an aggressive super from Setampo. Gets punished for it too, but in the end we do see some trades. Kenji though left in a 1v2, tries to escape with his super, but gets taken out, and Verite Lien are catching up right now, just a couple percentages behind. Let's see if they can hold on to that zone as the Ego is placed down, shielded as well. This is a time now for ZETA Division to try to retake that mid. Over a 10% lead now in favor of Verite Lien, and it's a pretty nice turnaround so far. Great super from Shu, gets one, gets two, he gets the third. wow, Melty to close that one out. But I mean, Shu earlier as well, right after Tempo's triple kill, he was the one to follow up with a double of his own, and that might just give a game to Verite. Lien, actually a team wipe though, as Blaze is very low HP, will end up going down, and ZETA Division, they might still end up closing this one.
Okay, game phase is on ZETA 1. They got to take it here, and they got to take it now. Only 5% left needed for Verite, Lien, and they have all 3 brawlers active. Blaze going to head into, going to disrupt things. Everyone walking all over this. And Verite, Lien, take it back. That is just insane that you're able to do that with Feng, despite all of the nerfs and all the balance changes. You got the good mechanics, and you seek out the prime opportunity. You can catch even ZETA 1 off guard. Now, let's respect the MSI champions and some of the greatest brawlers in the world. ZETA 1 probably let their guard down just a little, but that was absolutely the wrong time to let it happen, because Verite, Lien are 1 game closer to pushing it to a game 3.
Yeah, I think that's something we saw a little bit in Brawl as well, you know, where ZETA got a little more confident, were playing a little over-aggressive, and eventually got punished. The goal coming true from Verite Lien. It wasn't quite a game, though. This time it is a game, and it's something that, you know, usually is not too much of a problem for ZETA Division 1. They're not really the sort of team that will get overconfident, and give too much away, but we're seeing a little bit of that now, and Shu again just strikes with a double kill. I'm not sure if he used his gadget. I don't think he did. We saw earlier how good he's at placing those. Just very well timed and good positioning to do so. He's gonna sit in that aggressive spot. It's not too far off his super eater from that double kill from earlier. So even though he does go down now, he's gonna come back fresh into the action with Verite Lien and the percentage lead and a super either available or very close to being available. Yeah, a shot away, probably.
Imagine that Feng is the power pick that Verite Lien needed to take down ZETA Division 1. This is what I was talking about. It's the Achilles heel of this team, that they love to play on low health and simply stay out of range, but you're going to be hard-pressed to stay out of range of Feng. That is without a doubt. He still will be picking up some kills. Kinji gets to stay at mid for a little longer. Melty Kiss gets taken down by the flying pickaxe. ZETA Division 1 still can pick up a little bit more capture. Shetampo gets a quick kill. And Blaze, circling around the back end, has a lot fewer bushes to play aggro with than he did before. All 3 members of ZETA 1 circling around this point, just touching their toes on here. Shu with a big push in, a good kill for him. Shetampo also getting pinched super hard on the right side. Verite Lien near this point of no return. Kenji's not able to make it happen, not by himself. Shu is completely encircled. 3% left. We've seen this story before. No matter how hard ZETA Division try, Verite Lien, they just got to exist on this point, and Blaze will do exactly that. No way. If Verite Lien somehow take the next set, it's a reverse sweep. But this is true within just the set. A reverse sweep for Verite Lien. And we're headed to a set 3.
I mean, this is unexpected, but I mean, it's very much welcome here, as we haven't had the most upsets in the region so far. Maybe some brackets, you know, with some early ZETA versus ZETA matches. Those were probably our biggest upsets so far in the region. And this is kind of lining up to show some signs of, you know, there's room for things to go wrong here for ZETA Division. Now it's 1-1, so we're all tied up, and I would say that overall ZETA Division, without a doubt, are still favorites. But you know, remember the event on brawlstars.com prediction. It was 92% in favor of ZETA Division, and this match is gonna end in a 2-1 scoreline no matter what. That's pretty close in my books. Was a pretty close Brawl game as well, and this was just a really strong set from Verite Lien, and you have to give them real praise, because it's not like they just had the comp, you know. I think Shu had a big part to do with that success, with some just incredible kills here and there, and he was facing a Colette, which is really not a good matchup for him.
Well, let me throw you a curveball. This is vengeance for Verite Lien, because in the past, in fact, back in April, they made it to the semifinals in the East Asia Monthly Finals, and then they got completely swept by ZETA Division 1. They have been really training hard for this matchup, and Feng, like I mentioned, this is proving to be the Achilles heel of Zeta Division 1, at least in this set. We'll see what can possibly happen in the next set, but so far, it's appearing that Verite Lien are just ravenous in trying to claim the revenge over Zeta Division 1, and Zeta 1 just might not have been prepared for it. They gotta dig deep, they gotta play it just as they usually would, because I don't think there's really too much time to make an adjustment at this point. The only problem is that Zeta 1, being as prolific as they are such a well-documented team. There's so much footage for Verite Lien to run back to analyze and look for these tiny nicks, tiny, I guess, weaknesses in their armor. Canal Grande is definitely going to be one of those maps where weaknesses can arise, and, well, the Michael Rodent style of things can prevail.
Well, we'll see what approach they go for here on both sides. It is a map where you can try to spice with things up with a bit more aggression as well. This could be the key to victory for Verite Lien. They are bans, as we have the Squeak, the Penny, and the Rough spanned out by Zeta. VL taking out the Janet, the Bunny, and the Call from the equation. So 6 different bans here for a pretty versatile pool of brawlers, as we see a Jean first pick from Zeta, followed up by Verite Lien going for the Bell and the Gale as a save measure. So not the most aggression yet. I would love to maybe see a Daryl as a final pick from Verite Lien later on. Maybe that's why the Gale is picked up now. Zeta Division was now 2 picks in a row to complete their roster.
Well, I'm noticing a couple of brawlers are open. Ash and Byron, and this is an NA bro NA style of take, but I think with 2 picks in a row, it could be possible. There's going to be the Sandy. Max is open. We could see the Jean Sandy Max that was so characteristic of the blind pick meta just a couple of years ago. And it seemed like it was pretty much impossible to take down. It was pioneered by this very region, and this isn't quite what I meant when I said Zeta Division ought to dig deep and play what they're comfortable with, but if it works, it works. We still haven't seen that final pick just yet, but got to be smart about what they can play into. Oh no. Well, here comes the tick. I really hope they're prepared to face a Daryl, because I don't think Sandy's going to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe that they would go for the Max, you know, just go back to the roots and go Jean Max Sandy. But yeah, I mean, Tick it's decent. As you mentioned, though, it does leave open some big weaknesses. And yeah, Fang or Daryl, they cover those, very much. So this is a bit of an interesting one, and we kind of already sensed that final pick could potentially be very aggressive on the side of Verite Lien. It's going to be the Fang again. I'm assuming that will be played out by Shu, just because of what he demonstrated earlier. But this is going to be an interesting one for sure, because if they manage to keep the pacing somewhat calm and really play at a long distance, Zeta Division 1, they might be able to make this work, but Verite Lien, they're going to try their best to disrupt that, and picking up the blue star is definitely a good start to that.
It's pretty out there, but I wonder if Shu was supposed to be a warning sign that he was going to be dominating on this Shu-themed brawler. Perhaps not. Maybe we're really getting into the weeds here, but so far it's proven to be quite dominating, and this tank can really spice things up versus Zeta 1. Though, so far, doesn't look like Gale's going to get tremendous value. He will have similar range to Sandy, which will enable him to play that matchup at minimum. Still, though, he's not going to be facing any tank either. It's just an artifact of the draft, if you're catching my drift. That said, Shu still hang on to the super. He does have the blue star, and Verite Lien can pretty much play defense for the entire game as long as they don't find themselves getting messed up. Big push in for Shu. He's going to get a kill, but Zeta Division 1 pick up the blue star. But Verite Lien are going to pinch Stetampo back and will be getting a kill on him, as well as getting rid of one of his gadgets. Really well played there by Verite Lien. I'm surprised that they were able to divert his path towards spawn to make that happen. Though stun onto Shu, he's going to have to super out to avoid getting taken down by the root sands. Amazing gameplay from both sides.
That was incredibly close, but now 4 stars, and the gap is actually going to be noticeable. as Zeta Division, they're really trying to catch up. They don't want to give away a match point coming from a match that really just felt in their hands. Shu still very aggressive, but he's quite low HP. He's gonna get punished. It does create a bit of space. 12 seconds left here, Zeta Division, if they can find a final kill that could make it, but they need that blue star or 3 stars. Shu can be sacrificed. That creates just about enough space. The pull is missed as well. That's gonna be match point coming up for Verite Lien.
What am I witnessing? No way do we see Zeta 1 of all teams taken down here. It seems like really Verite Lien have identified the weakness. I'm sounding like a broken record at this point, but it only becomes more true with each coming game. Verite Lien are at match point. If they get another victory, not only is that a reverse sweep, but it's a win over Zeta Division 1. That said, they have let the blue star go over the way of Zeta Division 1. Zeta 1 are not playing around. They're playing at the top of their game. They cannot afford to lose a single game here. Every interaction needs to go their way. Blaze is almost going to get taken down in that sandstorm. In the end, Moyogoku will be the one to claim that kill. Choose super, or rather, uses the Gale gadget forward, is going to get a stun and escape with his life, but with very low health. Zeta 1, this is looking like a complete different team as they're against the ropes.
Yeah, this is tough right now for VL. 7 stars is a big difference, as Shu does have his super, but doesn't quite have the HP to commit. Gets reset on his heal as well, and we'll try to play it up close against Kenji. A good pinch. That's going to be, I was going to say that's going to be 3 stars. Got pretty close in the end, but it will be secured. Only 4 now. But that's still a lot to ask. 2 kills at minimum, and that is if no one from Verite Lien were to go down. Kenji is gonna get caught off guard in a 1v1 against Fang. The tempo taking a fair bit of damage. Shu trying to have those impact plays again. Does get that 1 kill. Somehow it's still up and running. There is no way he gets out of that. Oh, okay, he does end up going down, but Verite Lien, they have the lead. 20 seconds left.
It's always the jump pads that get you, isn't it? 18 seconds left. Verite Lien need to hang on to 3 stars. Melty Kiss or Blaze need to be taken down. And with everything slowed down on the left side, they're going to get the kill onto Fang. A few seconds remain. Melty Kiss is going to get hold from max range. And Zeta Division run it back. And nothing can stop these guys. 18-16. We're going to double match point.
My goodness. I mean, this year in official BSC matches, this is one of the closest matches Zeta Division 1 has had. Not just in the region, but in general. I mean, they've lost 2 monthly finals to Zeta Division 0. But besides that, even on an international level, they're pretty much unbeaten. And look at that, the tempo to open things up. A nice couple of kills going both ways, but it is going to be Zeta with an early 2-star lead. The tempo quite aggressive, doesn't get punished though, as Shu does unlock his super, gets the kill in the end. Don't think he'll be committing to the double. It's only a 1-star difference. We've seen Verite Lien come back from wars, but just, yeah, for reference, Zeta, they are one of the teams to beat worldwide. Verite Lien, if they could pull off the upset here, that would be massive for the region.
And this is a far better start for Verite Lien this time. They got diffed really hard at the beginning of the last match. Good combo on the left side between Shitetampo and Moyogoku. On the right side, though, Tick is very vulnerable. Though Kenji is doing a good job of playing control around this lane, at minimum slowing things down. Blaze will get the takedown on the Tick super, though. Kenji has to keep running back. Blaze needs someone to come in here for a pinch. Shu is almost going to feed another super to Shitetampo. And here comes the connection of the damage amplifier onto Moyogoku. Shu continues to pressure in Kenji on the bottom side. If he can simply get a super, that can completely change the pace of this game. 35 seconds on the clock, and we got a lot more Brawl Stars to be played. This clock is ticking down way too quickly. A good bait of the gadget as well from Shitetampo. He has nothing left. Moyogoku's looking very vulnerable. Shitetampo is able to get the kill. Blaze gets pulled and taken down 15-11. Multicus has to stay on the aggressive with 15 seconds left. Verite Lien have to make something happen really fast in order to get into the semis.
Yeah, we need a 2-4-0 trade. Maltic is very low HP. That's Shu going in. He finds one. They could get stuck here, but Blaze probably going to get pulled. Gets one. Oh, that got scary a little bit. But Zeta Division 1, they do take it in the end. I wanted to believe it all the way until the end here for Verite Lien, but it is going to be Zeta that take it. And it is the scoreline that we expected. At least it's the result that we expected. I think the scoreline probably we did not, considering there was a match point. As a matter of fact, 2 match points in the hands of Verite Lien, which we would not expect in a best of 3 against Zeta Division 1. But Zeta, they managed to remain safe and sound. Will take a bit of a hit in, you know, their win rates across the board, as they did this decent amount of games and set in this matchup as well. But besides that, I mean, you know, they can move on to the semis with still a decent amount of confidence. Just got to sort out maybe some of those problems. But overall, I wouldn't say they look particularly weak. I think that VL just looked really strong, and Zeta struggled a bit to deal with that Fang pick most of the time. But I feel like in the last 2 final games, they were able to do a much better job at that. And that probably is why they managed to actually pick this one up in the end.
That's a great way of summarizing with it, and I do agree with you to an extent. I think that Zeta Division 1 can march into the semifinals with a fair bit of confidence. They are going to have to face Rising Sun now, but still, they should not go into the grand finals with confidence. They got to face their sister team. And if Verite Lien is able to identify such a weakness as a simple pick of 1 brawler, that has got to be terrifying for these guys. Not to detract from some of the great stats that we've seen. Zeta Division 1 taking the W, obviously, but Verite Lien, I think we got to hand it to especially the Fang play from Shu, which we've been seeing shining all day long. But Blaze and Melty-Kiss, the comms must have been off the charts, because every single kill that we saw for Verite Lien, if it wasn't by Shu purely by himself on offense, it was due to a pinch. And that's not something that you get without great team communication. That much is evident, even if it's not one of the stats that we track.
Yeah, it's an incredible performance, honestly, from Verite Lien. The tempo is going to be the MVP for this one. I would agree with you, though, and I would even say that if Verite Lien picked up the match in the end, probably Shu would have been the MVP, just because he had an incredible performance, and to do it against a team like Zeta is incredibly impressive. Just as a final little note here for Verite Lien, this was their 2nd monthly final this year, so it's just very impressive, you know, to see that they are able to bring in up such high level of play despite not necessarily being the most consistent team in the region. And it does show that sometimes, you know, if your opponents overlook you a little bit, maybe don't do as much research as they usually do, or if you're just able to match the aggression that your opponents have, you can do wonders. And Verite Lien showed that today. They are not going to take it. It's going to be Zeta Division 1 moving forward to the semifinals, but oh my, was it close.
It was extremely close, and I'm a little bit scared for what could become of Zeta 1 in the 2nd semifinal, but Zeta 0 is going to kick us off in the semifinals, and from there, who knows, we might have the Zeta v Zeta matchup in the grand finals and see who gets ahead on the monthly finals wins. That sums it up for the quarterfinals, though. We got semifinals on the way, but first, a short break.
A one-man army. This is going all the way.
Welcome back to Knockouts. See some top plays from the July monthly finals. First up, Achapi gives it all he's got against Zeta Division 1.
Tensai forced to use a barrel there as well. Achape falling low over the left-hand side. Wall comes in. There's a pathway through, but that's a choke point that they're not going to want to walk through. It's replaced, and I'm not sure if that wasn't communicating with Moyogoki, but the timing there was terrible for the team. Achape is in a 1v2, and he can actually win. If he does, the gas ticks, and he hits the shot, managing to bring it home for Zeta Division 0.
Up next, it seems that Vatra Gaming won't go down without a fight.
Zulon picks up the 10th gem, teleport back. He feels untouchable. Vatra Gaming have to get a huge push in. They might be able to get a good pull. Down goes a lollipop drop. No pulls just yet. Zulon is going to stay alive just in close range, just a few more seconds. And there's the pull on the Zulon. No way! As Livy's able to run back with 8 gems, but Vatra Gaming have interrupted the countdown, and they'll be able to get one of their own in just a second.
And now, OGS and STMN EU go back and forth, and back, and forth.
Well, 2 of them fall now, and it's a 3v1 over here. Skyrix all alone, but he's got the sandbags to tank. He's doing a good job of staying up, but now he gets pushed off. And Soy's going to slide over the right side, stop them from pushing on, just allowing Guga to try and take the lead. Cards come through. He has to jump back, and he survives for now, but it is 5%. There's only 5% in it. Soy DeBreza cleans up the right, but now getting a little tick by tick, and they hit the shot as well. Gugu gets that. Level 4 also. Pennysaur is coming in as well. It's even. They can slot on though, and they do take the lead now. STMN have got to do a massive push. 25 seconds left, and it's still going up for OGS.
Wow, beautiful stuff from OGS. They do get a kill too, as a matter of fact, on the side of stamina. I don't know if they can catch up here. It seems like they might just do it, but they need to hold on to both the left and the right side. It's so little in it. Gugu, he needs to get those percentages. It's so close. Oh my, we might just have the draw we were asking for. Wow.
See if Rising Sun rises up at the last second.
With just a few seconds left, 15-second countdown active, Blood Diamond is in the lead, but here comes Aaron with yet another super.
Wochi as well down the left-hand side. We can't forget about that as well. In he comes, and Daryl rolls there. He rolls through it. They've got the shots on. They get the blue star, and there's no takedowns. The bow can't get the second shove.
And finally, check out this nail biter put on by Tribe Gaming NA. It's going to be a close call. Zulon backing away, and Tribe, if they play a perfect defense, could certainly get this.
Yeah, it's possible massively with an Ems on your side, and Rico, here comes the damage. 10% left. Ataru's still standing. Is Livy still standing? Tribe have gone and done it. Oh my word.
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to come back next month to see more awesome plays.
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get Arms of Steel and Fist of Fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with a fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo. It's showtime.
Welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way.
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation, and we just ended our quarterfinals with an absolute bang, and I am anticipating very similar stuff here in our semifinals. I am Kenny, joined with me, Teddy. How are we feeling after coming off of a very close match with Zeta Division 1?
It was incredibly close. It didn't feel like it would be this close, to be completely honest. I expected it to be more in line with our 3 first quarterfinals, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And then suddenly, once it was match point for Zeta Division 1, it felt like Verite really just woke up and decided to become incredibly good, really, because they looked like they might just take it 2 match points for Verite Lien in that final set, but ZETA Division 1 managed to remain ice cold and just take it home anyways. This leads us to our semifinals for today. ZETA Division 0 versus AtaruChanClub, and then Rising Sun Esports against ZETA Division 1.
Yeah, they are the current leaders in the region for a reason, and in terms of our predictions, once again, exactly the same. It's going to be ZETA Division 0 and ZETA Division 1. Again, I just think they are the heavy favorites. They're the top 2, only separated by 3 points. I think it's fairly understandable, but these other teams do have a good chance here, and they really need to step it up today if they want their chance at Worlds.
Definitely so. I mean, you know, any points that any of those 4 teams get today are going to be so valuable when it comes to the later stages of the season. Only 2 monthly finals after this one, I believe. So there's not going to be the most room for mistakes anymore, especially for teams like AtaruChanClub and Rising Sun Esports that, as of right now, are a little bit behind in the pack. If they could win their semifinals today, that could go a long way in catching up in points. But yeah, they got to beat the Zetas to make that happen, and that is a challenge that very few teams in the world have had the chance to actually do.
Yeah, and if you want a challenge of your own, make your predictions at home, event.brawlstars.com. Join in all the fun and make your predictions between ZETA Division 0 and AtaruChanClub. And first off, we're going to be starting up with ZETA Division 0. They've taken the last 2 matchups against their foes, ZETA Division 1. That's going to be Tensai, Kuru, and Choppy. They have been smooth sailing here today. Great start at 2-0.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, if we look, one of the most convincing matches of the day so far was from ZETA Division 0. They looked incredible, just clean stuff, and all smiles while doing it as well, I'm sure. So this is a team that, you know, is probably going to come out as a favorite for this matchup as well, as they are just so strong and versatile. I'm looking forward to seeing them some more in action and maybe be a bit more challenged this time around compared to, you know, how the quarterfinal match went. Just very smooth. AtaruChanClub can be that team that, you know, just raises the bar a little bit for this matchup.
For sure, and I definitely don't think they're an easy opponent. Dempsey, Menmi, Macreo, all been performing really well and a lot better in this second half, I would say. I think they've really started to find their stride, get a little more comfortable, and they've definitely shown some more opposition in some of these matchups. Macreo on screen now, and I definitely think at the beginning of the year, this was a team I was looking for, not necessarily ahead of the Zetas, but with a lot of potential to maybe be one of those teams that disrupts the region.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, they have the experience, and with some ex-Queen 9 players from last year, I believe, as well as players like Macreo that just are some of the, you know, longest lasting figures in the Japanese scene. Just really nice to see back in action here. And although it is a 93-7, I would say it's probably a little bit closer than that. Although, obviously, ZETA Division 0 should be coming in as a favorite. I don't think that is a surprise to anyone. But yeah, 93-7, I'm not quite sure about that ratio, as I do think AtaruChanClub stand a bit more of a chance than that, even though it is, on paper, a tough matchup for them.
For sure. Maybe it's the name change at home. People aren't as familiar with the organization, I guess, name that they're going with. Obviously, the former Blood Diamond roster. And immediately what strikes my eye is going to be this Mortis ban, first pick of Squeak. Interesting stuff coming out of ZETA Division 0, Teddy. Any idea why they would do this? I'm
not entirely sure. I mean, I don't mind what I'm seeing so far. I think Squeak as well, and any slows, right? Because we see the Squeak, we see the Crow, any brawler that has a slow, same in the brawler pick rates. If you look at you know, the Spike, any CCs, but particularly slows are going to be very effective because, you know, you can keep people from really being anywhere near the minecart, because if they're slowed in the wrong place, they're going to get hit by that minecart. It's a ton of damage, and otherwise they might just have to not risk it, give up a bit of control, and unless you have a lot of distractions or mobility, ability, it can be challenging to get past that. Same train of thoughts with the Bell, you know, the Nest Eggs can do a really good job at slowing things down and making things very dangerous, especially if, you know, you're not as focused because you're so focused into the game, you forget about a Nest Egg somewhere. That is stuff that will happen even at the highest level, and we'll finally see the Roughs to complete the comp from ZETA Division 0. Ataru was a final pick here to try to get a good counter. I'm not sure what kind of options they have here to really hit hard, as probably I feel like they could still have a mid unless they want to run the Lola mid. Actually, I'm assuming it's going to be Lola mid and then Sprout on lane.
Yeah, I love the sneaky Sprout pick here. It seems like Mortis would be really good into all three of the brawlers that ZETA Division 0 selected. May having some squishy brawlers not have wanted to kind of deal with the Mortis aggression, but I mean, a very standard kind of composition coming from ACC2. I've seen a good bit of Sprout here in practices, and I think, again, it's gonna be a really sneaky pick. It's something in the blind days that would show up from time to time, and I was a fan of back then. Now they're gonna be implementing in this month's Minecart Madness rendition. I think it's gonna do really well into both the Colonel Roughs and really deal with those sandbags quite well, and typically counters the Bell as it's a sharpshooter, can't get around those walls. So overall, I think ACC having a very solid draft for themselves.
Yeah, definitely so. A very competitive one here, but gotta play it right as well. Tensai very low HP, Milcreo quite low as well, but Tensai's been trying to heal up, gets reset. Dempsey gonna be one shot on the left lane. So far, a lot of pokes, but not too many eliminations confirmed, and that minecart is huge. That's 4 gems picked up by AtaruChanClub. Started things off with a 1 gem deficit, leading by 4 now. That is a big turnaround, and having that good timing with the minecart is going to be a big reason for that.
Wow, Milcreo popping that wall and is going to manage to stay alive here. The Lola ego applying a lot of pressure as well. Kuru is going to fall. Dempsey is going to be slowed down, but in the process, Minmi able to grab an extra gem and a lot of control. Kinsai, the only one up at the moment, as a Choppy's returning to action. Gadget being popped, just trying to do anything to keep them off this mid. And it's going to be a 7-0 lead. ACC starting off very well.
Yeah, this is a solid start from AtaruChanClub. Jump in from Dempsey is going to get 1 kill. Will give away a gem in the process as well. He's trying to probably open up a little bit of space to retake for ACC. It is a tough situation when your gem killer is marked by a Bell, and that's a lot of damage, but those gems should stay safe. Tensai, considering if he can maybe wiggle his way to there and pick up 1 or 2, but it's not going to happen. A 3-gem lead, though, for ZETA Division 1. Another mark this time around onto Dempsey. A nice pickup. A Choppy, low HP as well. Gets singled out, but Kura is there to pick up the gems. Will get shut down to literally 1 shot. But it gives the chance here for AtaruChanClub to catch up, steal 1 of those gems in the process as well, and actually pick up the gem lead now.
Great cutoff from Milcreo. Choppy going to be falling weak as well. Dempsey tagged up with the damage amplifier. Countdown is beginning, 10-8. They still need to hold mid control here, and the Sprout plays have been insane to keep them away. Tensai now pushing forward, grabbing 1. It's 11-9 here. Probably not enough time. They need to find a pickup here. Milcreo and Mimi deep in spawn. Wall going down, and a takedown as well onto ZETA Division 0. ACC starting out with game number 1.
That's clean. That's honestly just really clean here from AtaruChanClub. And I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't close, but again, you know, we have to remember their opposition that really so far hasn't had too much opposition in the region besides their own sister teams. So it's really refreshing to see both ZETA teams just having a bit more of a struggle. And I'm not sure if they're just not at their best form today, or if it is the other teams just really rising up to match the level and the expectations we have onto the ZETA Division teams. But AtaruChanClub looked really solid in that previous game. That was just some really good Brawl Stars overall, and let's see if they can do it again to secure this first set.
Ooh. And Kuru with a good pickup there. The more this map opens up too, it's going to help ZETA Division 0 so much. A really big win condition for the side of ACC is going to be these Sprout plays, and there's less walls to connect to or hide behind and make things a lot tougher. A Choppy now popping a gadget of his own to apply some more pressure. They're also going to have to worry about that minecart as well. And now ZETA Division 0 up 7-2. Things looking a lot better for them in game number 2.
And jump in from Dempsey is not even gonna result in a trade. Not ideal when it costs you a super and you get as much value as your opponents. Kuru, low HP, won't get pushed back, but Tensai already sitting on 8 gems. That is a tough lead to come back from. Not much room for mistakes here on the side of Ataru, as a single moment where they are not as present in the mid would be enough to close it out. So far, they're holding on, trying to catch up. Still have a lot of work to do to make it happen. Although it's not looking half bad right now, as they still have 2 gems secured on the top left. Let's see if they can catch up. They're technically tied here. Dempsey is going to fall, though, drop a gem in the process as well. Memi gets stabbed. That's a good moment for Tensai to build up some control in the mid and keep things very close gem-wise, HP-wise. That could be a couple of kills there, actually. Seems like it's only going to be the one. Milkreo, which just barely stays alive, eventually does drop, and a countdown from Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, and opening up this left-hand side has made a lot of easier plays for Zeta Division 0. 9 seconds to go. Kuru with the pickup. Milkreo now pushing as well. Wall goes down, tagged onto Kuru, who's going to get taken down. The minecart, however, protecting Tensai with all 11 gems. Not an early enough jump for the Crow, and now things are going to be all tied up here. Zeta Division 0 on the board.
Yeah, a big game for them to pick up. You know, in an upset, that first set can go a long way, and so that Division 0, they want to make sure they shut any of those ideas down as soon as possible. Not let the AtaruChanClub dream and get their hopes up too much either. I want to give them that sort of confidence. As right now, a decent start from Ataru, but they do lose a player in the end. Dempsey goes down next. It's going to be a trade here, but is the respawn from a Chappie and Milkreo. Oh, a good wall, actually. Going to keep him in the mix, but he's the one carrying gems so far for AtaruChanClub, which is less than ideal situation considering he's not really their designated gem carrier.
And Menmi was getting bullied a little bit on that right-hand side. There was just nowhere to go between Squeak shots and the Colonel Ruff's rocket range. Just so much pressure being applied. Now a gadget in the mid as well. Menmi's just only going to be able to slowly walk up. Dempsey going to get shredded. And now Kuru is going to be able to deal with the Squeak, who's forced away. Nice jobs there as Sprout all the way back in the spawn. 2.5 minutes to go, and 6-3 lead for Zeta Division 0, who are continuing to really press on offense.
This is looking really solid from Zeta so far. Jump in from Dempsey, but again, not really getting the most value. If he had time to pop the slow right and before going down, could have been a nice double or triple slow, but just not meant to be. Countdown for Zeta. Ataru need kills to shut this down. However, it doesn't seem like any of those kills are going their way. It's going to be Zeta Division 0 who take the first set in the end. Very, very strong showing from them after that first game that was a bit more challenging, and they ended up dropping. They were able to get 2 fairly clean follow-ups to take the set.
Yeah, really good adjustments there, and I think choosing their lanes and really opening up that left-hand wall were a big factor there. It really allowed their composition, which had more sharpshooter kind of combos, and especially when you're going against a Sprout, that's one of the things that Sprout is going to take advantage of. It's going to be very tough for both Bell and Colonel Ruffs, but taking advantage of the Colonel Ruffs star power. And again, I feel like Colonel Ruffs is often an unsung hero in this meta. He's never going to be somebody that's really banned here, but he has so much utility that he can bring to the table. And as you can see here, Kuru able to really let it rip on this left-hand side along with Tensai, just because that wall opens up. It's so simple, but it helps this team so much, and it really took away a win condition from ACC. Overall, Zeta Division 0, great adjustments in game 2 and 3, and definitely it came to the table with some good stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think overall this was some great work from AtaruChanClub and a nice attempt, but it's not quite gonna make the cut. They need more than that in the upcoming sets. Milkreo with just a phenomenal performance. Dempsey up there as well, but really it is Kuru and a Chappie that ran away with this one. 11 and 13 kills respectively. That is a lot of kills for a gem grab set. Tensai a little bit more quiet, but you know, you are the gem carrier, so you are meant to be playing it safe. Still got a decent chunk of damage, just couldn't quite commit as much to secure those eliminations, explaining that gap on the Zeta Division 0 damage spread.
Yeah, Milcreo was still a huge factor there. I think the Sprout play ended up working really well. I think the overall very solid performance. Again, though, when that wall opens up, it's just very hard to take advantage. They end up switching the Sprout to the other side, which makes a lot of sense. But I think Achapi was really able to hang in there. And again, Tensai being a great job in the mid there, giving them a lot of problems and winning that matchup against the Lola a lot of the time. And now hopping into Bell's Rock. Should be a pretty interesting one here, too. A lot of different brawlers that could get played. I think we could see some similar ones that we saw on the last map. Is there anybody that really stands out to you as we approach this map, Teddy?
I wouldn't say there's one brawler that particularly shines on this map. I think there's a lot of brawlers that are pretty good, and it's more about, you know, combining them together to really try to gain an advantage. Obviously, you know, one of the first things that are going to come to mind on a map like this is just the amount of walls, which means throwers are pretty popular, as well as tankier brawlers and you know, brawlers that can bounce. So potentially, you know, Rico's still open in the mix here, but our bans are going to be indeed 2 throwers. So the Sprout and the Tick both banned out, as well as the Fang, the Call, removing some of those more aggressive brawlers, and the Janet and Bonnie, just really annoying brawlers to deal with here. Their gadgets are really good on this map as well, especially for the Janet, and Bonnie is just in a really good place. So I like what I'm seeing so far. Achapi actually gonna first pick that Piper, which I don't necessarily mind. I think it's a viable brawler to play here. I personally do prefer the Bell just a little bit, whether you're playing Nestex or the Trick Shot gadget. You can put some solid work here, and the bounces can be very nice to utilize, as well as there's just a little bit less range to utilize than what a Piper ideally would go for. Jean, on the other hand, a really solid pick, and combining it with a Bell is a very wise option on the side of AtaruChanClub.
Yeah, and ACC going to be picking the 2 highest pick rate brawlers here. And I think if you're going to pick Piper first, not a bad option. It does do well into Bell. They may be anticipating that. However, the response with Jean, a typical counter into Piper, also a very solid choice. So if they wanted the Bell, which I believe to be a great brawler, and is pretty much the more typically played sniper, I would say, on this map. But out of all the regions, East Asia has surprisingly been one of the ones that I've seen, at least in practices, when watching Tensai and them scrim up a little bit on the streams. They do traditionally kind of bring up the Piper here and there. I would say it's one of the regions that's a little more common for in today's age of Brawl Stars. Lola going to be the next selection as well. I like this choice too, a lot of high DPS, and I think at this point in the year, it's really not that surprising to see somebody like Lola showing up here, whereas at the beginning of the year, probably would have caught more people off guard.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I feel like Lola overall is just a very safe and versatile pick, right? That you can bring in on any mode, any map. It's very, very good. And we'll see the Grom make an appearance. I mean, there's not a lot of throwers available, so not that many options if you want to go that route. I don't know what to think about it. I mean, you know, technically it did get buffed in the last couple months, but I don't feel like it's quite put it to a place where I actually expect to see it. So I don't know. I think his shots are still a little too easy to dodge, and against a team like ZETA Division 0, dodging is one of the main things they are known for. So it's gonna be a challenging one to pull off, but I mean, I'm welcome to you know, to the idea. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Memmi can put that to play, as it is not the easiest brawler to bring into the mix.
Agreed, and I think oftentimes it's kind of seen as that third brawler if you're going to go with a thrower, often behind Tick and Sprout, which I believe were banned here. Choppy now getting very aggressive, though, landing several shots. Minmi gonna fall, and well played there. The squeak plays were insane, and now ACC only left with 2 brawlers. A Choppy pushing forward, and he is seeking another one here as the snipers duke it out on the left-hand side, going for the little geometry angle, picks up the kill on the Tensai, and now they're finding themselves in a 2v2. Anybody's game now.
Man, I just love that play from Achapi. Usually, you know, you use the residue to create space. Here, you use it directly on target, knowing that the second shot would secure the kill, and he would be out of range unless he was slowed down. Very, very good entry kill from Achapi. It is a 2-on-2, so things are definitely still open for both sides, but Achapi with a super, gonna pop it now, gets a very big connection onto Dempsey. The slow is critical, and the damage output is as well. Milcreo trying his best to stay in the mix, but will get shut down. 2 supers from ZETA Division 0 carried over to the next round as well, and that is not a half bad start here for ZETA.
And Choppy with a big pickup early in round number 1. It's going to force Menmi to play a little more careful, I imagine. And a big problem here, too, for the side of Zeta Zero, at least coming to this round, is Brahm's going to be able to continue to take advantage of these walls. I imagine that they're going to want Piper to charge up that super so they can kind of break this open and make life very difficult for Brahm, who barely stays alive there, only about 1,000 HP. Kuru duking it out on the right-hand side against the Gene. Choppy once again getting aggressive here, picking up the kill on the Menmi. Dempsey with a missed pull and nowhere to run. Kuru with the pickup, and it's just Milcreo left standing.
I mean, it doesn't get much cleaner than that, does it? You know, like, I just love, and this is kind of the Zeta division effect in general, you know, the fact that they managed to take brawlers like Squeak that are not the shiniest brawler, you know, like usually they're kind of playing defensive, holding their lane, placing some good residue gadgets here and there to gain a bit of information and control, but that's kind of how you play it, you know. And a Chappy is just playing it like it's a super aggressive brawler, just gaining terrain, and every time he has the slightest angle open, he just connects those shots, gets the pickups, and has been consistently dominant over that mid area. Zeta division here, they win this game, they'll take a second set and be a step closer to the grand finals.
Yeah, Menmi really needs to hit some shots here. That's what's allowing Achapi to kind of push forward. There's not a lot of space to work with these walls up, and Achapi very much taking advantage of the area control brawler that he's running. Now 2 brawlers grouped on the left-hand side for ACC. Tensai continuing to hone in on Milcreo is going to be forced to back away here. Needs to be very careful to not be in range of a gadget, and they've got this on lockdown, especially as the zone closes in. Things are going to get very tough here for ACC.
That trick shot from Milcreo actually connected 2-on-2 here. Dempsey has a pull, but he goes to, I think he used a pull as well, which I'm not entirely sure if it was a very short timing. Menmi was a big pickup, gets the super down as well. Not the best place to throw it. He's gonna have to run into the gas, goes for a gadget, but yeah, that is gonna be a bit of a misplay there. A good attempt though, to be completely honest. Almost believed there in the Grom. Felt like I was gonna eat my words from earlier, but I'm still safe, Kenny. I'm still safe, and Zeta Division 0 are a round away from picking up this set.
Well, both sides end up trying to change up some lanes, but it ends up being the same matchups. It's still going to be Squeak in the mid, and this time the sharpshooters on the right-hand side of your screen. Dempsey with the pull available, and Menmi with a big miss super there. Unfortunately, couldn't connect. I believed in it for a moment there, too. I thought it was going to be a 1v2 clutch up there. And the bell shot passing along to Achapi. Both sides duking it out for now, as Milcreo is going to barely miss that shot. Tensai falls weak. No gadget connection there from Bell, and both sides just looking to pick up that first kill.
All right, Dempsey still sitting on the pool from the last one, so he did not end up wasting it, but hasn't been able to really utilize it now either. See if he manages to find one of those so valuable connections. As the zone is starting to close the map up, Tensai just doesn't seem to miss, gets a big pickup. Menmi was slowed as well. 2v1 though, ground bomb misses, but Tensai doesn't. And that is going to be Zeta Division 0 with the second set picked up. 2-0 now as AtaruChanClub have yet to really make their presence known on the leaderboard. Ever since that first game they picked up, they've been a lot more quiet.
I think people forget how good Tensai is on the Piper. I think a lot of the times we think of in the NA region somebody like Bobby who's just insane, but Tensai is pretty regularly playing this brawler throughout his career and has always excelled on it. Some insane sharpshooter plays, and I think you left it best to end off that set. Tensai does not miss, and he was sitting there too with a great matchup against the Bell. I love this matchup traditionally because you get some extra range with the Piper. You've got the gadget as a backup. You do more damage from long range. Overall, Piper just a great matchup into Bell in general, who again, if they'd laned the Gene against the Piper, it would have been a little more favorable for them, but I think Zeta Division 0 were trying to take advantage of that matchup, and obviously a very big comfort brawler for Tensai, and as you can see it there, he's simply making some insane connections throughout that whole set.
Yeah, again, a Chappy as well on the Squeak mid. Incredible performance from him with 2 opening kills in this set alone. And some great pickups overall, really good value. That was Menmi's 1v2, got one, nearly got the second, but yeah, it was a bit complicated. I feel like that ground bomb got rushed a little bit, similar to at the end here. There was some potential, you know, but obviously, you know, the gas limiting his movement. Ground bomb only has so much range, but a nice try. I respect the ground pick here, but it didn't quite work out as planned. And stats-wise, I mean, a bit of a lane diff here as Tensai is gonna come up with a pretty actually lower DPS, but it's not all about DPS in knockout, right? It's more about those eliminations and staying alive than straight up DPS, because if you're able to heal, sure, your opponents might have a little bit more super charge, but that's about it. And when it comes to kills and death, it's night and day. It's 0.25 KD for Milkrio. It's over 1 for Tensai at 1.5. So looking pretty good on the side of Tensai. And yeah, as we mentioned earlier, his Piper was very strong, especially once he managed to open up those walls.
Agreed, and I selfishly kind of hope we get to see it again on Shooting Star just because of how well he performed. I think this is a really interesting map. I would be a little more surprised to see brawlers like Grom come out here, but a lot of the brawlers we saw last time could be very good candidates here. This is a region 2 that does like to utilize the max compositions. They can do really well in the sharpshooters. You can get really good momentum, some good movement, some good aggression, spawn trap, and if you're really great at dodging, Max can be a great brawler to utilize here. I'm very curious to kind of see what these teams end up doing. As the bands come in, it's going to be Nani, Leon, Crow. On the other side, no Piper available. Can't blame them for that one. A Carl and a Bonnie.
All right. Well, already the Janet first pick, a brawler we have yet to see today, I believe. And we see the Max brought in one of the most iconic brawlers of the region, of Zeta Division particularly as well, but Milkrio back in the days as well. An incredible Max, and definitely still is. Meant me going for the Gene, so quite simple Brawl Stars on the side of AtaruChanClub, going for Gene Max, but I really don't mind it, to be completely honest. It is a strong combination, not the hardest to play, although mechanics do come in play still a decent bit, especially for the Max, and I feel like that is a chance for AtaruChan to try to get that pop-off moment. Milkrio still full smiles, showing that Ataru, they know that they still have a shot at this one, although both Lola and Bell are challenging brawlers to face here, as Zeta Division 0 is going to bring them in the mix.
I am curious to see, too, if they bring out the other gadget as well on the side of ACC. We saw it a little earlier today. The Sneaky Sneakers were a very interesting one to kind of see. A lot of the times we see that phase shift. I also like this combination of the Bell and the Lola. If you're going to pick Lola, you might as well pick up one of the best sharpshooters, if not one of the only ones left, especially one that has bounce shots that can do quite well into Lola. And to finish off the ACC composition, they're going with Byron. This is a brawler that's continued to be played in this region. And a little earlier, you know, I was a little more questioning it. I think in this composition it works just because you're kind of limited on what sharpshooters are out there. It doesn't necessarily synergize with somebody like Gene or Max inherently, but it's still a pretty decent brawler, just not the one-man band that he kind of used to be.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I feel like Bounty is also a mode where he still does quite decently. Like his nerf was solely to his reload speed, right? So I don't feel like it matters as much on you know, something like Bounty, where usually you have a bit more time to reset and get back to full ammo anyways. So I think it's still a decent pick. Obviously not going to be quite as good in a 1v1 compared to something like a Bell, but that super is still very deadly and can open up some situations or save yourself or your teammates from some tricky situations as well. So I kind of like it. We'll have to see how this works out, as we do see that first kill from Tensai utilizing his range and width of his attacks very efficiently as well there. And right now, Tensai does take a bit of damage. Is gonna super out. We'll go for just a little fly over there, pay them a visit, then fall back safely on their side.
Damage amplifier connection, 2 heals, not enough, and a wasted super. Oh, that's gotta hurt for ACC. Great plays by Zeta Division 0. They're the only ones with kills on the board right now. They need to be careful, though. Dempsey is lurking with a super available. Tensai needs to be careful not to overstep. Kuru placing down a gadget as well for a little extra defensive effort. Phase shift away from Menmi, and Gene with only 150 HP. Milcreo falling weak, and again with that damage amplifier, things looking really good for Zeta Division 0 as they are honing in on some great offense, and another pickup there.
Those long-range pinches are deadly from Zeta. 25 seconds left in this one. 5 stars in favor of Zeta Division 0. AtaruChanClub, if they don't want to give up a match point already, need to contest this one. A Champy is going to go down. Only a 3-star difference, but that means that no matter what, they need either 2 kills or a kill on Kuru, and that's assuming no one goes down for Ataru. Time is ticking. Dempsey has a pull, but he's one shot, forced to fall back. Same situation for Menmi. The splash comes through. There was a kill, but one wasn't going to be enough. And that means match point for ZETA Division.
It was a close call, though. It was 6-6 in the end. They just had to get that blue star or another pickup. Tensai, though, and the teammates sitting comfortably there at the end. They squeeze on by, but a good little surge there at the end for ACC, who pick up this blue star, taking advantage of the phase shift gadget as well to make sure they can comfortably grab that. Now Macreo already being forced away as Kuru is taking this left-hand side, bobbing and weaving, just giving them some hard times as the movement is too good right now. Macreo falling weak along with Mimi, who's forcing this back right corner. Now Choppy can lay down some pressure here with the high DPS of Lola. Both brawlers grouping up, which is good in the sense that at least Jean can heal them up a little bit. However, they're running out of space to move. Tensai and Kuru putting a lot of pressure down on this left-hand side.
Tensai for some long-range shots to find the connection he wants here. Melcreo does have super as well, which means that if he just gets a single tag on someone, can get them low enough. The super could just secure that kill. Menmi pops movement speed, but he's marked, and that is making things difficult for him in those matchups. One star still only in this game, and the blue star was picked up by Ataru. ZETA Division trying their best to snatch it away from their side, but so far not successful at it just yet. Still plenty enough time for a kill to come true and things to change.
ZETA Division 0 really only needs one good push here. I imagine they're timing this just right. And now Byron gonna fall. Kuru landing 3 straight shots. Menmi with a little super action to try and get them some speed. Tensai taking to the sky now as Dempsey does have that super available. Just very close into the range of that. Phase shift forward. Menmi getting shredded though. Kuru picking up a kill again on Democreo. And now things looking tough here. 15 seconds to go as ACC is looking to keep their tournament lives in stake.
And look at how good that Janet gadget is. He still has a spare one too, by the way, just in case this one was taken out. And the value, the space it created is absolutely unbelievable. Very good utilization of that on the side of ZETA Division 0, but that is going to be it for the semifinal. They pick it up, a 3-0, only one game going the way of AtaruChanClub. It was the first one of the match. After that, it was all ZETA Division 0, 6 in a row, clean stuff from them, and yet another monthly final, grand final locked in. Question is now, will their counterpart be able to join them there for yet another ZETA versus ZETA matchup?
Yeah, very likely could happen, but Z0 3-0. Oh my gosh. I mean, what a performance here overall. I think at the beginning we saw a little bit of momentum coming in for ACC, but to be honest with you, I think after that, ZETA Division 0 made some good adjustments. They got their feet under them and just kind of took off here, landing some really good kills. It came close in game number 1. However, ZETA Division 0 in this set, we're just landing the shots. I feel like they timed their momentum just right, got a good push at the end here, picked up the kills they need, and big factor for that was Kuru picking up 2 kills in the Macreo in that last one.
Impressive stuff from ZETA Division 0, and I don't even want to say it still impresses us because we're just used to that from those guys at this point. But the fact that they can be so consistent at it as well, you know, and just look good while doing so as well. MVP voted and will go to Tensai, and very much deserved as well. I mean, maybe a bit more quiet in this final set, but besides that, he had plenty of moments where he definitely shined on the Piper earlier as well. So great work from the guys over at ZETA Division 0 all around, just looking like a much better team. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I think they only dropped a single game so far today, which is a pretty dominant statement, if anything else, that, you know, they're still in that top form and looking to get yet another monthly final win. Well, they're certainly giving themselves a tool to do so. They aren't done just yet, still have their grand finals to play, and before we get to there, we need to find out who they will be facing.
That's right. And Rising Sun Esports going to be playing up next against ZETA Division 1. And Rising Sun Esports has made this matchup very interesting before. In the past, it's come very close, I believe even to a match point at, kind of a 3-2 stake. But ZETA Division 1 are MSI champions. They're still defending a title, and I am sure they are looking to play against their sister team of ZETA Division 0. Again, it's been 2-2. ZETA Division 0 have gotten the last couple, but that's no excuse for ZETA Division 1. They have still been performing incredibly. However, in quarterfinal number 1, as you can see there, it was our only 2-1 matchup. Definitely a matchup to watch. One of the better ones this month, if not for the year, for ZETA Division 1. They were really pushing that first set, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, ZETA Division 1, I have to say, so far not as convincing as ZETA Division 0. Just a little bit more of a struggle in their quarterfinal match. Some moments where it felt like they were just maybe, a little overconfident, which is really not a trait that we know ZETA Division 1 for, but it did feel at times like, they were kind of there like, yeah, we won this, it's gonna be fine, and then they lose the game, they lose the next one, they lose the one after that. I think they lost 3 in a row at some point, and then they're able to, calm things down and be the collected, calm ZETA we know, win 2 in a row, take the match. A bit of a rocky start, whereas Rising Sun Esports, I have to say, they looked quite strong today as well, so this could be a challenge and a half. But I'm looking forward for this one because Rising Sun Esports, they're a really solid team with some very solid players overall. I want to see their best performance because I think they have a shot here against ZETA Division 1.
Yeah, I think so too. I definitely think Wahoshi, Aaron, and Ryohi, all very solid players, and they've been very consistent throughout the year. I think the reason they're doing so well in the leaderboards because they've made a few grand finals, some semifinal appearance too, and again, they've challenged some of these really good teams like ZETA Division 1, especially early on in the year. Aaron going to be a big key factor for that as well, but this is really their time to step it up again. It's really a race between ZETA Division 1 and ZETA Division 0 in the overall leaderboard for the region right now. This is the time. It is crunch time. Everybody trying to clinch up those spots. Now is the time to get a win over a rival like ZETA Division 1 if it's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, ZETA need no introducing. ZTEMPO, one of the most emblematic players of 2021, and definitely not failing, to deliver here in 2022 as ZTEMPO has had an incredible run, but his teammates, I mean, they aren't to be underestimated either. This team, MSI champions for this year, was a player that was world champion from last year. I believe all of them world finalists as well. So they're a top tier team. They really, really are. And today, even though they've had a bit of a rocky start in that quarterfinal, I think getting maybe a safer and more convincing semifinal could go a long way if they want to have that ZETA matchup in the grand finals and have the edge there. So that starts right now, because so far I have to say I'm not the most convinced by ZETA Division 0, purely from today's performance.
Yeah, ZETA Division 1 were certainly challenged in that first quarterfinal, which is really something we haven't seen happen outside of their opponents, ZETA Division 0, the only team that has actually beat them in BSC this entire year, and it's only happened twice. I think, again, goes to show the strength of not only this region, but those two teams in particular. I think they both are great candidates to go ahead and try and win themselves a Worlds if they keep up what they're doing, and that's how confident I feel like this region has been. And Rising Sun Esports, one of the few teams that have kind of challenged these guys, and again, we've seen it before. I definitely think they have a good chance here, but they're really gonna have to show up, especially in some of these newer maps. In this matchup in particular, we're starting out with Open Zone, which is a map that is a brand new to this month. It's been really interesting to see this one develop. What have been your takeaways so far, Teddy, from what we've seen on this map?
Yeah, don't let the map trick you, because it's very, very open, don't get me wrong, but those bushes on the sides can be very important to utilize as well. It can really give you a lot of control and lets you surprise your opponents if you get close enough. So you always want to keep that in check, and that's why a lot of abilities that can remove some of those bushes are going to go a long way. So yeah, you want to keep that into account, because it's one of the best ways of catching your opponents off guard. If you have the speed gear as well, just have a little bit extra mobility and some easier dodges for whoever plays that lane. So I think it's one of the most unique aspects to this one. As besides those, it's a very, very open map. So you have to be very careful in how you proceed. And if you have a way of taking care of those bushes, I think it can give you a very big advantage early on.
This is kind of a deceptive map to me in the sense that I feel like when you look at it, right, you're thinking sharpshooter all the time. But honestly, I've seen a lot of compositions revolve around brawlers like Max. You get some area control ones like Crow, Pam, and as you see there, those are some of the top pick rates. And one I'm definitely looking out for here too. Kind of a sneaky pick here is Stu. A lot of teams are utilizing that speed zone to give them some extra mobility, and especially in the wide open like this, it helps them dodge a ton. When you're going into sharpshooters, you're either kind of mold with that comp, you gotta go with traditional and really try and land your shots, or when they zig, you zag. You go with a brawler choice that is going to make it very difficult for their sharpshooters to hit. It looks like the Rising Sun Esports are not going with either sharpshooters, quite the opposite in fact. I think that's one reason why Pam can be so solid, just because it's so hard to take her down. You get the area control from the healing station, plus that bonus HP you get with the heals. I think overall Pam can apply a lot of pressure here. I think Rising Sun with two brawlers that could do quite well in this map.
Yeah, I think as well, if your lanes are doing all right and you have a Pam mid, you can just place that healing station behind the walls, and it's just really hard to push back. We'll see the Bonnie make an appearance here. It's a welcome one for sure, as this is a very strong brawler, a bit more sharpshooter while remaining somewhat tanky. Usually it's been really good on bushier maps as well because of that speed gear. I don't think it's going to be as good here to try to mitigate with the slowness that the brawler is going to bring with his setup in general. We have a final pick here from ZETA Division 1. Let's see what they go for as they're looking to complete their comp. And it's going to be the Bell. I think that's a pretty wise one to try to deal maybe with the Pam and the healing station, get some nice bounce. And a Mark always goes a long way, whether it's against a Pam or a Carl. They're very good targets for that Mark, and it can just be very useful in helping taking them down.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what picks number 6 is. Off the top of my head, a Piper could be pretty solid in that Bell matchup. They don't have to worry about going against somebody like Pam, who's a pretty good counter. Could be interesting to see, and they're actually going to run the Stu. Something I was looking out for earlier, and again, I think they're kind of taking the opposite. Again, when you look at this map, and when I first started making kind of predictions or observations, I was thinking it would be all sharpshooters, but that's not really the case. I think ZETA Division 1 managed to pick up a couple brawlers that you're not going to see it too often together, just because of how rare it is that they make it out of the band stage with Janet and with Bonnie. Bell going to be a good pickup to go into the healing station and now the speed zone turret as well. I think overall some good compositions from both sides, and I certainly see a path to victory for each team.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of mechanics in it as well with some of those long range brawlers. Obviously, stuff like Stu and Carl as well can be challenging to play at this high level. And so far, a couple more connections from ZETA, but it's been Wahochi with more dominance present in the mid. Might get shut down here. Good gadget from Stetempo. Wow. Only Ryohei left alive. Nearly goes down to Stetempo. Stetempo going for super. Is not quite able to get the pickup on Ryohei, which will be able to heal up a little bit. Rising Sun Esports, they do have a 40% lead, which is definitely not negligible.
Yeah, and it feels like the kills have been pretty even overall, but Wahochi with a lot of tankiness, they've got that extra speed. I feel like they've just been cycling somebody on this hot zone at all times, and they played a really good job at objective. However, ZETA Division 1, all 3 brawlers up. Rising Sun's Aaron going to be dashing forward with the pickaxe. Ryohei now cornered in this left-hand side. Tatampo popping the super, getting a takedown. Goku with one of his own, and Rising Sun ending up on top of things there. Aaron picking up the final brawler for ZETA Division 1, and now they've taken over a 50% lead.
Wow, that is impressive from Rising Sun Esports, because I mean, in an upset situation, in an underdog situation, getting a first game into your hands is impressive enough. When it's like a 70% lead in hot zone, it's even more impressive. And that was an incredibly solid lead start from them, just very convincing, got nearly 50% captured before ZETA even stepped into the zone. And I think that ZETA, they can't afford to do that mistake again. And I think a big merit to it as well just is from that speed zone. The speed booster placed down by Ryohei is just so tough to deal with. ZETA Division 1 have no way of taking it out of the equation. And until then, it just gives them that extra mobility to stay and dodge properly into the zone. 30% here picked up by Rising Sun, again, before ZETA Division 1 even step into the zone.
Yeah, I chatted with an NA professional, and they really like this speed zone too. And I think that's one of the reasons that Stu is getting such an uptick. Been a very solid brawler for a long time. But when you pair it with somebody like Pam, for example, who's not inherently the fastest brawler, pretty tanky, doesn't do some insane damage from far away, it really helps make those dodges stay up even longer. And they pair that with Aaron and Stu, who have a lot of mobility. However, Zeta Division 1 really capturing this zone quite well. All three brawlers still standing as they pick up 2 kills. Aaron going to be forced away onto this right-hand side. He's going to be lurking, but doesn't go to show. It's still going to be a Zeta Division 1 with a commanding lead right now as Wahoshi has stepped back up.
Tempo in 1 versus 2. Pump super. Probably not going to do the most with it. Besides, get back to a safe position. Aggression from Aaron. But a jump out from Goku. It's not going to be any kills, but it does create some space. Ryohei is able to get the follow-up. Genji versus Ryohei, 1v1. Genji gets tagged. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Aaron is there to third party. And Rising Sun are so close behind, actually taking over the lead now. As a matter of fact, Aaron was a big pickup on Tush the Tempo, and this might just be what gets Rising Sun the first set.
Ryohei was maneuvering himself very well there. A good takedown, double kill though. This just got very interesting. 97% for Rising Sun, but they still have to get in there for a few percentage points. Moyogoku with a lot of HP here. A takedown on Ryohei. Aaron now popping the super. Will he have enough time? Surely Wahoshi with enough HP there, but it got awfully close. And Rising Sun Esports 2-0, taking a very close first set.
Yeah, it felt like Zeta might just come back from this one, but Rising Sun doing a really good job overall, shutting down any ideas of a comeback in this set and taking it, as a matter of fact, which, I mean, again, just to insist on it, Zeta Division 1, they haven't given away that many sets so far this year, already 2 so far today. And yeah, it's starting to look a little bit dangerous and finicky. A bit rough around the edges for Zeta as Rising Sun Esports. I mean, they're far from being done here, but it was a strong first set, and if they were able to just come in even earlier, it could have been more convincing on that second game. So it's looking pretty good on their end. Now, sure, this is just one set, you know, it's one draft. Things are going to be changing around, but Rising Sun, I mean, they were hoping for a banger of a start, and they definitely got it so far.
Wow, and take a look at this. Otampo with 9 kills. However, Aaron, Ryohei, and Wahoshi all going to work here, but especially Aaron as a big note there. He's also got the Carl hat on, but overall, really well played. I think, you know, Zeta Division 1 with the more comfortable, more meta brawlers, right? They had Janet and Bonnie, which again, can't reiterate enough. It's really hard to get both those brawlers on your squad, but I love this combination that Rising Sun Esports played. I think it's a couple brawlers that have shown up a lot more across practices that I've seen, and even in other regions competitions at this point. Stu, so valuable, even for his utilities, already very good. Ryohei was just in and out with that super. Very impressive stuff overall. And Aaron on the Carl, man, it was something to watch. A great brawler and a great player.
Definitely so. I mean, I think that on the side of Rising Sun, they kept things a little bit more simple, and it just worked out really nicely for them. Yeah, I don't know, maybe they somewhat baited Zeta into going both Janet and Bonnie, trying to make them feel like, you know, those are the strongest picks, or individual picks rather, available now, but they went more for some synergy on the side of Rising Sun, and it paid off for sure. Gem Grab on Double Swoosh is going to be up next. A very different map for sure, going from the very open zone to not so very open map around here. A lot of bushes, some quite nervous action around the mid in general, as you end up having some very close combat in general, just because those walls are quite tied up together. So I like this map a lot. I think that we saw, what was it, Zeta earlier that we saw struggling a little bit on this one? I don't believe so, but it is a map where I can see some room for some comebacks as well, and for some upsets too. So Rising Sun, this is their opportunity to just strike, and strike hard. Try to get that second set in a row. Already quite deep into the draft though. We have a first pick Stu on the side of Zeta Division 1. Rising Sun Esports going for the penny and the bow.
This is another map where I've really seen Stu played a ton, and again, I wouldn't be surprised to see that speed zone come out, taking advantage of the hidden ability in those bushy grasses. I think that Bo and Penny here are going to be very solid as well. Of course, Bo, even with the top pick rate here, often going to escape that ban stage, but still somebody that definitely deserves to be played. I think a Bo mid could work here. I honestly wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a Penny mid here. I think they've got a little bit of flexibility in their options. Carl going to be the next selection for Zeta Division 1. We'll see what they do to round out pick number 5. I think pretty solid starts for both sides, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's half bad here for either side. I do like the Carl pick here a lot. I think it can be a very strong one, especially in the right hands. And in Zeta Division 1, there aren't really any wrong hands, to be completely honest with you. Moya are going to go for the Surge. I like it. It's a little bit risky. I mean, I always say the same about Surge, especially since it's rework, where it can be a bit tricky to get to that second stage. And more often than not, I end up seeing Surges that are just not able to hit stage 2 until very late. I do like the fact that with speed gear on this map, you can kind of mitigate for it a little bit by being quite speedy early on. And once you actually hit, tiers 2, 3, 4, you'll be speeding in those bushes. We'll see Aaron go for the Tara as a response. Not a pick we see the most on double switch at the moment, but I do think it's a welcome one. It's a very fun brawler that also has the capability of really turning things around if you can hit one of those big impact pools. So I feel like both sides have it quite all right. I think for me on Zeta Division 1, it's kind of going to depend on how their setup time is going to be. If they can get that surge to pop off early enough, I feel like they might have a real shot at taking this one.
Yeah, they definitely got to charge up that surge early, which is exactly what Shatampo is going to do here. And I imagine that Tara was also a pick into both Stu and the surge. Traditionally, the gadget is really going to do a good job at countering single-shot brawlers, which both Stu and surge are definitely candidates for. It's not stopping Moya Goku, though. Picks up another one. They are excelling with this Stu in the mid. Shatampo, once again, getting some good tags in there along with Moya Goku. Rising Sun really feeling the pressure right now as they have complete mid control for the side of Zeta Division 1 and already getting up to that tier 3 with the gadget. Tier 4 for Shatampo.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing a lot from Zeta. And honestly, I mean, when it comes down to the mid matchup as well, I much prefer the Stu in the mid rather than the Penny. I think Penny is a very good brawler, but it just doesn't have any of the mobility that other brawlers like Max and Stu have, and that are some of the most meta picks on this map. So it's going to struggle to match that sort of aggressivity, because right now Moya Goku, whenever things get a little tricky, he can just dash out, and it's very safe approach from Zeta. And I think it's kind of a calm diff here. To me, a lot goes into that Penny mid just not being a brawler that offers as much survivability as Stu will, but the lanes were kind of getting folded as well, and Zeta just doing a really good job. I have to say as well, Moya Goku, incredible job on the surge. Hit stage 3 like 15 seconds into the game. I mean stage 3 because he was using the gadget that gives an extra stage, but still like incredibly quickly, and just gets out of that early stage surge nightmare.
Yeah, and this lane matchup on the left-hand side is going to continue to be a tough one, as Carl's going to be able to shred through every single one of those minis that Tara kind of throws down. The Shades won't be able to excel as much here, and I'm sure they're looking for that matchup onto somebody like Surge. Shatampo, though, off to a little bit of a slower start. It is not going to stop Zeta Division 1, though, from picking up a gym lead. It's going to be 4-1, a little more even of a matchup, but like you said, it is going to be really tough for Penny to make connections on the Moya Goku, who's playing a brawler that this team uses a lot. This region is known for playing, and has some insane mobility with those supers. For Penny, that can be a tough task. Shatampo now getting a good pinch. Aaron is going to fall. Now Wahoshi is going to be the next victim here. Only one more tag will do the trick. Comes close, but Shatampo picking up the kill. Ryohi with a super on the left-hand side, though. Kenji still able to survive, though. And now a 7-2 lead for Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, Aaron going to get pinched as well. This is going to help secure an early countdown. Gems are going to be split amongst Kenji and Moya Goku, so two potential targets to take down, but with very little time and still a lot of mobility. Some gadgets left on Kenji, and Moya Goku just free to dash away. Oh, he does get taken out. Kenji is able to get the trade, does get the gems secured as well, and still Rising Sun with a countdown to interrupt. Have a bit more time to do so, but are so far away on the downside of the map and Kenji's just hiding in a bush. This is going to be game and set picked up by ZETA Division 1. Much better looking than the first set. A bit of a chance there to interrupt the countdown at first, but afterwards it still really felt in control of ZETA Division, because one lonely player was like 500 HP is not going to make it out of their spawn. So it was a very convincing set from ZETA Division 1, and more in line with what we expected to see from them today, that they somewhat failed to deliver in some of our previous sets today as well, whether it was in this match or the quarterfinal. Let's see if they, manage to keep up and hold on to that sort of dominance, or if we might actually see Rising Sun strike back.
Yeah, some good stuff coming here from ZETA Division 1. And again, I did like that Tara selection. It's not something we've seen too much, but you mentioned it before. It's a dynamic super, a game-changing super, and they just never really got into spots where they could take advantage of that, or at least lead themselves to a win. I think Surge definitely excelled here, and I loved the Stu mid. Again, it's a brawler I can't harp on enough that I feel like is going to continue to rise in a lot of regions metas right now. And not just because Stu's a decent brawler, but again, that speed zone is utilized a ton on a lot of different maps. Double swoosh, definitely one of them, as you can see there.
Yeah, I also really like this comp from ZETA. A very fun approach as well to double swoosh, and I think the mix of Surge with speed gear as well as the speed zone from the Stu gave him every chance to get that super and stage 2 unlocked very early on. And I think as a Surge, that's one of the pitfalls you'll tend to fall into, that you go Surge expecting to be on that stage 4, jumping around and getting kill after kill, where most of the time you end up finishing the game maybe even on stage 1, and I think it really mitigated for that problem. So I like this a lot from ZETA Division. Kills wise as well, it's just kind of night and day across the board. ZETA just much more dominant.
Yeah, I think the kills really illustrates how much of a set that was in favor of ZETA Division 1. Quite the opposite of what we saw from Rising Sun Esports in our first set. I still think they're in a competitive spot, but you really got to take it one set at a time. You're never really out of harm's way with ZETA Division 1. We've seen them make reverse sweeps. I believe against this team early on in the year even. Nobody is safe against a Titan like this. I think they're overall a very solid roster, still doing some good stuff. They can turn things around again in Gold Arm Gulch, but essentially 1-1 overall. They're going to need to fight for it once again, as it's going to be all tied up.
Yeah, that early lead picked up by Rising Sun is gone, but I mean, still a 1-1 probably better than what they would be asking for, as they are a step closer to victory inside of Rising Sun. Sure, that set they would have loved to pick up, but even when it comes down to the gameplay, it didn't really feel like it was in their hands very much, and see, that was just much more dominant. I think the draft went a long way in helping them out for this one. So let's see if either side are able to pick up a big advantage now, as Penny, Crow, and Lien are going to be banned out by Rising Sun. ZETA Division 1 banning out the Bonnie, the Jean, and the Janet. The first pick of the... I'm struggling for a second. My goodness, Tick. Yeah, the Tick. Yeah, I was thinking, like, I had it, and then I was there like, who's that guy? No, but yeah, the Tick, obviously, from Ryohei. Brawl here that I think it's an interesting first pick, to be completely honest. Like, it's not one we see a whole lot. I do like the Fang as a response. Very early Fang pickup as well. With Brawlers like Gale open, that's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, they start out with the Tick, which is a little more unusual these days. I don't necessarily think it's a bad pick. I'm kind of with you, but I'm not used to seeing the throwers this early on. But even more so, I'm not used to seeing Fang this early either. I'm with you. They are at risk of leaving themselves open to a counter. I think Gale would be an excellent candidate. I know Satampo is very well versed in the Fang gameplay. He's great on a lot of different tanks here. But I think it is a little interesting that they grab it that early. Kind of interesting choices for both sides, and a little more, at least untraditional in the order that players are being drafted. I don't think anything crazy of the bans really. I'm curious to see what picks 4 and 5 are. There's still some good choices available. They could go the sharpshooter route. Maybe they try and go ahead and grab that Gale with one of these 2 picks too. I think that would be an excellent choice to kind of get rid of that Fang pick.
Yeah, I think Gale is almost going to be a must here for Rising Sun Esports. We'll see if they actually commit to it. I feel like ZETA as well could maybe have gone Gale instead of the bow if they really want to insist on that Fang. It's a bit of a risk, but there's only one way to find out as Rising Sun. The ball is in their hands, but They need some sort of answer here to the Fang, because Max, albeit not the worst brawler against it, can kind of phase shift her way out. Still, kind of one. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, talk about an anti-Fang measure. Introducing Otis. As far as I'm concerned, the first Otis that I'm watching in monthly finals. But I've only casted East Asia and obviously CISA and ANZ. So there might be some I missed, but it's the first one I see.
Yeah, welcome to the BSC and welcome in Mortis. What a matchup we've got on our hands. One thing to note too that we really haven't talked about at all. Otis did recently get a new star power. It was very hyped up by a lot of people coming into this week. I saw some tests and scrims, and I'll be honest, I don't think teams have quite figured it out yet. Rising Sun might be the first. The one time I will say though that I saw this pick shine in practice was at the end games of Knockout. If you release that super, you're going to be able to stun your opponents out of taking any shots as that zone closes in. Easy target at the end there. Maybe that's what they're going for into the Fang or other brawlers, but Moyagoku is picking up the Mortis. This just got very spicy, Teddy.
Yeah, I love it. I honestly love it. We'll see how this actually pans out. But early on, was it a tick mania from Aaron, or was I just not paying attention? I'm not sure. I hope not. I don't think it was. I just think he shot twice at the same place, so it kind of looked like it. Some eliminations though, and all of them going the way of Rising Sun. Moyagoku is going down next, and Rising Sun was a very, very quick first round. Let's see if they can make it as quick again, although ZETA does have his super this time around, but already super onto Moyagoku, I believe. It got a little messy, but it is going to be a double kill for ZETA Division this time around. I mean, why play Knockout all the way until the gas forces you to find when you can just find off the bat?
That is so true. And honestly, I was thinking going into that round that Rising Sun were going to look really good. They had the Otis super available and a couple on their side, but instead it's Mortis popping off and really cycling out a super and a kill there. Nicely done overall. And now it's a tied ball game. All the brawlers for ZETA Division 1 are going to be in the right side, despite Ryohei scouting out the left. A group up from Rising Sun. ZETA with a super available. And again, this is a brawler that we love to see him play. He's such a great player overall. And on any brawlers where it's really a win condition for the team, they're going to be counting on him here to play quite well. Moyagoku with a super charged up as well, and both sides looking to find the first pickup of Rising Sun, particularly in a defensive position right now.
Yeah, let's see. As we had an Otis gadget placed down, what are you gonna do the most in that position? Do have two supers available for ZETA. Wahoshi would love to have his that could potentially turn on some of that aggression. Moyagoku goes in though, finds one, gets traded out. ZETA is one shot as well, but Wahoshi can't quite find him, but Aaron will. 2 versus 1, Kenji in a 1v2 here. Not one that he should be able to win, although he will try. Money will get shut down. Rising Sun are gonna be taking this one.
Yeah, and for a first time for Otis, pretty strong start. I think overall that was a great first game from Rising Sun, and definitely resembling a little bit more of what we saw in set number 1. Really a good bounce back for them, and now with the chance to take this third set, it would be a really big pickup for them to get a 2-1 lead. You need all you can get against a team like ZETA Division 1, who are chargely passing up a super in the back right-hand side. They're going to let Mortis just hang tight for a second, and Aaron is going to recognize this and now try and rush ZETA out of this situation, dash forward, and some aggression coming in. Otis is going to go down, and now all 3 brawlers for ZETA the 1 pursuing Ryohei, and Aaron shots landing, but not a ton of damage so far. Aaron, Ryohei have a lot cut out for them as all the brawlers are ensuing them.
I just love the fact that ZETA was sitting on the totem while his teammates were pretty much in a 2v3, and they still managed to take a kill that was not traded and have the advantage from there on, you know? Like, you would imagine that they would kind of struggle, but somehow ZETA make it work. Big round for them to pick up. They don't want to let Rising Sun Esports get too much momentum and maybe even get a second set into their hands. Ryohei has super, but he's the only one in his team that does. Kenji has his mind as well. Gonna be patient before placing them down.
Tempo now pursuing on this left-hand side. Speed coming in, though. Dash forward from Fang, and is going to pick up one onto Otis. Now Shitampo getting aggressive, too. Two brawlers left standing. They do manage to find one kill, though. Very low HP. Phase shift away. They will survive. And now it is going to be a 2v2 situation. Moya Goku dashing forward. Gadget going out as well. Tick falls. It's just Ryohei up, and he is going to be tasked with a 1v2. However, Moya Goku with the super as well. Things are getting very hairy here for Rising Sun Esports.
Yeah, Moya Goku seals the deal, gets the game locked in, and we're back to being all tied up. 1-1 in sets, 1-1 within this particular set. Next game is going to be an important one, as momentum could shift a decent amount. Both teams really want to lock in that second set and relieve a little bit of that pressure onto them.
Yeah, what a play there from Kenji. A real demonstration of what they can do with the shots. And Moya Goku on the Fang. Just some good stuff coming in with all of those supers being cycled. They're really taking advantage of their aggressive composition. Kenji is going to be pinched here, though. Shitampo getting in on the action, though. Phase shift not going to be enough. Ryohei's going to fall. Moya Goku with the dash in. And Zeta 1 cleaning up. They are one round away now from taking this third set. What a bounce back from them.
Yeah, impressive stuff from ZETA Division. Ryohei again as the sole member from Rising Sun was super in his hands. Good one for the team, but he's gonna have to use it to escape, and escape he won't. Shitampo able to assassinate him, leaving Wahoshi and Aaron in a 2v3, and Shitampo strikes again, gets the second, gets the third, and a full-on team wipe from the man, the legend, Shitampo. Second set secured by ZETA Division 1 for a 2-1 lead now in their favor, a set away from joining their twin sister in the grand finals.
That's right, and I think overall some interesting stuff. I don't want to quite give up on Otis yet per se, but I think it had its moments. I think there were times where it definitely struggled, but the Mortis gameplay and the Fang gameplay was honestly unreal. I feel like if you're picking an MVP for that set, it's so difficult just because both had absolute highlight reels. There were so many instances where the Fang super, the kick just paid off. You saw Shitampo cycling out those Mortis supers, taking advantage of the max at times. They made it look easy to play such sometimes difficult brawlers, especially something like Mortis we never see in the competitive meta. They really made it work. Great job overall to ZETA Division 1, who have now found themselves with a 1-set lead.
Yeah, no, that was just a terrific job overall from ZETA Division 1. It looked a little more rocky in the first game, but again, you know, I feel like so far the trend as well for ZETA Division 1 has been to start a little bit slow in some of the sets and then adjust. And that adjustment is what keeps them in the mix more often than not. 2-1 now in their favor, and I mean, stats-wise, it's not even close, really. Just so many more kills, 7 in total for the side of Rising Sun, whereas we have 16 for ZETA Division. That's over double the amount. So yeah, ZETA Division just much better in this one, much more convincing rounds picked up by their side as well, whereas Rising Sun, often it would be there would be very little in it, and ZETA Division 1 just sweeping when they take those rounds. Great stuff on their end. And again, I have to say, man, Shitampo just coming in with a triple kill towards the end is exactly what you expect from him and his team in general. Nice to see them delivering here.
Yeah, I feel like each of ZETA Division 1's members kind of played their role perfectly. You would kind of expect the Mortis to have the least amount of damage in a situation like this, and with Kenji with the most, and Shitampo and Moya Goku just kind of there to clean things up, get those final kills, cycle those supers, dash forwards, whatever it was, they were there to answer. And there were a lot of times where early on, Rising Sun looked pretty good in that set. They made adjustments, they bounced back, they played their composition very well. Overall, just not unusual performances at all, just continuing to be so impressive. And this, again, goes to demonstrate why ZETA Division 1 are the caliber of team that they are.
Definitely so. It hasn't been the easiest day for them, to be completely honest. Of a rocky first quarterfinal match. Almost lost that one, double match point to take it in the end. But they did manage to take it. This one as well, first set. Not quite in their hands, but second and third, both going their way. Their chance, you know, to make it still somewhat clean here with a 3-1. But Rising Sun, I mean, they don't want any of that. They want to see that 5th set come to fruition, and for that, they need this one to go in their pocket. No more room for mistakes here for Rising Sun. We'll have the Penny, the Crow, the Janet, met out by Rising Sun. Zeta Division 1 taking out Sprout, Bonnie, and Squeak from the equation.
The Sprout one seems a little more targeted to me. I don't really expect to see a ton of throwers. I think Sprout is the only one I reasonably could expect to see. Sometimes we'll see teams get very cheeky with the Sprout gameplay into the sharpshooters like Bell, Piper, brawlers like that Sprout does well into. Despite there being so few walls, it can be really good defensively though when you can utilize his super. I like this overall pickup of Stu once again though. I think even though Backyard Bowl is definitely a map that you look at, similar to like I said for Open Zone earlier, it just looks like sharpshooters would be good, but Stu can definitely be the way to get around that, take advantage of the speed zone, a lot of mobility, kind of similar concepts to what I was speaking on earlier. But Rising Sun Esports starting off with Lien and Bell. In the olden days when Backyard Bowl was in the blind format, this was very typical. It was Bell plus Crow and then Lien or Spike. That was kind of the good synergies with the sharpshooters that you ran. But I do like what Zeta Division 1 are doing. They're trying to pick brawlers that sharpshooters will struggle into a little bit, and 2 great pickups there to start.
Yeah, definitely. So doubling down on, you know, the chaos and speed that those brawlers like Stu and Max are going to be bringing to the table. A lot of aggression, and I'm kind of assuming that's how they want to play it out. When you just see the Stu, I thought maybe they would speed zone and play it very safe. But with the Max now as well, I feel like they have the potential to just off the bat go very aggressive, try to close the distance. It's going to be rough to join up. I think there's 2 reasons for that. First of all, the game can get to a bit of a stalemate on Backyard Bowl. It is the map where 90% of BSC draws happen. This stat is made up, by the way, but you guys get my point. And, you know, having that buff can go a long way, but extra to that, you can nicely open up those walls again, you know, and get that shot lined up with a supply drop that is almost unstoppable if placed correctly and timed correctly. So that can go a long way. Bo, pretty standard. A final pick here on the side of Rising Sun, not really taking too many chances, trying to just have a bit more balance in their team. And what is more balanced than Bo? Just very, very strong overall, but, you know, very versatile and can fill some of those holes that the comp had on the side of Rising Sun.
Yeah, I think one thing I do like to see when looking at compositions on this map is a wall break kind of goes a long way. And, you know, you think of Colt and Brock, just not particularly the strongest. You could go with the Piper super, but Ryohi could be opening up the walls with the mines. Moyagoku could do the same with the super. I think both teams kind of have options here. And I see a lot of good win conditions for both sides. There's something I like to see in drafts. If they play their strategy right, there are definitely scenarios where both teams can excel and start things off. A lot of things transpiring in the mid. A shot landing on Shitampo there. Another one on the Kenji. Nearly another pickup. Gonna have to watch for the bounce shots. Gonna bring Kenji all the way down to 276 HP. And now Rising Sun can get aggressive here. Kenji gonna be forced into the goal. Hochi getting aggressive here. Pass forward in the bucket for Rising Sun. Well played there in a 1-0 lead for game number 1.
What a start from Rising Sun. What a start was the Invis Leon as well to pick up that ball and slot it in. Great teamwork from Rising Sun, but some nice eliminations here. Supply drop coming down. Kenji gonna try to slot this one in, gets the face shifter and picks up the ball, slots it in. Nice dribble from Kenji to secure this one. 1-1 now, as both teams are a goal away from putting a lot of pressure onto their opponents, whether it's a match point or a set point. That could go a long way. 1 goal in it.
Yeah, and Ryohi now placing down these mines. Kenji gonna actually open it up a little bit. However, they are gonna pop up in this back right-hand corner. That ball dangerously close to bouncing in, but Aaron picks it up. And for the goal, Rising Sun striking first. They are gonna be taking game number 1.
Got a little messy, but Rising Sun, they are able to thrive in that environment, it seems. We'll pick this one up, and now they're just a game away from pushing Zeta Division 1 to their limit, to a 5th and final set. But way to make that happen. A good chunk of damage early on, and pick up as well Moyagoku, not straight out just yet. Shitampo and Kenji, low HP. the both of them. Kenji was a nice pickup, nearly gets the follow-up, but the action is on the other side, and Wahochi is just able to slot it in, walk it through, and there is going to be goal advantage here for Rising Sun. This could be very big for them. That 5th set could be what takes them to the grand finals.
Wow, Aaron is just landing so many good snipes, and that's so difficult to do on this Stu and Max. A very difficult matchup at times, just considering how quick they are, the quick movements with Stu. I mean, overall, very tough stuff. Moya Goku and Kenji barely able to survive this, and good dodges as well. They actually pick up Aaron too. Kenji does have the speed available if they want to press for this goal. Wahochi, though, now respawning, and additionally, Moya Goku hit up by that damage amplifier. It's a really tough situation for him. Tempo very weak as well. Does manage to stay alive, dashing out of harm's way. Wahochi gonna fall weak. Does manage to get the pickup though, and they have ball control. I imagine they're gonna pocket this now and just continue to play some good defense. A continued 1-0 lead for Rising Sun Esports.
Rising Sun want to play it safe here, and that's why those mines are placed down literally on the ball, which is cornered. So can't get much worse here for Zeta, at least positioning wise. A nice 3v1 situation as well. Obviously, ball is kind of, you know, far behind, so they can't really go for that. You're gonna be playing time here. As Zeta has about 40 seconds left here to open things up. Aaron takes a heavy chunk of damage that could make things a bit more dangerous. Wahochi doesn't get spotted until it's too late. Kenji falls, and still man advantage for Rising Sun. Pick up yet another kill, and this defensive positioning is doing them wonders. So far, Zeta are just completely unable to slip through that wall of defense from Rising Sun.
Yeah, with 13 seconds to go, Kenji now trying to make a move. He's actually in the goal side. Jitabo getting really aggressive here too. They do manage to find a pickup. Is going to die to the mine. Moya Goku with full HP. Damage amplifier connecting though. Aaron with the defense, and the mines being placed down made it way too difficult to grab that ball. Rising Sun Esports are back, and they have forced a set number 5.
My goodness, it felt for a little bit like Zeta Division 0, this could be it. But Rising Sun, they didn't even give them a chance in this Brawl set, not giving a single game away, escaping that match point for now, and now actually having a shot at getting the first match point of this match. We'll have to see though. It's going to be Layer Cake and Bounty for our final set, but again, impressive performance from Rising Sun Esports all around. I mean, even if they were to lose this match, it's still a very impressive performance from them, looking super solid. And you know, we mentioned it at the start of the broadcast that today was going to be, you know, not quite the final day for some teams, but a time where you really want to start popping off if you want to realistically have a shot at going to Worlds at the end of the years. There's only 2 slots and there's only 2 Zeta teams, so you know, it's quite filled up so far. But teams like Rising Sun, they're only about 100 points behind the pack. If they manage to make it to the finals here, that would start closing the gap. Were they even to win the grand finals, they would be very close to the other 2 Zeta teams in that top 3. So this is a very big day for Rising Sun, and if they manage to take this next set here, I mean, that could be the miracle run they were hoping for this year.
That's a great point. I think this really goes to show how important this match is for both teams. Zeta Division 1 with only a 3-point lead right now against Zeta Division 0, and things are going to get intense here. Rising Sun have once again forced a set 5. We've been in this situation before. So far, Zeta Division 1 has gotten the best of them in this spot. However, today they've really been pushed, and I'm really impressed with Rising Sun. I think overall solid drafts, especially on maps 1 and 4, of course, the ones that they won. But I do think the way that they played Backyard Bowl was way more aggressive, and Aaron, for me, was just tapping on the bell. Insane plays overall, and they're really challenging this mechanically gifted team of Zeta Division 1. Will they be the first team other than Zeta Division 0 to beat them in the BSC this year? I think they have a good chance.
I think I want to believe it, you know, I want to believe it, but it is Zeta Division 1 that they are facing, and they are a team that, you know, just brings an incredible amount of talent to the Brawl Stars scene. So it's gonna be a challenge, that's for sure. But Layer Cake, here we come as our draft kicks in. We will not be seeing any Bell, nor any Max or Mortis, as a matter of fact, all banned out by Rising Sun. Zeta taking out the Janet, the Jean, and the Bonnie, And that leads us to a first pick of Squeak on the side of Rising Sun, which I like, but it's definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one to kind of hone in on. I think it can work really well, but depending on what you're playing against, it can be really tough. I imagine that's kind of why the Mortis ban came in. If they ended up going with a really squishy composition, Mortis could excel against it. And I think they recognize this. It seems to me that they kind of wanted to go with this Squeak really early on. Otherwise, I'm not really sure why they would ban somebody like Mortis, who's very uncommonly played here, even though we did see it kind of pop off for Zeta Division 1 earlier to respond. They're going to be going with a tick first pick, as the old Ready Set Nursery rhyme kind of goes. And I think they're going to grab, yeah, it's going to be a Penny here. I think overall, pretty solid choice. I definitely think that was one of the brawlers in mind. And as you saw it on the screen too, very high pick rate. And for a reason, if they apply a lot of pressure, they get that super early, that Penny turret goes down. And unless you have a wall break or a throw on your side to get rid of it, it can be really pesky to deal with throughout an entire set.
Yeah, I think this might be also just why the tick is picked up. I mean, it's a decent brawler here, but it would be one of the most suitable options to deal with those Penny Mortars. So I kind of like it being on the side of Zeta Division 1, plus Zeta trying to somewhat utilize that Mortis ban from Rising Sun against them, since now it's not an option to counter their tick. But obviously it is going to be matched by a Sprout. Not the biggest surprise there. However, that final pick is going to be an important one, because right now we do have some squishier, not the highest DPS brawlers of the planet. Fang is going to be mitigating that a little bit, bringing in quite a bit more aggressivity and a chance at just dealing damage, being threatening, and creating some space for his teammates as well, trying to deter them from getting pushed too aggressively. And that sixth and final pick from Zeta Division 1 to hopefully not be quite as aggressive as a Sprout. It would not necessarily do the best in those conditions.
Fang being picked up here to respond to it. They're going with the Daryl, and I think a lot of people like myself were thinking about Gale a little bit there as a great counter into the Fang, but I actually like the Daryl pick better. This is not only going to do well into Aaron, who's playing the Fang, a shotgun brawler, typically a favorable matchup against Fang. It's also going to be a very aggressive brawler, and again, one of the reasons I believe they kind of banned out that Mortis was to deal with brawlers who could excel against Squeak and Sprout, who are a little more on the squishy side. If Moyagoku can excel with this brawler, or whoever ends up playing it for Zeta Division 1, I think they can really create some tough matchups. They're going to have to watch for the aggression, and I love Daryl's state in the game right now. That role that I can charge passively and with shots is so helpful, and it is going to be Shatampo running that, a man on a mission, I'm sure. And this is a win or go home situations. Both teams, this is an important month, need this win, and to start things off, Rising Sun are going to be picking up that blue star.
All right, mortar turret unlocked here. A dash in, a double connection actually from Wahoshi, but he's in a tough position here. Gonna be complicated to get out of there alive. Will end up falling indeed. And 2-for-1 interaction going the way of Zeta, picking up the early lead here. Let's see if Rising Sun can turn things around soon, or if it's going to be a bit more of a challenge than that. The dash in here from Wahoshi again, followed up with a gadget, another trade, but again, those trades are not being too much in favor of Rising Sun. And there's another kill from Zeta Division, extending that lead to 7 stars. Get 4 now as Moyagoku gets sniped out of existence by Wahoshi's dash.
Kenji barely survived that. You see 4 stars on both Kenji and Shatampo again. Shatampo just able to take advantage of these favorable matchups. I think it'd be a huge contributor and a reason if Zeta Division are able to win, why they do so. Kenji continuing to land these shots. Tick can just heal up so quickly as well. You really got to strike quickly. Even though he has low HP, he's able to get back up to the top very quickly while going down for Aaron on this right-hand side, which is great for him. But Wahoshi now just kind of has to hang back. Can't really do much with these walls up and the penny turret down as well to apply some pressure. Moyagoku on the aggressive side of things and does manage to pick up Sprout. 15 seconds to go, and Wahoshi does have a super available. Going into a Daryl could be quite tough here as they need to get some stars on the board. Tick super going down, Wahoshi being pushed back. Aaron trying to get within striking distance. A couple good shots for Squeak, not quite enough though. 11-14, and now a match point in favor of Zeta Division 1.
Oh, my Rising Sun put in so much work for this matchup, taking it all the way to the 5th set. They don't want to lose it now. On the other hand, Zeta Division 1 don't want to risk a double match point. You know what can happen in those. Aaron pushing forward for that blue star. It seems like it is going to pay off. Nearly gets an elimination in the process as well. Kenji overextends a little bit. Could be dangerous, but Ryohei was a big pickup onto Moya Goku. Ryohei was the follow-up onto Kenji. Does get traded out at the end by the Tick Head, but it is a 1-star lead in favor of Rising Sun Esports. This is their chance and locking in a match point, but that lead, they got to keep it for quite a while longer, and Waochi is going to make sure to extend that furthermore with a nice pickup on the left-hand side.
And a roll in from Zetampo, but a defensive wall placed by Aaron. He could be pinched here. Good dodge on the original Sprout shot, but too much coming in. Hoshi's going to be picked up there as well in a 2v2 situation. The Squeak Super, though, does end up connecting. They couldn't take it down in time. Still a blue star advantage for Rising Sun Esports, but the aggression really coming in as Zetampo's going to be dashing forward. Hoshi doing the same. Stun coming out and trades everywhere. It's going to end with Zeta Division 1 taking a 1-star lead.
Aaron has his wall. Could go a long way. Rising Sun only need 1 star. They have the blue star on their side as well, so some potential 1-for-1 trades could go to their advantage as well. Aaron calling back his wall, placing it more aggressively. The Penny Mortar not gonna last for too long. A barrel is forced out as well. It's a little bit less utility on the side of Zeta. Still has another one available though, so can't over-aggress just yet either. There's still some last hurrahs as well, and Daryl has a super in hand. Dash in now from Aochi. He takes quite a bit of damage, but the tempo is low as well. They can't get the kill just yet. That Squeak Super does not connect. Oh my god, 12 HP, that's a pickup though, but the tempo is gonna secure it, takes down Wahochi, and Zeta Division 1 are gonna go to the grand finals once again. And they will be facing Zeta Division 0 in the end. Kenji excited about this one as well, knows just how close it got towards the end.
Yeah, another really close one for Rising Sun. This isn't the first time in the year. I think Rising Sun, obviously with a great performance, they once again pushed the top team in the region to their limits. And Zeta Division 1 had to step forward, and they absolutely did so. A lot of respect to Rising Sun once again, though. We'll have to see how the months progress and how much of a chance they'll have, at least in terms of math and acquiring points with only a couple months left to go. But Zeta Division 1 ultimately get the job done. Good job overall, and man, what an intense match.
It really was. It really was. I mean, on paper, this was going to be one of the closest one of the day. And, I mean, we haven't gotten to our grand finals yet, so keep that into account. We do have the Zeta versus Zeta that most people expected. I mean, you know, it says a lot that all three casters today got all predictions right so far, I believe. So, we saw this coming. But the way it came down to this conclusion is very interesting, with some teams being incredibly competitive, like Rising Sun. Now, we obviously earlier today had an almost upset as well, as Verite Lien nearly took down Zeta Division 1. So it's going to be very much polar opposites when it comes to their runs today for the Zeta finals, because Zeta Division 0, they dropped 1 set in the entire day. Zeta Division 1, they dropped 3, they won 5. It's still, you know, positive, but it's not nearly as one-sided, and a lot more mistakes from Zeta Division 1 that struggle a little bit more across the board. Stats-wise for this bounty set, though, across the board, just better, right? The worst player from Zeta Division 1 getting only 4 kills, if you really call that worse. It matches the top fragger from Rising Sun. Usually, that pretty much says it all.
Agreed. I mean, you can see it on paper and you saw it on your screens as well. Really good stuff coming in from Zeta Division 1. We'll see who ends up being that MVP, and it's going to be Zetampo. I think a great choice as well. 5 and 2, played the Daryl really well and the Mortis earlier. Those are a couple notable ones for me, and had some insane plays. He's really putting a highlight reel on with these aggressive and tanky style brawlers.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, you know, he's one of the flashiest players in the game, one of the strongest one in general as well. So I'm, you know, always very, very happy to see him in action, and we'll have yet another grand final in his almighty presence, as Zetampo will bless us with some more great Brawl stars.
For sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here in the finals in just a moment. And we're going to be joined back by Mr. Reddy himself. Reddy, what were we thinking about that semifinals action? It was some pretty good stuff on our end.
Oh, I mean, it was great stuff. If you're a spectator, it was an absolutely amazing spectacle. Now, if you're the players, yikes, you don't really have that much time to kind of reset your mental, take a step backwards mentally, of course, and reset for the grand finals, because we are kind of getting what we wished for, which was Zeta v Zeta in the grand finals. And their path here, each of them has been once more what we expected. I think on the bottom side of the bracket, it came way closer than a lot of us expected, though, Teddy.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, I think it kind of goes into that storyline, right? Where the final result is kind of what we expected, but the way we got here is where things got a little tricky. Zeta Division 1, the only team really to struggle so far today, besides teams that obviously lost, but 2-1, 3-2, especially, you know, some against Verite Lien, which, let's be honest, are not the most experienced and threatening team in the region in general. That's showing some signs of weaknesses on the side of Zeta Division 1. No, I'm not saying they're bad or they're done here in the grand finals, that they will lose for sure to 0, because, you know, if anything, those are probably the two teams that scrim the most and that know each other the best. So it gets to that personal level. But I am saying that right now, Zeta Division 1 clearly did not look as convincing as Zeta Division 0 did so far today, at least.
Without a doubt, and I think a lot of that comes from simply their weaknesses being identified. Zeta 1, currently sitting at the top of the region, basically have a giant bullseye painted right on their chest. They are the #1 target for anyone trying to make a name for themselves in this region. Of course, Zeta Division 0 is the recent challenger to rise to take these guys down, only 3 points behind at the beginning of the day. And this match right here is going to decide who is in the lead in terms of not just monthly finals victories, but in terms of points on the scoreboard, Kenny.
Yeah, points, head-to-head matchups, all of the above. This is a big one for both sides, as getting that double point win goes a long way. 200 points tallied onto your score is huge, and whoever ends up winning this is going to take the lead for the region. I feel like there's a couple ways to look at this. Zeta Division 0, look, they didn't struggle as much going into the day. I don't believe they even dropped a set. And Zeta Division 1 arguably had a little bit harder seeding, though. I think there's a couple ways to look at it, and I certainly won't blame either side for what they end up picking.
No doubt. I mean, Rising Sun is going to be a tough team to go up against. They're #3 in the region for a good reason. They're simply good, but for Zeta 1 to struggle against them as much as they did is a little bit out of character for these guys. And for Zeta 0 to have such a swimmingly good time on the top side of the bracket, yes, we can break it down and say like Rising Sun was difficult, but let's not forget the quarterfinals. That went to a double match point, and we even saw 3 games taken in a row by the opposing team. Zeta Division 1, they are looking a little bit uncertain in our eyes, especially because our attention has been directly focused on them for such a long time. Kenji, Moegoku, Shitetampo, no strangers to the big stage. We'll see, though, are they able to take that victory in the grand finals in triumph over Zeta 0 after a couple of months where they did not take a win, Teddy?
Yeah, you know, it's been a bit of a crazy year so far for both Zeta teams, as it was 2 monthly finals wins in a row for Zeta Division 1, but they got shut down after that, not able to win one since. This is their chance to come back for some more action, or maybe, you know, for Zeta Division 0 to just assert some more dominance. The trend has been that Zeta Division 0 have been slowly looking better and better, and making up for that early lead from Zeta Division 1, as we mentioned countless times today already. There's only 3 points separating both teams right now. It is Zeta Division 1, I believe, that's just barely on top still, but this final match here for today is gonna have like either one team be in the lead. No matter who it is, it's gonna be the one that wins this grand final. So quite important in just showing, you know, some of the dominance back into this region.
Not just that, it's pretty much going to determine who is going to be in the lead for the rest of the year, unless it comes down to some RNG and who faces who in the quarterfinals. Big match coming up. Teddy, unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to you for now, but we'll check back in with you later after the grand finals match for some post-match analysis too. Kenny, though, it's you and I now. You, me, safe zone, and a couple of safes. And this map is pretty much bounty with a high safe at the end of it. It's all about that mid fight. And when you bring it down to Z0 versus Z1, you best be assured that fight is going to be primarily about control. It's going to be at mid, and there are going to be very, very few deaths throughout this entire set.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting strategies going into safe zone right now. A couple brawlers I'm looking out for in particular that maybe you don't see every day or don't, traditionally see at casual level. Colonel Ruffs, I'm looking out for as a good wall break option. It's somebody that's great utility. I've seen rise in a lot of other regions, and I called him this earlier, an unsung hero. Lola, definitely on my list as well as one of the risers in this region. And Max, once again, we saw it earlier, but it is a strategy that's being run more frequently, can be used to kind of counter those sharp shooters if you're really comfortable with it. And we know both of these Zeta Division teams are very good on that brawler. Very traditional bans, I would say, as well. Nothing too crazy. Achopi starting things off with the Lola.
I wonder what they'll go for pick 2 and 3. Bell is always going to be a safe pick, and Max is on the table if they want to go for it, but there are also big brawlers to address here. Jean is possible, so is Colonel Refs, a popular duo that would be available to Zeta Division 0 should Zeta Division 1 not go for it. Mind you, this fight is probably going to be mostly about control for these guys, but they still have to acknowledge having some good damage when they're able to get on the safe. Achopi is going to fit that description. Shtetampo will go for the penny here. He's able to get good damage in close range. He's able to get great damage at long range too, and he can assemble some control once he puts down that turret. Zeta Division 0 can think of a way that they can counter out the penny. There are multiple ways to deal with the turret. They just got to make sure they don't leave themselves too vulnerable to a 6th pick for a counter from Z1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little interesting to see what they end up going with here. They're going to take the Piper, which is very solid on this map, and a great matchup into the Bell. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I am still looking out for that Colonel Ruffs, and there it is. I think it's going to be a good synergy. They need a wall break, and now they've got 2 options. And if Zeta Division 1 really wants a wall break on their side, they're kind of running out of options here. In this region in particular, Brock isn't somebody that's played too frequently. I don't think he's the strongest brawler, but in terms of the strategy, they oftentimes you're going to see teams run. They're trying to open up that right-hand side. You got a really skinny, narrow lane in the middle that you can escape your spawn, and a really skinny one on the left. So opening up that map and getting yourselves a little more access to that mid is really important. I am very curious to see what this 6th pick is, and they are going to go with the Brock. And I think it makes a lot of sense. It's not something I've seen either of these teams particularly scrim too much or practice with, but I think it just makes a lot of sense. I really think having a wall break is important, especially given that Zeta Division 0 has 2 options on their side.
I think also Moya Goku, the mentality here is, yeah, I can pretty much negate the effects of sandbags from Tensai. I can hit my AoE on every single one of them, which is going to make things pretty valuable. That said, Shtetampo has pretty much the same capability, so that practically nullifies Tensai's offensive capabilities, or really even defensive when it comes to a gadget, unless he starts running that 2nd gadget that makes a bunch of meteors rain from the sky. Zeta Division 0, though, will have their main DPS on the left side. Kuru is going to be the main brawler to deal damage to the safe. From the side of Z1, Shtetampo probably has the best DPS on the safe, especially with Incendiary as a integral part of his kit. With a wall break, he can pick and choose what exactly he wants to go for. But so far, he's not going to be breaking open the wall versus Achopi just yet. He's going to be using that wall to his advantage, even though he very well could. It might be the case that he's actually running rocket laces, which would be a little bit unusual because breaking up this wall theoretically would give him pretty good lane control versus Achopi.
Yeah, I think that would be a really unusual selection. There's really no aggressive brawler that's going to be up on your face on the side of Zeta Division 0. A big pickup there as well. Wall break going down for Achopi. Kenji landing a tag, and it is going to force Zeta 0 to play some defense. However, Kuru is a problem on this left-hand side, and I think it's the result of not quite opening up that wall on the side. Moya Goku can only go one direction, and Kuru is just going to keep cutting them off. Tensai now popping a gadget as well, and still no damage for the side of Zeta Division 0 quite yet, and a little bit for Zeta Division 1 as this gadget is going to force Shtetampo away.
Here comes the ego and the freeze frame too. It's basically unbeatable. Big damage onto Moya Goku. Kuru is not going to get too far forward, but Tensai will be able to lay a couple of shots into that safe. 1, 2, 3, 4. I lost count. It's 75, or rather 79% remaining on that safe, and that's a distinct 7% advantage for Z0. I'm telling you, it's bounty with a safe at the end of it. You're not trying to collect stars. You're just trying to get a little damage trickled in, and here comes the freeze frame. That ego ego is going to be unbeatable. And same seems to go for Kuru. A kill onto Moyagoku and even more damage onto that safe. 68% remain. Tensai just stands still. Let ZeTA or ZeTA get the kill on him. I don't think that was on purpose. It might end up costing Z0. Thankfully, there's not much time left on the clock.
Yeah, a little anticlimactic there as he picked up an insane kill there. Kind of stands still, an easy shot for ZeTA, who already is a very good shot as it is, and now things getting very close here. A little bit of a base race styled event. 10 seconds to go. ZeTA is actually running the other gadget. You just saw it there. He does try and land a shot, 60% to 68. Shut down in the mid. Tensai jumping forward, trying to get some damage, and oh, it was so close with Lola. But at the end of the day, ZETA Division 1 barely squeezed by with the win.
That is super, super unlucky. I'm not exactly sure what happened for ZeTA at mid, but whatever it is, I think it might have actually cost him that precious few percentage points. That said, ZETA Division 1, they knew exactly what they were doing by picking Brock. And yeah, the Rocket Laces, we didn't see any wall break at all. And maybe this is to toy with Z0's mindset because they're expecting the wall break. Perhaps Z1 just anticipated that it would provide way too much value to Tensai, and they're just not going to run it, and pretty much getting the same value as Max's phase shifter with the Rocket Laces gadget is going to be quite valuable. Tensai's going to get tapped a little bit. Can't get pinched here. Moyagoku and Kenji can try to take him on now. ZeTA on the right side also going to get zoned out by this meteor shower. Practically locked into the right side. Choppy won't get too much out of that gadget. Kenji takes a whole beating as well. And we also see these bear traps are laid down at mid. Great wall break by Tensai. And ZeTA is going to be feeling the pain. And we'll see the Rocket Laces away too. They still have the advantage, if only by 13%.
Yeah, and I feel like Kuru's done a great job on this left-hand side, oftentimes being pinched by both Kenji and Moyagoku, and has really been able to hold his own and keep them from getting too aggressive. A penny turret down, though, is only going to make that more difficult as Moyagoku is stepping forward. Barrel being dropped is still going to be a takedown for a Choppy, and ZeTA and Ruffs are going to be on this right-hand side with it wide open. Tensai landing the shot, 300 HP, a Choppy picking up one as well, and now they are able to march forward. This is going to be an opportunity for ZeTA to get some control.
Big damage. Moyagoku gets tapped 2 times, instantly taken down. A Choppy now gets to lay into this safe. Same deal for Kuru. ZETA 1 did such a good job of preventing Kuru from touching this safe up until now. Though across the arena, they are getting some good damage. ZETA 1 taking even more on their safe. Only 2% lead so far. Still plenty of Brawl Stars left. 35 seconds remain. ZeTA with a super and a Choppy gonna get hit 1 time. That dodge is not enough, and ZeTA hits him with the AoE damage. Kuru has to defend 2 lanes at once, and this is going to be rough, but he flexes over to the left side as, well, the real Ruffs appears on the right side. Choppy can throw down a super to try and block things off, but ZETA 1 don't let up for even a moment. Big kill onto Kuru. Moyagoku tries to finish things off, and this is a done deal. ZETA 1 will be taking this game, and they'll be taking this set.
Wow, that was overall such a blast to watch. I feel like there was just so much aggression from both sides. And, you know, like you mentioned, it does kind of have that feel of Shooting Star, those sharpshooters really shining on this map as well. But overall, just some good stuff. I mean, we even saw somebody like Lola excel for the side of ZETA Division 0. It was really competitive. I know at the end there, it got a little out of hand with ZETA Division 1 taking that lead. But overall, good stuff from both sides. This is exactly what I expect to see. Just a good old slugfest between 2 familiar teams that are at the top of the region.
Slugfest is absolutely true. When it comes down to the specifics, though, if I had to choose a most valuable brawler for that last set, it's gotta be Brock. And across the way, probably Lola. The DPS brawlers did, well, obviously they're gonna do a lot of damage versus the safe, but they were able to access it very, very well. They had good help from their teammates at mid to make that happen. ZeTA was very, very smart with the use of Rocket Laces to get little mobility and also to save himself from some killing blows. Get that, just that little extra edge in terms of survivability, and really great use, I think, of the obstacles as well. Brock doesn't have to be all about breaking open all the walls on the map, especially when your enemy can benefit from it pretty well.
Yeah, and such an interesting use of the Brock, and I think they did come up with a little surprise element there. It's definitely not the gadget you expect to see, but you're going to see at the end of the game here where he's going to be on this left-hand side and taking advantage in game number 1 of just kind of getting that jump across, and it caught me off guard a little bit. We didn't see it the whole time, so it made sense that it finally came out, but again, just really surprising to see. I think a lot of creativity in showing that even for a region that doesn't necessarily play Brock as much, he's still got it. ZETA is just going to be a menace. 33%, 6 kills there. Overall, a very solid team performance, and everybody kind of doing their part for both sides, to be honest with you.
And these percentages are actually just percentages of damage dealt to enemy brawlers. Ken G was doing a great job of locking things down to open up opportunities for ZETA to go absolutely ham on that save. Much of the same across the way, once again, for Lola. And I think both of these brawlers are ones that we can expect to see, maybe less so Brock than others, but I would be pretty surprised if Lola were not a major consideration for this next map, Ring of Fire. And this map can be a little inconsistent. Now, when it comes to East Asia, I think the meta is pretty much locked in, but you put Z0 and Z1 versus each other, they're going to pull out all the stops. They'll get a little bit experimental with things. This is wise by ZETA Division 1 to get rid of the stew, by the way, because this is one of Tensai's most powerful brawlers. They'll go for the Crow to boot, and Z0 have to think of a way to respond to this. Crow is not really the de facto best brawler on this map. He can maybe get some good mobility in the bushes, but aside from that, it's a little bit mysterious to me, though the stats don't lie. It's a 32% pick rate, not necessarily a win rate though.
I think Crow's honestly one of the best brawlers on this map. You're going to see it a lot. I am a little surprised to see it from ZETA Division 1, just in the sense when doing kind of a scouting report for this team, they've often paired Carl with Colette, just because Colette's going to be a counter into Carl. They'll often kind of take that side by side, and even earlier today, we saw what ZETA can do on the Colette. I think overall that could be a really impressive strategy. Maybe it's not something they wanted to go with, and I think this is going to be a different approach that certainly works. Crow with his gadget can slow down offensive pushes. He's really easy to just send shots into that hot zone, and it's difficult to dodge. I think overall, Crow, one of the most slept on brawlers in the meta right now, and I think very arguably top 5.
And I gotta acknowledge my own bias here too, because Crow is a brawler that I don't really have a good grip on, because he doesn't really do that much DPS, but he gets great control because he has that damage over time. It's a little bit at a time, and it starts to stack up, and it keeps you from playing aggressive. And if you're Z0 and Z1, both of these teams love to play on low health. They can't stay in there if they're on low health, because they get trickled down by the poison from Crow. That said, ZETA Division 0 have the 6th pick. Now, if they're stopped at a lot of different corners, I'm going to put this out there. Imagine if they went Poco. Imagine if we saw Protective Tunes Poco. I don't really think it's going to happen, but it would kind of be a spectacle. With Carl in the mix, that's probably not a consideration at all, but it is going to be interesting to see how they respond to this brawler in particular. I wouldn't hate Jean here, not only to get some healing on a teammates, but also to counter out Carl. This is a tall order for a 6th pick from Z0.
I would like to see a Bell pick here, to be honest with you, and that's exactly what they're going to do. I think that's going to be a really good selection. It's something this region is tending to choose a little bit more from sharpshooter standpoint, but also it's going to counter the Lola ego really well and the Colonel Ruff sandbags if they elect to go with it at this point. They've now got Carl and Bell that go with that. I imagine they're going to be running that Rocket Rain gadget. Can still apply a lot of pressure. I love the sandbags for countering things, but I think they're going to have to stray away from that at this point. I think overall, some good choices from ZETA Division 1, a very well-rounded comp. They've got the Crow and the Carl who can now get aggressive, with Bell in the mid for a lot more control, can place down those nest eggs. I think overall some good stuff from ZETA Division 1, and the final response is going to be a ZETA Division 0 pick of Lien, a tried and true brawler. I think a very safe option on this map in general.
No doubt, especially if you can get into the enemy bushes, you are very, very difficult to deal with. And that is going to be pretty difficult for Belle to deal with, especially because she's probably one of the worst brawlers in the game for checking bushes or checking areas of invisibility. So with a lollipop drop available to a Choppy, he'll be able to do way better in the Belle matchup when he's considerably outranged. Let's remember that. The Choppy, though, will already place down this lollipop drop on the left side. He's going to have to play carefully versus Moya Goku. Try not to get tapped, try to farm up that super at long range. So far, ZETA 1 has gotten some considerable capture on the point by comparison. ZETA Division 0 has Tensai push way forward here. There's a second lollipop drop coming out and a takedown from Kenji too. That's only one more lollipop drop available to Achapi. They'll try to kind of change gears, moving over to the right side this time. Still, they have not really been able to walk around on this point, and with 2 brawlers slowed, it's going to be tough for Z0 to push back out of these bushes once Z1 have walked all over them.
And a wall break coming out for ZETA Division 0 on that left-hand side. ZETA, though, looking to get aggressive here. Moyagoku hovering down in that mid area. Tensai is going to have to be careful here. There are 3 nest eggs down. Moyagoku finally going to fall, and a little capture coming in for ZETA Division 0. They need to watch out, though. Carl is still lurking. Takedown onto Kuru. Achapi picking up one as well, though. And the invisibility going to pay off here as Moyagoku is going to be caught off guard. Jump in the air, though. A lollipop drop to protect himself. Achapi still picking up the kill and barely surviving. 72 HP being the difference maker. And ZETA Division 1 making some good strides here, but 0 hot on their tails right now to make a catch-up.
Well, let's remind ourselves that we see how many gadgets on the side of Z1? It's just slows on their side, and they only have 1 left. So whatever control they're able to get of mid, they better hang on to it for the rest of the game, because it's going to be tough for them to get it back with no gadgets, which is something that ZETA 0 still has at their disposal, with the exception of Achapi. He's going to have to get around the right side the hard way. Kuru still trying to get some long-range damage. It might be the end of the line for these guys. Tensai has to get considerable damage onto both of these brawlers. Kenji's on low health, much the same for ZETA, but it's 2%. This is almost going to be impossible for Z0 to do, with Moyagoku approaching. ZETA on such high health, just a spin in would do it, but they don't even really need that. Just a good controlled takeover of mid is going to do it, and Z1 gets their 3rd victory in a row.
Yeah, the damage was kind of already done there. It was a spot where there was just so little percentage that they needed. They could kind of just step it up there. Even a crow jump, if they charged up a super, probably would have been enough there. Really well played from ZETA Division 1. And again, I really like their draft. It's not that ZETA Division 0 picked bad brawlers, but I really enjoy these matchups. I think the Carl and the Bell response into Colonel Ruffs was good. And now we're going to see ZETA getting really aggressive once again. Kuru going to be in trouble here, 616 HP. And a trade there as Kenji is going to land a shot as well. 2 brawlers for each side. Achapi now flanking on the right-hand side. Kenji going to fall weak. A couple tags landing in. Achapi, though, is going to be slowed down. And what was looking really good for ZETA Division 0 is now going to lead to a ZETA Division 1 kill. A dash forward once again. Pick up for Kuru, though. Going to fall onto that nest egg. And they're still going to be using those sandbags, but they thread the needle. Insane plays overall, and so much action right now for both sides.
Achapi will get the takedown onto Carl into the back right. He can now make his way to the enemy side. If he knows where Moyagoku is, it's a free kill for him. No, he gets pinched between Kenji and Moyagoku. Gets a little cross-eyed, can't decide where he's going to shoot. And in that dizzying interaction, ZETA Division 0 have been forced to back off of mid. Though it's not the end of the game just yet. Achapi can still get around on the left side. A good takedown onto Kenji is going to be very valuable for ZETA 0. They do lose Achapi, but they haven't lost control of mid just yet. Kenji's going to have to use this long-range damage that he has available to make this happen. He does have a super as well. Tensai's getting good dodges. There's the mark onto Tensai, which is going to amplify all forms of damage coming in. Here's the ego freeze frame as well. Forces ZETA 1 to back off the point. Could prove to be a good pinch opportunity for Achapi. He does have his super available and pops it, but Moyagoku's still able to get the kill with his super, and Z1 are looking so strong here. Tensai, despite having that mark still hanging over his head, is going to keep on kicking, but Kuru is probably going to be the main brawler disrupting things to get a pinch in the back lines.
Well, a great response here from ZETA 0. Kuru going to be opening up the mid as well. I would love to see Achapi on these offensive kind of conversions. Pick up a few kills here. I think that's going to be very important. I don't think trading's enough at this point when you're down 25 or so %. Kuru now with another super going to be opening up this map and even more. ZETA Division 1 really with nowhere to hide. Jump in from Moyagoku. Tensai is going to fall, and once again, control falling to the side of ZETA Division 1.
And a good takedown onto Kuru is pretty much going to seal the fate of Z0. Z1 have this one. There's no coming back for ZETA Division 0. Not in this set. Not in set number 1. We're headed to set number 3. It's been a complete sweep all the way through so far for Z1. And let's be honest, we were skeptical of Z1 following their performance in the first couple of matches of the day, but versus Z0, they appear to be right in their comfort zone. This is exactly what they were planning for. This is what they prepared most for, was this particular matchup. At least that's how it looks after set 1 and set 2. It's been pretty dominant.
Yeah, it's been all Zeta Division 1 for the most part. And I think there are a couple of ways of looking at going into predictions. You know, Zeta Division 0 have had the momentum. They've won the last couple of matchups. They're performing really well overall. And you could see it as Zeta Division 1 maybe being challenged a little bit more, but you could also see it as a little bit tougher of a draw. We've seen Rising Sun perform better than any of those other teams that either of these foes have played so far today. But, you know, Zeta Division 1 are MSI champions for a reason. They are currently up 2-0 right now. But Zeta Division 0 are a team that is certainly capable of taking a stab at this win still. You're never out of it quite yet until the match is over for either of these teams. Such high ceilings and good performances. I think Beach Ball, we could very likely see Zeta Division 0 still have it in them to make a little bit of a comeback and definitely take a set off the board.
Same for me here, but that could be a bit of copium, right? I really want to see Zeta Division 0 succeed. I want to see a strong competitor for Zeta Division 1. And look, sometimes our favorite teams, we also want to see them go through struggles, and I can't really pick between Z0 and Z1, so we're just gonna have to settle for one of them winning. It's cool, it's fine, whatever. Big plays on the side of Zeta Division 1, though. You saw the stats just a moment ago. More kills, and when it's hot zone, a kill is a great way to get control and a great way to drain your enemy's gadgets too. A theme that we saw recurring throughout that last set and even the one before it. It's been pretty much locked down by Zeta Division 1. In spite of some misplays they make every now and then, they make up for it by popping off when it matters the most. Beach Ball could be a speedy way to end things off. It could also be a speedy takeback of momentum by Zeta 0. Let's all remind ourselves that Zeta 0 has defeated Zeta 1 in the past couple of monthly finals. They've won the past couple of monthly finals too. What's at stake here in a large way is who is the king of the region right now, or who are the kings? It comes down between two rosters of 3 players each, 3 bans each for this game as we get started with the draft for Beach Ball.
And completely unique bans as well. And to start things off, it's going to be Colonel Ruffs with the first overall pick. I really like this selection. I think it's a little more common than people give it credit for. Colonel Ruffs off the bat doesn't really hold you to any one strategy. Again, a lot of utility, like I've mentioned before. I think the Carl response is going to be a very good one. I feel like the way this map has developed has been very interesting. I think people might be a little bit surprised to see both Spike and Stu on this list, but honestly, it doesn't surprise me at all, at least watching practices for this region, for some other regions. Look, the speed zone is very valuable in this map. A lot of teams are using it, but Spike's going to show up here for a few reasons, kind of being a counter into that Stu and also into Surge because of Carl escalating through the meta. Other brawlers do too, and Spike definitely on this map is one of those candidates.
This is where the Colette ban is going to really hurt Zeta Division 0 because they banned it and then they didn't pick Carl. What's going on? They have to have something else up their sleeves because this is going to be a really, really tricky one. But when you've dug yourself just deep in this hole so much, it has to be for a good reason because Z0 does not make mistakes like this. So we'll see what is going to assist the Stu here in taking down a Carl, because at the moment, Stu can dash away from Carl. He doesn't have a stun, but he's able to dash away from Carl and establish some control that way. A Choppy can get a stun onto Carl if he uses his super. Pick number 5 is hopefully going to answer a lot of our questions, but it's going to be pretty much a split decision between countering things out. This is beautiful. This is amazing. I love the Stu here, or rather the Surge. I love the Surge because you're able to counter out Carl and you're able to counter out any other possible tank that could arrive for pick 6. Problem: it's simply hard to play. It is hard to get that first super as Surge, and that pretty much is going to dictate the pace of this game.
I've been on the sidelines shouting for Surge, and I'm kind of anticipating a Tara here for the last pick, possibly. I really think Surge is going to be a counter into Carl, but it could have fallen right into their hands. Tara would honestly counter all 3 of these brawlers. I am a little bit surprised not to see it since I've seen an uptick in it a little bit. I was thinking that the Tara pets would be a really good counter into all 3 of those and the sandbags if they're still going to be running them. Overall, though, Spike at the top of the list in terms of pick rate doesn't surprise me too much. But like you mentioned, when you see Colette off that board, you got to look elsewhere to deal with Carl. You got a couple popular options right now being Daryl and Surge. I like this draft coming in from Zeta Division 0, but a very well-rounded one for Zeta Division 1.
Same here. I love it. You got Spike, you got Life Plant. You can tank a few of the shots of Surge. You can tank a few of the shots of Stu. It's going to be a great brawler to play here. Problem: both teams are correct. They can definitely dodge out curveball shots. It's exactly what we see from Kuru already. Gets a couple of free shots on a Moya Goku. Great reaction there with the life plant from Moya Goku, but he still takes quite a bit of damage and has to back away on this lane. Tensai still is trying to get his first super at mid. Kenji's not going to hand it over willingly. Tensai asks for a lane swap on the right side, or perhaps tries to assist a Choppy a little bit. A pinch is probably going to be Tensai's gateway to getting this first super. One shot, that's 1/3 of the way there for Tensai, and if Kenji makes any more mistakes like this, they could feed Tensai his first super, and then all starts to snowball from there. There it is. Tensai also with the gadget active has level 3. Some more shots for him will be an actual level 3 if he keeps this up. Doesn't look like he is going to get his super, but the speed from level 2 is going to be instrumental for dodging out the curveball shots. Things are looking good for Z0 so far.
And I'm particularly looking at this spike right now. It's going to be a great matchup into a couple brawlers here. Stu getting picked up by the pull, but not going to be taken down. It's actually going to be Zeta Division 0 who are holding off on defense. Moya Goku, a favorable matchup, but against 3 different brawlers, what can a guy do, especially when they're on the Zeta Division 0 side? 3 brawlers now standing for 0 as they are going to be moving past this midfield line.
If I'm Zeta 1 right now, I'm really scared of Tensai because he's got a whole lot of range, he's got a whole lot of damage, and he counters the heck out of Tampo. If he gets a lane swap, things will be pretty much ideal for him, though. Tampo can still play around the speed gear in these bushes fairly well. Choppy has to back up a whole lot. He probably only has 1 set of sandbags left. Here could come a super, though, as he looks to establish some control for himself. He's the only member of his team that is not powered up just yet, and on very low health, he might actually have to retreat and go for a self super. On the right side, though, we saw a brawler fall. It's a 3v2. Tensai's taking so much damage, he's gonna fall actually to Kenji on the right side. Kuru might arrive at just the right time. Tampo needs to get this in the goal. Kuru is gonna dash out of the way actually, and Z1 are gonna concede are gonna score a goal.
Wow, what a great play from Tampo there, really picking up a goal in the final moments. 10 seconds to go, and they need to stay alive. Moya Goku with the connection. Kuru on the left-hand side, super available. Pull from Kenji.
Oh my god!
He found the goal! Oh my gosh, and they're going to be going to overtime.
That is insane. How does this happen? Kuru has single-handedly redeemed himself in this match, and we head into overtime. Choppy on the mid lane is going to have to get another super out here to power up Tensai or Kuru, but Kuru is an absolute menace pushing forward on the left side. Tensai also using this range to his advantage, but he's faced versus 2 enemies with a super each. Kenji gets a great combo and a super in, and Z1 get their 5th victory in a row and bring us to match point.
To stay alive, Moya Goku with the connection. Zeta 0 made it quite close there. I mean, that goal was insane from Kuru, but overall, Zeta Division 1 well played. Tampo with a great goal early on, a little bit before that, and then a pickup from Kenji, excellently using that super to get himself a free goal. Insane plays overall. Moya Goku now marching down this left-hand side, takedown onto Tensai as well. Tampo with a pass to Moya Goku, wide open, and Choppy can't respond in time, and now Zeta Division 1 are 1 goal away from bringing it home.
And only 25 seconds into the game, Z0 are absolutely on the ropes. A Choppy on the left side can still push forward. We've seen good lane interactions throughout this entire set so far. Tensai has struggled a little bit at the beginning to get that first super out. Kenji might end up giving it to him. Does get the takedown in the end. Tensai is 1 more shot away from getting that first upgrade. A Choppy is no way. That is a huge play by Kenji. Not only a pull to confirm the kill, but a lamp blowout to bump in into his own super and waste that super as he gets taken down immediately after. And the offense is absolutely unrelenting. Moya Goku is going to pass this ball forward. Tampo comes in for the bank shot. No way! And Zeta 1 have done it. They are your monthly finals champions here in East Asia for August.
I mean, they didn't give us a break. Some insane goals coming out from the squad. Congratulations to Zeta Division 1. They have now picked up their 3rd monthly finals and are back up top of the region once again. I mean, what a performance overall. Just some insane plays from both sides. I was just gasping for air at how much I was just caught off guard by these insane plays from both sides.
It was absolutely ridiculous. Honestly, I think that this might have been the fastest match of the entire day. We've seen some sweeps here and there. We've seen some 4-0s. I mean, 6-0, okay, that's kind of ridiculous. I did not think it was going to go this fast. Brawl Ball definitely assisted that in happening. Here we saw Kuru dashing away from that shot, but he totally redeems himself with a huge play, and that was versus Gene. Ken G once more brought it back. This one was a quick one from Moya Goku and the boys to make it all the way forward, and this was a beautiful setup. Shtetampo able to gadget forward, get that one in the goal. Just all around amazing stuff. These guys make Brawl Stars look like an art form.
I mean, the coordination, the takedowns, all of the above, everything was just so awesome to watch. I felt like every single goal had some emphasis on it. They really put some oomph on every single one of those. Not any traditional goal. I feel like Shtetampo was really taking advantage of those Carl gadgets too. You saw it several times. A really impressive goal from the side of Zeta Division 0, but just so many amazing plays coming in from Zeta Division 1. This month was simply their month. You know, they may have struggled a little bit more throughout the day, but again, these guys brought it when it counted the most. 3-0 win. That puts a little exclamation mark on things.
Look how even things have been in terms of the damage percentage too. These teams are just very, very, very skilled. In fact, I think that these teams right here, all 6 of these players, and definitely some more around the globe, really push the limits of what is the skill cap of Brawl Stars. And for the moment, Zeta Division 1, you're of course, some pieces on both sides of our World Finals champions of last year, but also our MSI champions of this year. Z1 are pretty much setting the bar for what is the best that you can get at Brawl Stars, and they only up the ante every single month. These guys deserve every bit of respect that they've got, and look, even if they stumbled a little bit along the way, a win is a win. And those 3-2 matches, the 2-1 matches in the quarters and the semis, they don't seem to matter too much anymore, especially if you're able to get a 6-0 sweep versus Z0.
Yeah, overall, some insane stuff. And even with only 2 kills and 2 deaths, you saw what he did with the goals. Great plays from Zeta Division 1.
Huge stuff, though I think we have someone waiting for us on the sidelines. Teddy, it's great to have you back. Look, I gotta tell you, it's a whole lot of fun being a spectator too, so I hope you really enjoyed it. But still, what an amazing match. That was a very short break for you too, but an exhilarating one as well. Just really, really, really insane stuff throughout the day. Care to share your thoughts, man?
Yeah, it was quick. Didn't really have time to do anything during my break, and it was like match point. Okay, let's get back to work, boys. It was really what it felt like. But overall, I have to say though, today we had a bunch of very impressive plays and just really close matches too. I mean, the bottom side of the bracket was nothing but undecided all the way until the end, and it felt really refreshing, even though in the end it is going to be kind of same as usual for Zeta Division, picking up yet another win, really.
Absolutely. And look, we got a lot of different plays throughout the day that completely stole our attention. Some by the victors and some by the ones who are not able to claim the victory in the end as well. Really stole our attention. But Teddy, walk us through our play of the day.
It's one of the first ones of the day as well, but Shtetampo, I mean, he always delivers. He gets the first skill, gets to reload on the super, is going to get actually a double connection on the first player. A single connection on this one gets him another supers again, and that's just a smooth triple kill from Shtetampo in the mid as a Colette. You don't see that happening every day.
Not at all. I mean, typically you see this thing, oh, okay, I got a Jackie triple kill, I got a Bull triple kill, something like that. All the enemies are right there and ripe for the taking, as I can just auto-aim my shot, my little heart out and get a free couple of kills. But for Shtetampo, this was perfect aiming, perfect timing, just completely ridiculous stuff, and this pretty much shows why these guys are on top. That's only a third of the entire team, might I add. But of course, we got to bring it back to the end of all of what has happened today. The bracket has been finalized, and we have Zeta Division 1 at the very top of today's monthly finals. What a journey it has been for these guys, though, Kenny.
Yeah, who would have thought the only team that Zeta Division 1 would have swept would have been Zeta Division 0, the team that's given them the most trouble throughout the entire year. I think a lot of credit to Zeta Division 1 right now. Look, coming into it, I was kind of riding the momentum of Zeta Division 0 these last couple months, who have been excellent performers, but Zeta Division 1, once again reminding us, overcoming some very tough matchups throughout the day, several match points against them, and they still rise to the occasion. They're MSI champions, defending world champions for a region. Gosh, this region's just so fun to watch. I can't wait to see what they do at a world stage.
It's insane. It is an absolute blissful experience to watch, but let's see and reflect on exactly how the hive mind thought that this one was going to go. And guys, I gotta give it to you. Looks like we have some really diverse opinions on how this one was gonna go, and fun stuff. Okay, but in the end, Z0, they don't take the win as we expected. And Teddy, look, I think that we pretty much all expected them to win given the trouble that Z1 had in some of the earlier matches.
Yeah, I think that our decision had merit, even though, you know, with hindsight now, it looks like we were just completely off for this final, you know, but it did have merit, because throughout the day, Zeta Division 0 looked better. I mean, they were flawless, you know, and Zeta Division 1, they struggled in both their matches that we watched until we made this, you know, arguably poor decision for a final prediction. But I do think it was kind of based. And in the end, I don't know exactly what happened. If maybe, you know, Zeta Division 1 just practiced much more on their matchup against Zeta Division 0, and were putting most of their preparation time into that, and kind of got caught off guard before that even happened. Or if they just, you know, started the day off slow, needed some time to warm up, but at least they got the chance to warm up with how close quarters and semis both were for Zeta Division 1. But yeah, Zeta Division 0 letting us down just a little bit in the grand finals here, as we all three predicted them to be our winner, and they will fall short quite drastically as they got swept.
And look at that. That 3-point discrepancy has turned into so much more. A 63, might I add, discrepancy between both of these teams. You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer, but I think Zeta Division 1 are staying a little bit further away from their friends or enemies. It's debatable. It's up to your own speculation, but they will be sitting comfortably at first place, much more comfortably than the last time. Now, Kenny, we've seen kind of a development still. AtaruChanClub still sitting at 4th, 3rd still going to Rising Sun Esports, but some of the new faces today also making an entrance onto the lower parts of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think my two biggest takeaways when looking at the leaderboard is that now Zeta Division 1 are once again sitting a little more comfortably at the top. I would say their odds of missing worlds is pretty unlikely at this point. And another big takeaway too, Rising Sun Esports, if they had made a grand finals appearance, you know, they knocked down Zeta Division 1, they're not only acquiring points for themselves, but taking away from their opponents. And they weren't able to get that done today. They have 150 points behind second place now. That is a tough thing to do with only a couple months left. They're essentially going to have to play it out perfectly. And honestly, I think hope for some draws early on against either of these teams to give themselves the best chance of once again gaining points for themselves and taking away from their opposition.
A serious consideration. And Zeta 1, Zeta 0, and top 2, that's not finalized just yet, and the same goes for the rest of the world. So many cracked teams topping the leaderboards around the world. In East Asia, we've just finalized it with Zeta 1, Zeta 0, and in LATAM South, we saw AC Milan Clash lock in one of their spots too. But EMEA is getting extremely competitive right now, Teddy.
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, it's the next show today in just a little bit, and it's going to be an intense one as well. As sure, in this region was the most spots, but it has so many competitive teams. Every month we've had a different winner, so you know, if that continues, it might get even crazier, or maybe we have the first team that gets 2 monthly final wins in this same year. No matter what, it's going to be incredible, and I can't wait to get to it in a couple hours. It's going to be 4 p.m. CEST for all of you guys that want to watch some more Brawl Stars esports action today.
Not only that, hey, you should come watch NA and LATAM North too. We all got to represent our own regions, but there's a time and place for that, and it's not now. Now the spotlight is on East Asia. And what can we really expect from this region going forward? Well, here's one bit of food for thought. The spots are not locked in for Worlds. It's still really anyone's game. And as far as who can make it, it's looking more like Rising Sun is going to be the most realistic competitor for those top 2 spots. A lot of it may come down to the randomized seeding between Zeta 0 and Zeta 1. It's going to be really, really exciting stuff. But the point remains, congratulations to Zeta 1 on their win today. And they pull ahead and they end the streak of Zeta 0 winning. Another thing also, if you're not finished with Brawl Stars action, EMEA Monthly Finals. They're going live today at 4 p.m. CEST. Teddy, I know you're going to be there, and it's probably going to be a whole lot of fun, but bringing it back to East Asia, anything to end us off?
I think it was a terrific show overall. I mean, we had some great matches. It's nice to see the winning streak, as you said, and the lose streak as well for their counterparts. And today, not see Zero get too much momentum before the end of the year, and things are seeming to balance off a little bit here in the region. All that be it, with Zeta still pretty much on top across the board. But it was a lot of fun. We had some great moments, and mechanically, this region never ceases to impress me. We had some really fun drafts as well, so I'm excited for the next time I get to cast some East Asia.
I'm super excited too, Kenny. I think we can say likewise for you. Any final thoughts?
I think the knockouts reels are going to be pretty insane. They're going to have a lot to pull from this region this month. Overall, a lot of fun with y'all, of course. Thanks for all at home watching. Been a great time as always.
It's been a blast. Huge thanks to the production. Huge thanks to both you guys, Kenny and Teddy. And thanks to all of the lovely people watching. Remember that without you guys, the players would just be players and we'd just be guys yelling about Brawl Stars at a screen. That's it from us. All I gotta say is keep calm and brawl on. We'll see ya for the next one. Was hoping that Choppy would use his super first. Easy super farmed up for a Choppy. A free kill for him too. And maybe even another as Kama gets pinched too. This is a GG.
The 2 has room to step forward. Marvelous needs to dodge perfectly here. Unfortunately, can't escape the Dempsey shot, but Graham picking up one as well.
Either the stew or the squeak, but with 3 seconds left, that should not be coming true. The jump in, oh my goodness, that's going to be the kill.
Ready to go in for a super, but he simply didn't use it towards the end of the last game. This time Ryohei is, oh my gosh, has he not missed a shot?
All right, well, so far, a very big HP diff, giving out a lot of control, a great connection from that super from Shitempo. He found 4, 5. He actually finds his
what?
Oh,
no way!
Okay. As the zone is starting to close the map up, Tensai just doesn't seem to miss, gets a big pickup. Menmi was slowed as well. 2v1 though, Ground Bomb misses, but Tensai doesn't. And that is going to be Zeta Division 0. Dash in now from Aochi. He takes quite a bit of damage, but Shitempo is low as well. They can't get the kill just yet. That Squeak Super does not connect. Oh my god, 12 HP, that's a pickup though, but Shitempo is going to secure it, takes down Wahochi, and Zeta Division 1 are gonna go to the grand finals.
And the offense is absolutely unrelenting. Moya Goku is gonna pass this ball forward. Shitempo comes in for the big shot. No way! And Zeta 1 have done it. They are your monthly finals champions here in East Asia.